Be confident, we got this.
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. The time is 3:07 in the afternoon, and we're having this hearing in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is also being recorded and is available on the Council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of today's hearing, which is an oversight hearing, is oversight of education for students with special needs. Reading from the hearing notice, the purpose of this hearing is to examine how district schools and government agencies can better support students with disabilities. Students with disabilities each have an individualized education program, or IEP, that lays out how each student's individualized needs will be met through specialized instruction, specific learning supports, and related services. Despite efforts to provide individualized support, students with disabilities often face systemic barriers that result in disparities in outcomes compared to their peers. In the school year 2024-2025 statewide assessment, students with disabilities scored 25.7% points lower in English language arts and 70.3 points lower in math. Students with disabilities are also disproportionately disciplined, comprising 30% of suspensions in the school year 2023-2024. Despite only making up 18% of the total student population, that's 30% contrasted with 18%. While schools play a key part in meeting the goals of student IEPs, the Office of the State Superintendent for Education also has a role conducting oversight and offering schools support to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. Today's hearing focuses on academic achievement, staffing, litigation, funding, and the allocation and distribution of self-contained classrooms and students. The record in this matter is open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 24th, 2025. So anyone who wishes statement, comments, testimony, supplemental testimony included in the record for the hearing has until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 24th, 2025. We have, gosh, a lot of witnesses, but we're going to begin with expert witnesses, and I believe we have 7, and then we will turn to public witnesses. Before I call any of the witnesses, I understand Councilmember Trayon White is here. Councilmember White, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chairman. I want to thank you for holding this very important hearing today. Today's hearing is about whether our education system is truly working for students with disabilities, especially those east of the Anacostia River. We have a lot of laws on the books that's supposed to cater to and address the needs for special needs children in the district, from IDEA to ADA, but too many families are still fighting every day just to get what is already promised on paper. We are hearing about missed services, broken communication, unsafe health practices, and cuts to critical programs like the Special Olympics transportation. Even in conversation today and visiting the school, my goal was to make sure those who need more get more in a more equitable manner by still feeling inclusive in our everyday learning in our schools. I'm focused on the students who already face the steepest barriers, especially our brown and black students and our families living in poverty. Young people whose disabilities are too often ignored are still in crisis. This hearing is about accountability, equity, and making sure that what is written in the IEP actually shows up in the classroom, on the buses, and in the child's life. And so I'm committed to this. I look forward to hearing from parents, loved ones, family, and government witnesses. So I'll be in and out of this hearing, Chairman, but I look forward to the dialogue today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. So let me call the first 3 witnesses. Shelley Gray, who's principal at LaSalle Bacchus Elementary School. Justin Lessick, who's executive director of Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. And Kara Fuller, who's principal at Phelps Ace High School And I believe they're each online. Well, maybe I'll take the other three. Danielle Robinette, who's Senior Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center. Theo Bell, who's Deputy Director of School Justice Project. And Maria Blauer, who's Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice and Education. So let's start with Shelley Gray.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chairman Mendelson and Council Member. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Shelley Gray, and I'm the proud principal at LaSalle Bacchus Elementary School. Our community is deeply committed to ensuring that every child, regardless of ability, receives the education they deserve. At LaSalle Bacchus, we believe that when we lead with a spirit of friendship, we foster a spirit of family. Therefore, throughout my testimony today, you will hear me refer to students as friends, our leopards, which is our mascot. At LaSalle Bacchus, 23% of our students are children with disabilities. We educate our students through 3 self-contained classrooms, as well as a large inclusion setting. Students with individualized education plans, the IEPs, learning in the general education setting. For our students receiving a special education service, success requires more than compliance. It requires intentional planning, resources, and collaboration. We have focused on 3 pillars: human capital, physical resources, and professional development. We built a master schedule that ensures special education teachers, resource providers, and instructional aides are in the classrooms all at the right times. This allows for our co-teaching model and personalized support without forcing staff to be in 2 places at one time. So in terms of our instructional model, it also prioritizes the least restrictive environment. With 2 educators in every classroom, general education, multilingual teachers, or bilingual aides and instructional aides. They are supported by teachers during key instructional blocks. We have invested in our educators to support our multilingual community. Many of our friends are duly identified as multilingual learners and students with disabilities. To meet our leopards' needs, we have 7 multilingual teachers, 4 bilingual aides, and 13 staff members who speak Spanish, along with staff who speak Amharic and French. This diversity ensures that we can support the whole child and their families. Finally, we have made sure every student and educator has the physical resources that they need, curriculum resources, devices, as well as tools. So instruction is never delayed. And we've prioritized professional development for everyone who interacts with our friends, from classroom teachers to our educational aides to our specials teachers, intercore. When a child has a seizure protocol or specific language needs, every adult at LaSalle knows what to do. Our approach is grounded in empathy, equity, and excellence. We believe every child has unique gifts, and it is our responsibility to create the conditions and the training so that our friends with disabilities, as well as their families, are feeling supported each and every day. And so I want to also thank you for your commitment to our students, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I may have a question when I'm done with the entire group.
Yes,
But
sir.
I don't have a copy of your testimony, if you could provide that.
Yes.
Great. Justin Lessick.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, any other members of council. My name is Justin Lessick. I'm the executive director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. We are still a growing school, but we currently have about 370 students in grades 6 through 12. This happens to be our first year with a graduating class of 12th graders. About 29% of students at Truth have a disability of some kind. So about a third of our students have IEPs. And so this is a topic of great importance to us. Our classrooms are inclusive. We're always assessing and adjusting our tier 1 supports to make our lessons accessible to all students, whether they have disabilities or not. Or I should say documented disabilities. All of our core content classrooms at the middle school level are multi-grade level. So we don't have like 7th grade math class. We don't have 6th grade ELA. All of our middle school classrooms have 6th, 7th, and 8th graders together in them. And then kids in small groups get lessons depending on whether they're ready for 6th grade math, 7th, 8th grade math. All of those classrooms are co-taught by 2 full-time teachers. So one of them is a lead content teacher, one of them is a lead special educator. In many cases, our students don't even necessarily know like who is who, because we emphasize inclusivity, we emphasize small group instruction for everyone, not just students that might have IEPs that require it. We have the same 2-teacher model in high school for ELA and math. While we don't have the funds to do that in our social studies and science classrooms, we do it for ELA and math. Those 2 individuals, they co-plan lessons together. Each teacher is intimately familiar with the goals and necessary accommodations for any and all students with an IEP. We find this to be extremely effective and beneficial for all of our students, and particularly for those with disabilities. And I think it's probably the biggest reason that to this point, our proficiency scores for students with disabilities have been well above district averages in CAPE over the last 4 years. And that's not just achievement, that's also with respect to growth. We regularly analyze data by subgroup to compare outcomes for our students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers. We're proud to say that over each of the last 4 years, our gaps have gotten smaller over the course of the year in math and ELA when we look at like the beginning of year map test and end of year map tests. We do the same analysis when it comes to reviewing disciplinary referrals, incident reports, and things like that to see whether there are or whether there is disproportionality anywhere. Our biggest challenge when it comes to ensuring the best possible academic outcomes for our students with disabilities has been finding the funds to staff as many classrooms as possible with a full-time special education co-teacher. We found it difficult to fund the hiring of full-time dedicated aides at times as well for our level 4 students that require a certain amount of hours and an aide in their IEP. So we, of course, always make the hire. We provide the necessary aid, but it is difficult to find high quality aides at a salary that falls within the current per pupil allotment for level 4 students with disabilities. So one big step in the right direction that the district could take to support this would be fully funding as much as possible through the UPSFF, including teacher pay, teacher salaries, so that the formula can allow schools to recruit and retain the highest quality staff possible. Also, I encourage council to fund the new level 5 weight for students with disabilities as recommended by the 2023 funding study and the school year 24-25 working group for the per pupil. This new weighting would support schools serving students who require both full-time specialized instruction and full-time dedicated nursing and aid services. This recommended level 5 weight is 6.40 for the special education formula category, applicable to students with more than 24 specialized service hours and more than 24 hours with a paraprofessional or dedicated aide. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you again to all members for your ongoing support. I look forward to continued discussion and learning around the best ways to support our students with disabilities, and hopefully to being able to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lessick. Kara Fuller.
Yes. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Kara Fuller, and I am the proud principal at Phelps Architecture, Construction, and Engineering High School, serving over 380 students from across the district. Our school focuses on career and technical education and the skilled trades in particular. At Phelps, every student can choose a pathway and engage in hands-on learning experiences that prepare them for college and careers. This individualized approach is especially impactful for our students receiving special education services. We serve a significant number of students on the autism spectrum, and our size and structure allow us to provide a specialized, tailored, and nuanced experience. Students find their community through CTE clubs like robotics, band, and other activities that let them lean into their strengths and interests. Our resource classes, which typically have 10 or fewer students, provide targeted support combined with co-teaching models such as strong pairs in our math department. Our teachers excel at differentiating instruction and meeting students where they are. These strategies have led to remarkable outcomes. One student receiving special education services recently earned the highest SAT score in the school, a testament to the progress students can make when given the right supports. We also see measurable improvements in school climate. Since spring 2025, the percentage of students who feel safe has increased by 17%, and who feel a sense of belonging has risen by 11%. Initiatives like Friday small group activities, field trips to build community, and robust CTE clubs help students feel connected and authentic. Importantly, these supports often reduce the need for more intensive services. For example, some students who previously required dedicated aides no longer need that level of support because our inclusive practices and differentiation strategies meet their needs within the classroom. In short, when we invest in strong co-teaching, hands-on learning, and community building, students with special needs thrive, not just academically, but socially and emotionally. At Phelps, we see every day that these approaches help students reach their full potential. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experiences. I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Danielle Robinette.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for inviting me to testify regarding the provision of special education in the District of Columbia. DC's education sector struggles to support students with disabilities. 2025 state assessments found that only 12% of DC students with disabilities are proficient in English language arts, and only 9% are proficient in math. Last year, a report from the DC Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights detailed a variety of concerns regarding special education in the district. In June 2025, the U.S. Department of Education determined that the DC, quote, needs intervention in implementing special education. These concerns are not new. The district has faced decades of litigation regarding special education. Since 1972, the district has been subject to several class action suits regarding failures to provide an adequate education to students with disabilities. Often these cases have resulted in decades of court monitoring. DC has a moral and legal obligation to educate all DC students. It is long past time for the district to take these obligations seriously. My testimony today will focus on DC's special education dispute resolution system. Of course, there will always be disagreements between schools and families regarding special education. The IDEA anticipated this reality and outlines procedural safeguards to ensure that children and families' rights are protected. Unfortunately, through our work representing families, we have observed an increasingly adversarial environment. We remain concerned about the number of IDEA due process cases that DCPS chooses to litigate despite their significant loss rate. OSSI oversight responses show that between school year 21-22 and school year 23-24, 178 due process complaints filed against DCPS proceeded to hearing and received a hearing officer determination. Of those, DCPS was found to have denied a free appropriate public education, or FAPE, in 136 cases, roughly 76%. This trend is not apparent in the charter sector. We urge the committee to use its oversight authority to get clarity from DCPS regarding their litigious approach, and to consider structural changes in how the district responds to special education complaints. Concerningly, the 2024 report from the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights found that, quote, DC's dispute resolution system places the burden of accessing special education services on students and their families. and more specifically that, quote, DCPS's reliance on due process complaints to determine and provide required services under the IDEA has a disparate impact on protected classes. In our experience, DCPS families must fight tooth and nail to get their child the services and supports. Moreover, the reliance on parents to navigate the legal system or pay an attorney to represent them leads to wealth-based disparities in enforcement. In DC, where 51.5% of students are economically disadvantaged, concerns about the legal system and its associated costs likely dissuade many families from ever pursuing enforcement of their child's IEP. As a result, the invocation of the legal system can be used to oppose, delay, or impede access to special education. An LEA's decision to fully litigate a due process complaint results in a variety of costs to the district. When the parent prevails in their due process complaint, DCPS is responsible for the costs of whatever relief is ordered, as well as any attorney's fees. When a case goes all the way through to hearing, rather than being settled through mediation or a resolution meeting, such litigation costs increase. In their FY24 oversight responses, DCPS reported that the city's potential financial liability due to pending IDEA lawsuits at that time totaled nearly $4.5 million, and their costs from settled special education lawsuits totaled more than $2 million. DCPS's litigation practices, coupled with the underlying failure to provide adequate special education in the first instance, create significant financial liability for the district. DC's current special education system is inadequate. Through our casework, Children's Law Center sees breakdowns in the provision of special education at every stage. It fails to timely identify and evaluate students. It fails to develop appropriate IEPs. It fails to reliably implement services. And moreover, it fails to recognize or acknowledge its own shortcomings. By doing so, DCPS has fostered a highly litigious environment in which families must fight at every single step along the way. My written testimony provides greater detail and examples from the families we work with. Additionally, failure to adequately provide special education creates future costs for the district by undermining long-term outcomes for these students. Denying special education may save dollars now, but will undoubtedly increase needs for years to come. Private enforcement regimes like that in the IDEA assume that parties will only pursue cases when the expected value is greater than the expected cost. However, in special education, financial motivations may actually disincentivize schools from complying with the law, especially in high-cost jurisdictions like the District of Columbia. In practice, the costs of litigation, high as they are, may be less than the cost of fulfilling their obligations to students. Moreover, because suing the government is a daunting prospect, some families may opt to not pursue winnable cases. For the district, this means it may actually be cheaper in the short run to litigate due process complaints that the school is likely to lose than it would be to make the systemic reforms necessary to prevent future cases. However, this analysis only considers the short-run costs of program reform and litigation. The committee must take a broader view. Students not receiving adequate supports are less likely to attend school regularly and less likely to graduate. In turn, they will be less likely to find sustainable employment, more likely to rely on public benefits, and more likely to become involved in the criminal legal system. Failure to identify and evaluate students with disabilities fosters disengagement and undermines regular school attendance. Further, OSSI reports that of all youth with IEPs age 14 to 21 who exited education in federal fiscal year 2023, only 57.8% graduated with a regular high school diploma, while 35.6% dropped out. Not completing high school is, in turn, linked to limited employment prospects, lower wages, and eligibility for public benefits. The special education to prison pipeline ought to be of particular concern to the district as it continues its focus on the rates of juvenile crime. Failing to meet a student's special education needs increases the occurrence of undesirable behaviors, which in turn leads to higher rates of exclusionary discipline among students with disabilities. Moreover, research is clear that school exclusion increases a young person's odds of future incarceration. Notably, 65 to 70% of justice-involved youth have an identified disability. A robust system of special education not only improves educational outcomes, but can disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline. While the costs of these long-term outcomes may not be reflected in the education sector's budget, They will increase the level of support that the city must later provide to residents who have been neglected by the education sector. We strongly urge the committee to weigh both the short and long-term costs of continuing to fail students with disabilities. Last year, we urged the committee and the education agencies to work together to develop a comprehensive plan for the improvement of special education. Unfortunately, we have seen little change since the last hearing. We understand that OSSI is currently developing their next 5-year strategic plan. However, we urge OSSI and the rest of the education agencies to move with more urgency to address the unmet needs of students with disabilities. Additionally, we urge both council and the education agencies to ensure that schools have the necessary resources to implement meaningful reform to DC's provision of special education. For example, a UPSFF working group convened by OSSI recommended the addition of a level 5 weight for students with the highest support needs. This would make a significant difference for schools that serve these students, especially St. Coletta and River Terrace. Yet this additional funding was not included in the FY26 budget. Going forward, we encourage the committee to work with relevant stakeholders to identify the financial resources needed to adequately support DC students with disabilities. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette. Teo Bell?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Teo Bell, and I'm the Deputy Director at School Justice Project, or SJP, as well as a Ward 4 resident. SJP is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that provides special education representation to older, ages 17 through 22, court-involved students with disabilities. My written testimony is forthcoming with trends that we're monitoring and recommendations that we'd like to see this council implement. But my oral testimony today will focus on the educational rights of court-involved young people with special education needs in the district, and where we as a community have both supported their growth with and where we need to improve through legislative, intergovernmental, and litigation efforts. As council knows, under the IDEA, incarcerated students with disabilities are entitled to the same special education protections as disabled students in the community. Court-involved students in DC who are detained or incarcerated are placed at one of 3 facilities operated by the district. Generally speaking, students under age 18 are typically detained at the Youth Services Center, YSC, a short-term secure facility. Those under 18 years old who have been subsequently adjudicated as delinquent by the family court are incarcerated at New Beginnings Youth Development Center, which is a long-term secure facility. And students over the age of 18 years old are detained while awaiting trial or incarcerated for a misdemeanor offense are held at the DC jail. Importantly, in DC, eligibility for IDEA services extends through the end of the school year in which the student turns 22 years old. While recent cases in DC have attempted to address the critical issue of providing educational services to this incredibly vulnerable population, there remains significant work to be done. My written testimony will talk more about the cases that are ongoing. I won't get into that as much today in my oral testimony. But these cases do include class actions that SJP is counsel to, such as the 2023 settlement in the Charles H.V. District of Columbia case for DC's failure to provide FAPE to students incarcerated at the DC jail during COVID, or SJP's latest class action Barnes v. District of Columbia et al., filed against both DC and the Federal Bureau of Prisons for their failures to provide FAPE and access to education to IDEA eligible DC code offenders, as well as administrative litigation to fight discrete issues and secure swift relief for our clients in DYRS. I'd like to turn now to 2 pieces of legislation before the council that will be critical to the success of students with disabilities who are involved in the legal system. While I understand that this is an oversight hearing, I think that it's really important for us to highlight some of the issues that have been stalled for this student population over the past couple of years that this council has an opportunity to work on as a result of this hearing today. The very recently reintroduced LEARNS Act will be critical to providing special education rights to older detained young people. Specifically, the legislation has 2 primary objectives related to special education. First, it guarantees high-quality in-person high school instruction to all special education students at the DC jail by codifying the DOC as the public agency responsible for providing FAPE. This is very similar to the setup already in place through temporary and emergency legislation that DC, the council has been regularly passing to ensure that DOC maintains that responsibility. It would just be codified permanently, which is what DYRS already does. Second, it requires the DOC, through its chosen educational provider, to identify, evaluate, and conduct eligibility and IEP meetings for students with special education services who have not been evaluated prior to entering DOC custody. That is not something that is currently done and is something that is commonly referred to as child fine. That provision within the LEARNS Act will allow those young people to be evaluated and provided services, special education services, if they enter the DOC without an IEP. This provision does not diverge from what is already offered to students in the community who are suspected of having special education needs. We don't have an exact estimate of the number of young people at DOC who would benefit from the proposed child find requirement. Anecdotally, though, and based on our experience of working with this population for over a decade, we don't believe that the number of students would be cost prohibitive whatsoever. We note that this information could easily be obtained, we believe, from asking OSSI for this information and DOC for this information, specifically asking for, number one, the number of young people ages 18 through 23 who enter the DOC overall. Number two, how many of those young people have already graduated or earned a GED? And number three, how many of those young people already have an IEP? That would allow that number to be readily apparent to this council. In other words, district agencies already have access to this information and should willingly provide the information to the council in order to inform its decision-making on this legislation. I should also note that information has been requested by my office from the DOC on a number of occasions, and the DOC has not been willing to provide that information as to inform more advocacy towards the LEARNS Act. Next, SJP is continuing our prior efforts to pass the so-called credits bill, which was introduced recently by Councilmember Parker in his CARE bill in October 2025. This bill aims to address issues with accruing, transferring, and maintaining records of credits for students in DC's juvenile justice and foster agencies. Both of these agencies serve large populations of students with disability. To my knowledge, there have not been any statistics collected in DC on the overlap of special education needs and legal system involvement, which is something I would really urge the council to look into. However, in 2018, which is the latest information that I'm aware of, the then DYRS director testified at a council oversight hearing that 90% of its committed youth had an Access 1 or Access 2 diagnosis, which for juvenile justice system involved youth is usually an indicator of special education needs. Each and every client that our attorneys have ever represented over the past 12 years have had some issue with coursework counting, credits being accepted, and securing a stable path to a high school graduation. Court-involved young people have histories of multiple education placements marked by significant disruptions to education continuity. When these young people turn 18, they often find themselves with a smattering of random credits from various schools or facilities, yet without a clear path to graduation whatsoever. Some have more than enough credits, more than 24, but they're only from elective courses. Others have dozens of partial credits that can't be counted or combined in any type of meaningful way. Others have full course credits from courses taken in out-of-district placements, many of which won't be accepted by DCPS or a charter school, assuming that the charter school allows them to return. The only thing that these students' transcripts have in common is the unfortunate truth that they don't reflect a path to graduation. I'd like to end my testimony today with something I don't usually do, but that's a council-led success for court-involved students with disabilities. In 2022, the council passed the Special Education Attorneys for Adults Defendants Act, which directed the Superior Court of DC to establish a panel of special education attorneys for its criminal division, similar to that the Family Division has had in place since 2001. The act helps to ensure that all students can receive a quality education by providing special education lawyers to eligible students in criminal adult court. So that's students ages 16 through 22, 16 when they're charged as adults in the adult court. The Superior Court issued an administrative order in September 2023, making the so-called Adult Special Education Panel a reality. Importantly, special education attorneys can provide the court with more comprehensive understanding of both the impact and the disability on the young person, as well as the availability of community-based resources that can be accessed through the education system. Education and workforce development can be part of a cohesive attorney monitored and implemented plan that the judge can turn to an alternative to incarceration. This is critical during reentry planning and proposing community-based alternatives in terms of probation to the court. Furthermore, when a student is represented by a special education attorney and they're deprived of their educational entitlements, special education panel lawyers can pursue alternative courses of action to vindicate clients' legal rights. Since the panel's implementation in 2023, SJP has conducted nearly 30 trainings and has trained over 150 attorneys interested in participating as panel attorneys, which includes existing family court special education attorneys, new education attorneys to the panel, and pro bono attorneys interested in volunteering to provide this critical representation from large law firms across the district. SJP has also trained another 500+ criminal defense attorneys, DC Superior Court judges, and other system actors, both inside and outside of DC, about the panel's work and goals and the amazing work we're doing here in the district. In short, due to this council's belief in education for all of our special education students, including many of the most at risk of being overlooked due to their age or court involvement, the council has ensured that these students can pursue their education with all the supports that they need. So thank you for that, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. You said you'll be submitting a written statement,
That's correct.
which would be helpful. Ms. Blower, Maria Blower.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, members of staff. I'm thrilled to be here today. My name is Maria Bloyer, and I am Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice and Education, or AJE. AJE is the federally designated Parent Training and Information Center for the District of Columbia, and that means it's our responsibility to support families as they're navigating all parts of the special education process. Naturally, this means we work with families in both sectors, the charter and DCPS. I want to specifically thank you, though, for the framing of this conversation today and for having this conversation specifically focused on outcomes for students with disabilities, and for setting aside this time and framing it the way you did. I think I couldn't agree more with the principal from LaSalle Bacchus when she talked about success has to be more than compliance. And I think that's absolutely correct. We have to move beyond talking about, did you get things done on time? Getting things done on time is a very important thing to do. And getting it done on time is a good starting place, but it's not the ending place. And I appreciate the fact that you framed this conversation about being about student outcomes and also where systems aren't working. My written testimony has much more detail than my spoken comments today, and I will get that to you hopefully by the end of this week. My comments today, like our work at AJE, does apply to both sectors, but there are some spaces where I need to talk a little bit more about DCPS. And like Ms. Robinette, I'm going to start by talking about DCPS's status as an outlier among LEAs for their reliance on litigation as a dispute resolution strategy. This strategy actively harms the parent-family relationship. And I want to be clear, this isn't, my criticism about the dispute resolution strategy here, it's not a criticism of the educators. Okay, it's not a criticism of the people in the classroom doing the work. It's a criticism about the way DCPS has decided to allocate resources and a decision to fight matters that don't need to be fought. Okay, so not only does this decision to have a very litigation-forward approach to resolving every concern damage the ability of schools and families to work well together, which we know is important for student outcomes. It doesn't improve student outcome at all, right? So it damages the relationship. It doesn't actually help kids, and it's very expensive. And this expense is not something that seems to impact DCPS policymakers. Charter sector leaders, on the other hand, feel the cost of dispute resolution in a way that DCPS just doesn't. And it shows up. It shows up in how charter families are treated, and it shows up in how disputes get resolved. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of looking at just the data in this, the wonderful research and information we receive from the Children's Law Center around this, DCPS is wildly disproportionate in their use of dispute resolution, and it's not helpful. It would be one thing if it was leading to better outcomes and they were doing better, but they're not. You know, I think one of the numbers that really stood out to me is the fact that in a 2-year period, almost 90% of all the HODs issued by the Student Hearing Office or Office of Dispute Resolution, almost 90% of them were for DCPS. They only educate half the kids. Regardless of outcome of those hearings, that's really problematic. And it's wasteful, and it doesn't help move the conversation forward for families. Similarly, there's another place where there's a big difference in between how charter families experience shortages right now that are all over DCPS and the charter sector. That's something that everybody is struggling with. We see a big difference in how charter families experience that and how DCPS families experience it. Often when there's a shortage in, say, a speech language pathologist at a DCPS school, the family is compelled to either file a state complaint or a due process complaint. In the charter sector, often there's a collaborative, candid conversation about, hey, we're looking to hire a speech language pathologist. We don't have somebody right now. Here's some things we can do. Here's some external authorizations you might be able to use. It is a very different experience, and it's the same problem, right? Just while we're talking about speech language pathologists, I had the tremendous honor of presenting at ASHA about 2 weeks ago when the speech language pathologists were here in town for their annual convening. And I was really thrilled to see 2 charter schools there actively recruiting for speech language pathologists. And they had really creative recruitment packages. They offered flexible time. They were really working to find somebody. I noticed in their response that DCPS has 12 unfilled SLP positions, and they were not at ASHA. I just think that is emblematic of the difference between how families experience problems in the charter sector and how families experience problems in DCPS. One is a solution-oriented approach, and one, forces families to litigate. While I'm talking about that, the other broader thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is that, and this is difficult, but I think it's really what I think you want to get at in this conversation, is about the nature of special education in DC. I've spent the last 20 years of my working life essentially working to make sure that kids who need specialized instruction get it. And one of the difficult things I've seen is that special education in DC is often not nearly as special as it needs to be, right? We're not setting appropriately ambitious goals for our kids who have IEPs and 504 plans, mostly IEPs. And we're also not supporting our special educators so that they can deliver those services competently and effectively. I would really encourage the council to talk with LEAs and OSSI about how they are supporting and increasing and growing the capacity of special educators to be the amazing special educators that they need to be to address the performance gaps that we keep seeing for our kids. I know my colleague Julie Camerata from the co-op is going to talk about some of her success stories. And I would really encourage you to look at those because there are some creative things that are happening. So that's 3 chunks of work, right? We've talked about dispute resolution. We've talked about shortages. We've talked about the fact that we need to grow the capacity of our special educators to do special education well. And I think a big part of that work has to come from OSSI, who need to set standards, but also encourage and support schools in reaching those standards. But generally, I think one thing we need to say is that we need OSSI to do more. In the education space, there are swaths of policies that are just non-existent in DC. For example, did you know in any DC school right now, DCPS, public charter, doesn't matter, you can have a classroom that has 35 kids with an IEP in it. Okay, 35 kids with 35 kids with IEPs in that classroom. You can add 1 kid who doesn't have an IEP. 1 kid who doesn't have an IEP. And that classroom is now a general education classroom. That's not fair. That's not accurate. And OSSI needs to make rules so that we know what our classrooms actually look like. When we say a general education classroom, we know what's the ratio? What's the staff ratio in that classroom? What's the ratio of kids with disabilities, without disabilities? It is not fair that in the charter sector, that's negotiated on a case-by-case basis. And the WTU bears the burden of doing a lot of that work right now. That's something OSSI could do, right? A lot of those limits are set through the teachers' union contracts. That's not fair because it's hard for families to enforce it. And it also means the council doesn't have a role to play. I would argue one of the things you can do as a council is instruct OSSI to create rules and definitions for special education classrooms, for self-contained classrooms, ratios of adults to students. Okay. We have a long list, and you'll see it in my written testimony, because of course I have a long list, in my written testimony about places where OSSI needs to provide guidance and regulation that is meaningful to LEAs so that they can do better. Again, I really want to thank you for having this hearing today and for framing it not about compliance, because again, I couldn't agree more. This is not a compliance conversation. It's an outcome conversation. And we need to keep doing that and talking about it. And I also really want to highlight what my colleague, Ms. Bell, pointed out about the credits issue. That is huge. As you think about your work and think about what you can do and what you can fix, the ability to give our kids, who are our most vulnerable kids, who have credit transcripts that just look like they're so messy, and it's very hard to find a pathway to graduation for them. That legislation could make a big difference for a lot of our most vulnerable kids. And I would really encourage you to look at that meaningfully. But again, thank you. I will submit my extended testimony as soon as I possibly can. But again, thank you for having us here today and framing this conversation the way you have.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. And thank you, each of you. I don't want any of you to feel bad, but if I had your written testimony now, I could look at it, I could highlight it, and then when the executive's before me later in the hearing, I can look at your list, Ms. Blair, and say, well, what about this and this? So, but I am looking forward to getting the written testimony statements from each of you because unfortunately, this will not be the last hearing we have on this subject. Ms. 10 minutes. Ms. Bell, this is a quick question. So the LEARNS Act was recently introduced, I think, by Councilmember Pinto, and you think that that bill is good?
Yes, we do. We testified at the initial hearing on the bill a couple of years ago in support.
I mean, I'm a little suspicious of the Department of Corrections being an LEA.
Absolutely. So were we. And this will be addressed further in my written testimony. There's only so much we can say in these oversight hearings, but, obviously we would love for an education agency to be the public agency responsible for providing FAPE. We think that responsibility frankly lies with OSSI if it's not going to be DCPS. There are situations where the state public agency, or I'm sorry, the SEA, in fact, it's written into the IDEA that the SEA should come in OSSI when there's no school or there's not an LEA that's available to provide IDEA functions. However, it has become apparent to us that over time that does not seem likely.
My recollection is the bill was referred to the Committee on Judiciary
That's correct.
with comments from the Committee of the Whole.
That's right.
So we will look at your testimony to inform us on how we should look at the bill, assuming it comes out of the Committee on Judiciary. Because we won't be marking it up, but I will want to look at the bill, make sure that
Yes, we would
I'm
very,
comfortable with it.
yes, Chairman, and we would very much appreciate that. We're also happy to meet with your office to talk through any concerns that your office may have. I will preview that one of the concerns that I know that has been shared with me is the cost, right? And how many more students would this add to the school that's already at the DC jail? It's actually at the other side of the jail, referred to as CTF, the Correctional Treatment Facility. That said, frankly, if these students were in the community, they would be evaluated. So there's no reason that we should be thinking about this population any differently. I don't think that, I truly do not believe that this is that many students. I don't have an exact number. Again, I think that this number can come from DOC, but I do not think that it's that many more students. That would be
I'm going
cost
to cut you
prohibitive.
off because I've used 3 minutes of my time
Sure.
on this one question. I wanted to ask Principal Gray, are you aware of any IEP litigation that involves students at your school?
Yes, I am. We have litigation that from incoming students that have transitioned into our school. And we are working together with the families and our DCPS agency in order to ensure that our student that is being welcomed into our programming has everything that they need as they start the.
So is this multiple students or just one?
Right now, we have one.
One.
Yes,
And
sir.
you are looking to try to resolve that litigation.
Absolutely.
Do you have any issues with OSSI transportation?
I can say as a school, I can speak for LaSalle. Over this year, we've actually had some success with our bus experience this year. We have partnered in the past and given some feedback to our OSSI bus transportation and asked for some specific supports around scheduling, around adding an additional bus attendant for children that have more complex medical needs. And in doing so, they have collaborated with us in order to achieve those goals, and we've been successful this year.
Because your testimony is very positive, and the approach your school has taken is very positive toward special needs students and providing services. So I'm just curious about because we do see system-wide more litigiousness and problems with OSSI and so you feel you're working constructively on those issues.
We are. Our LaSalle is part of a larger ecosystem. When I hear my colleagues and partners here speaking today, I think about our children with disabilities as the core of every conversation, and we can't ensure that our children are successful without having ongoing conversations and collaboration with our partner agencies, including OSSI Bus Transportation.
So let me move on because I've now used up half my time on two questions. Ms. Blair, so I'm asking this question just because it should be asked. You testified, you may not be the only one who's testified this. I've seen the data that there are far more lawsuits involving DCPS than there are the charter sector. But I also hear that the charter sector pushes all of their special ed kids into DCPS. So just to take it to its extreme, and I'm not saying it's correct, I'm wanting you to answer this. If all the special ed kids are pushed over to DCPS, of course, there would be fewer charter school lawsuits.
Thank you for the question. It's a fair question. And I think that while there is still some pockets of resistance to really embracing special education in the charter sector, it's not like it was 10 years ago. I think that question would have a different answer 10, 15 years ago. And I would have said, yeah, that might be, some percentage is due to the push out problem. I don't think that is nearly as true today as it was 10, 15 years ago. I also think that unfortunately, the non-public placement process in the district, has warped some of the statistics as well, which I think is kind of what you're getting at. Like, why is there this disproportionality? Is it because charters push out? I don't think so anymore. 10, 15 years ago, yeah, probably. That was part of the problem. I don't think that's true anymore. I do think one kind of warping factor is the, how the non-public placement process works in the district. And I think another thing that warps the data a little bit is also, the cost issue. You know, I served on the board of a charter for a long time, and I was acutely aware of every amount of money we spent. And especially if I had to spend it on a lawyer instead of a teacher. And I didn't like that. And so I think that is a factor that I don't think we can
So-
overstate.
The last point you made, does that play into the statement you made that DCPS doesn't feel the pain the same way the charters do?
Absolutely.
So why doesn't DCPS feel the pain?
I think, sir, that is a question for you and your budget and possibly Ms. Robinette more than I can.
Well,
But
let me rephrase it. So a charter school, I know some of the charter LEAs are multiple schools, but I'll phrase this as if they're one school. So if a charter LEA is involved in litigation, if that's their approach, they're going to have to cover the cost of the attorneys, but DCPS has to pay the cost of attorneys too. Is it just that DCPS is so much bigger?
I will let Ms. Robinette, she's biting
I-
because she'll give a better answer.
I'm sorry. I think that the difference is that central office has those costs rather than an individual LEA. So,
Rather than an individual,
like a single campus charter LEA. So if a single campus charter school needs legal representation for a special education case, they're probably retaining an attorney on an hourly basis. So they're going to pay that attorney based on how much time that attorney spends on that case. And they're going to because it's paid for that way, they are incentivized to wrap things up quickly so that they are accruing
Whereas
a smaller bill. Whereas DCPS has an Office of General Counsel, who are all salaried folks who will make the same amount of money regardless of whether they spend 100 days on a case or 2 days on a case. And specifically, the school that the student at issue attends is not paying for that. So at a single campus LEA, the funds to pay that attorney are coming out of the school's budget. Whereas at DCPS, it's coming out of the central office budget, not the budget for the school that the student within DCPS, or the school the student attends within DCPS.
so that's what you were thinking when you said DCPS doesn't feel the pain.
Yes, but I would also just add to that, there's also the appellate issue, which is that, you know, DCPS is supported by the Office of the Attorney General. Charters do not have access to that. And that again, there's a financial disincentive that I think is a very real part of the equation here.
This is an obvious question, but I'm going to ask anyway. How do these disputes begin? A parent identifies special needs, or a teacher identifies special needs? Could it be that? How do these disputes begin?
Oh, that's a great question. And I'm going to flag something. You said a teacher identifies
Yeah.
special education needs. You know, that's very rare. The overwhelming majority of referrals to special education still come from parents, despite the fact that I know you've heard a million times that LEAs have an obligation to identify, locate, and evaluate all children suspected of having a disability. Most referrals come from families. And I would argue that that's something that we need to talk about more. The fact that schools aren't referring enough. It starts off with, I would like my child evaluated, or maybe the parent doesn't say it in quite the way that the school can hear it. Maybe the parent says, I think my kid needs extra help at school, or I'm worried that, you know, my kid's, this isn't the right fit for school for him. And, you know, parents express the need for, I would like my child considered for specialized instruction. In many, many ways, not all of them are heard well by schools. So that's part of it, is just a miscommunication issue and a failure to hear what the parent is asking for. And then sometimes, particularly during times where there's a shortage or there's an understaffed school, you know, the school might delay, might say, well, you know, we don't have a school psychologist right now, so we're going to push that off to the side for a little bit. And, you know, some of that is a natural human response, right? You don't have someone to do that work, therefore you don't want to put more work on the plate of the person who's not there. But that is a big part of how these disputes, I would argue, begin, which is just capacity challenges plus communication. I would say the other way that these disputes begin is conversations about achievement. Parent says, my child's not achieving. And the school says, well, your child's achieving well enough. I'm not concerned. A lot of parents call us with questions and concerns about, I don't feel like my child's learning. I don't feel like my child's growing. The exact same reasons you call this hearing. And I think that's a lot where they begin.
And so then it's the school that's not responsive?
I would say the school is often not as responsive as I would like them to be, but it's not always the school's fault directly that they're not as responsive as I would like them to be.
Then who is it? Because somebody's not responsive, right?
I would argue it's central. A lot of this comes down to central office and guidance and support, a lack of guidance and support from central office in the DCPS space anyway. If the school doesn't have a school psychologist, that puts a school who's getting evaluated and judged negatively, and a principal and a school staff members who are being judged negatively for having undone evaluations, and they don't have a school psychologist to do those evaluations, that puts them in a no-win situation. So I think that's part of it. We've talked a lot here about kind of the customer service problem that a lot of families experience within DCPS, where they aren't treated particularly well or with courtesy.
By the school or
By
by
the school.
central?
By the school, definitely by central, but also by school staff. Very much by central staff, central office.
So the parent has to be insistent here.
Yes.
I think there's something wrong. I'm becoming more suspicious. You've not done the evaluation. Parent has to be persistent. So then what's the next step?
Often the parent calls us and I translate what the parent says. I say the exact same thing that the parent
But
said.
they
to
don't
us.
all call you.
Somewhat, sir.
Do they all call you?
It feels like it sometimes, sir. And we did talk to almost 2,000 families last year. So it feels like it. But I'll talk to them and I'll sometimes talk to the school and I will literally translate what the parent has been saying for 2 years. And now, unfortunately, sometimes it feels like that family now has to start over at the beginning. But often we're making referrals at that point because I don't want to make this process.
Referrals to an attorney.
Private attorney, or we're taking that on ourselves if we aren't able to resolve it quickly and get the ball rolling with an actual consent to evaluate. It's very frustrating.
So is it pretty much the same with CLC? Apparently you don't get 2,000 calls, or maybe you do.
But they get more.
We do. We also have a medical legal partnership where we have attorneys placed in pediatric clinics across the district. So sometimes those referrals come directly from the pediatrician who may notice a developmental delay or do the translation work that Maria was talking about, right? So parent expresses to the pediatrician, oh, my older child was already doing X, Y, and Z by now, and the current child isn't. What's going on? And the pediatrician is able to kind of translate that into like someone at your school should have noticed, or like you need to go to early stages for an evaluation, or and then they refer them to us and we're able to provide.
So then you would go to DCPS and say you need to do an evaluation and they're not responsive, and then it becomes litigation.
Yes. So we'll reach out to the school first. We generally try to convene an IEP meeting, get a lay of the land. That's assuming the child already has an IEP. If they don't, then we start the process Maria was talking about requesting. And because we're lawyers, we're able to use those magic words that the schools know mean the clock starts now for your statutory obligations. Then we'll start that, try to get an evaluation. Sometimes we see pushback and delays on those evaluations. Sometimes we get pushback on what are called analysis of existing data meetings, which is the meeting that precedes the evaluation. And so they'll kick that down the can kick that can down the road for a while. We have lots of cases where it's like, well, it's March and we're doing testing, so it wouldn't be a good time to observe or evaluate right now. And then April comes and it's like, oh, well, there's spring break, or I'm making updates now, right? So, there are times where I know we have had cases where after March, they have told us that no instruction is happening, and therefore they can't observe and evaluate that student.
Mm-hmm.
What are the timelines?
Oh, I'm not going to quote these correctly.
Yeah, that's, and so the district has 30 to, any LEA has 30 days for the initial part of the evaluation and then another 60 days for the school district to actually complete the evaluation process. So overall, it's about 90 days. And that does include all times of the year. It is actually 90 calendar days.
Okay, I have a couple more questions, but I'm going to turn to my colleague. Councilmember White, did you have any questions?
Yes, I do, and thank you, Chairman, for that. I think I heard Ms. Blower say something that was very interesting. She said that parents express that their children are not learning in the school, saying basically, yes, they are to the level we expect them to learn, or they're saying they're doing okay according to their ability. I hear that a lot. And then I hear that parents really feel insecure about the future of their child and where they can go in life, what they can achieve, can they stand on their own in their absence, and we get stuck there. So I thank you guys for the work you all are doing to intervene and just create a voice to that because that's very valid. And I don't want that point to get missed because I hear that a lot. Just parents worried about the future of their children, and if they are gone, they have to live on their own, or where the future lies, career wise, and maybe to take care of themselves. I want to jump to Mr. Lessig. Right now, the performance measures are tied right now to the uniform per student funding formula. And I think that those dollars for students for disabilities are, you spoke about them being measured. I just want to know from you, how do you feel that those extra dollars are being allocated for students with disability? And its additional question is, do you see any outcomes attached to those that are actually filling the gaps and being effective?
Yeah, thank you for those questions. And the first one in particular, I'm glad you asked. And it actually relates, I think, back to something that Council Chair Mendelson was talking about with respect to like, and I don't know for a fact, I don't know why one sector might be more litigation forward than the other sector, but there was the question around like why one sector might be able to absorb litigation costs a little bit more. And I think there were really strong, good answers around sort of the benefits of scale. And when you are an LEA with a lot of schools and you can have a central office and the central office can handle a lot of things. And for example, Sojourner Truth is a single site LEA, so we don't have a central office, so we don't have the benefit of that scale. But also, I think there's an argument that as a charter school, the charter sector simply does not, and there have been a lot of studies around this, and I know there are feelings on both sides, but there are plenty of studies that show that DCPS is just better funded overall, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that certain things like the teacher pay, for example, teacher pay to try to be as equitable as possible was given to charters outside of the UPSFF to sort of give a lump sum to try to make up for the fact that DCPS teachers had gotten a pay raise last year. And that's wonderful. I appreciate that charters were given that lump sum. But when things are given to the charter sector in these sort of like buckets that fall outside of the UPSFF, it makes it really difficult to track, like, wait a minute, is this really a situation like are charters getting an equal amount of funding? And so you're absolutely right that when it comes to specifically special education funding, those are in fact multipliers from the per pupil. And so that funding, at least as far as I understand, that funding is absolutely equal between the sectors.
Okay.
But I think, and I imagine a lot of my colleagues would agree, although I won't necessarily, I don't want to put words in other people's mouth, but I can certainly say that like we spend money on students with disabilities outside of the funding that we get via the special education sort
Yeah.
of per pupil extra money. And so I'm just thinking about like as a single site LEA and as probably any charter school, the more that we can just have equitable funding between DCPS and charters. And it seems to me that the clearest way to do that is through the per pupil. The more so that we can do that, just the more, the broader the bucket from which we can pull funds to support students with special needs, whether they whether it came to us specifically because of the multiplier or not. I hope that makes sense.
That makes sense, and I don't know what supports RC and or the Public Charter School Board is giving to smaller LEAs either, but I'm interested in learning more about that. I'm stretched for time, but I do have a follow-up to that real quick. And I was thinking that if we add or increase weight for a level 5 category, I guess what specific outcome metrics should we expect to see improved and what that may look like? Because we do a lot of things, but we don't necessarily see the result of these things um, manifested based on policy or budget or programming. We dumping money into a problem, but not necessarily seeing an
Yeah.
outcome. You can give us
Yeah.
your thoughts on that. You may not,
Yeah, I do have some thoughts, and I'll first and foremost say that like that level 5 funding for kind of the criteria that has been proposed and that the criteria even that I was advocating for, like that would primarily support a school like St. Coletta's where there are more significant students that would fall under that level 5. Like we at Truth, we have quite a few level 4 students. We probably would not receive any level 5 funding. And so I was advocating on that just because it seems like the right thing, given even the needs that I see that our students at level 4 have, which is currently the highest level. And I know that I can only imagine that schools that serve more students that have both medical and instructional sort of support would need even more. And my gut tells me that from a what results would you want to see, I would take it towards particularly like achievement results. Like, are they showing more growth? Because presumably with that funding, there's going to be more instructional support as well as more medical support. So I think you would see higher achievement rates. I think you would see higher growth rates with respect to achievement. And then I would look at some of the more social, emotional, like cultural aspects too. Like, will re-enrollment go up? Like, are families happier with the supports that they're getting, assuming that re-enrollment is an indicator of satisfaction? I don't have the data in front of me. I'm sure some of the other colleagues on in this particular panel probably have. I would imagine that there are some numbers that show that students with disabilities maybe bounce around and experience more different schools over the course of their journey than students with non-disabled peers. Yeah.
Got you. Thank you for that, and we'll explore that a little later. Um, I want to jump to Ms. Boyer and also see Ms. Fuller here. Good to see you. It's been a while. Glad you're still out on the front line advocating for our young people.
Of course.
Is Ms. Boyer still here?
I am.
Okay, great. I don't see you, but I know there's been some discussions about very different experiences for families in DCPS versus charter, and I don't want to necessarily put the two against each other because our children go to all of them. I guess I want to know from you, what are some of the common barriers that families report when trying to resolve special education issues with DCPS?
So the question is, what are common barriers that families report in trying to resolve issues with DCPS?
Yeah.
I would say not having the decision maker at the table
Okay.
is a big part of it. I would also say the school's statement of, I don't have the capacity to do that. Like, we can't do that. I really just want to highlight, I think the shortages is a good example of this. DCPS's parent-facing response to how they have dealt with the staffing challenges is very, very different than the parent-facing responses that charters have had. Very often, parents in DCPS get a letter saying, we don't have a speech-language therapist. We don't have a speech-language therapist.
Okay.
And that's kind of it. It doesn't say we're getting one, we're hiring one, we're going to offer you authorization or a voucher. It's just, we don't have one. And then the parent is supposed to take that and, maybe go litigate, file a state complaint, file a due process complaint. Whereas in the charter sector, the difference is, we don't have a speech language pathologist about it here right now. I'm sorry is a big next step that I think is important. And here's what we're doing, and here's what we can offer you while we figure this problem out.
Right.
So I would say a failure to engage on a problem-solving basis, not having the right people at the table, not having the people at the table with the authority to resolve the problem is
I
part of the
got
problem.
20 seconds. I did want to know, has your office worked and found any leverage in the ombudsman office for the state education?
So we have a good relationship with the folks over at Dan Davis's office, who's here today. We have a good relationship with the folks at the SPED hub and the ombudsman's office. We collaborate, we do mutual referrals. So
Yeah.
I think we have slightly different work, but
Right.
I think we have a productive cross-referral and collaboration.
All right. I think I'm over my time, Chairman.
Thank you. I had a couple more questions. Thank you, Councilmember. Um, Maybe it's 3 questions. So we had this hearing last year, and some of what you said today was discussed last year, namely that DCPS especially likes the litigative process. There should be fewer due process hearings. And I think where my question is what can the council do about that?
I have one. Ossie made these really cute posters. I've never seen one in a school. I'm not joking. Like, I'm actually not joking. One of the biggest problems parents have is I don't know how to start the process rolling. I can't get this started. And then there's all this miscommunication that happens. If parents knew who exactly at their school to talk to, that could help. Council, one thing you could do is talk to Ossie and the LEAs and say, why don't you use these cute posters that Ossie created? It would, because it affirmatively it gives parents affirmative information about their rights and how to implement them. That's a simple thing that the council can do.
Well, that seems to me to be a step to empower parents, not that I mean anything wrong with that. My question is, we've identified a problem. That is the way that a student gets or a family gets an IEP is through litigation. We don't think that's very good. How do we change that?
Empowered parents litigate less because they're effective before they litigate. If you are an empowered, educated parent and you know what your rights are and you can clearly communicate your rights, you don't necessarily have to litigate as much. Investing in parents leads to lower rates in dispute resolution. And now I am seeing that my testimony to you will have to be longer because I have to include a memo about that part. But we know that investing in parents, right? And I think that we heard this from LaSalle Bacchus, right? Treating parents with dignity and respect, investing in them makes them, it reduces the probability of litigation because they are able to solve the problem with the school without
Yeah,
litigation.
but that's not because we put a poster up in the school, or maybe there is. It's because the school's willing to try to resolve things. I'm looking at some data here. Due process complaints, and then mediation requests, and then how many mediation, they're not called hearings, occur and are resolved. There are steps that can occur without the litigation. Ms. Robinette, you look like you know what I'm saying.
I think so, Chairman. So thank you for the question. I think the committee, like in all things, has two primary roles here. You have the oversight role and you have the appropriator role. So in oversight, I think this committee has seen a lot of success in the kind of repeated oversight hearings that you've been doing with Aussie Dot that went from no contract to contract, right? Like, that is successful oversight.
Yes.
Seeing that move forward. Then as appropriators, I think the city is going to have to spend more money on special education, especially as we are going to see dwindling support from the federal government.
But I'm
And
not
so
hearing,
that-
not to interrupt you, but I'm not hearing that this is a resource issue. I mean, at some point, maybe it becomes one, but when you describe DCPS kicking the can down the road, is that resources or is that just an unwillingness to, how do I want to put this, come to grips with that particular student's needs?
I think it's
'Cause-
probably a resource issue. I think that Ms. Blair made this point, and I want to reiterate it, that the individuals at the schools, I think, are well-intended and want to serve students and want to meet both their compliance obligations and to actually help these students. It is, but when they have a limited budget and they have to defer costs to other things, perhaps the funding for special education, they don't have enough left over to pay another speech pathologist. So then one leaves, there's a vacancy, you can't pay enough to find another one. And so there's a vacancy. And then in the meantime, students are missing their speech services. I think that's where the level 5 weight could come in. So the idea behind the level 5 weight is students at that level almost always need a full-time dedicated aide. So the level 5 weight would cover the salary for that aide so that the money that the school was previously spending on that aide could then be freed up to offer other supports, right? Maybe that's assistive technology. Maybe that's hiring that speech pathologist. Maybe it's offering some sort of hiring incentive to get yourself a speech pathologist. So I think filling vacancies is going to be expensive. I think assessment results show that we haven't been doing enough. And I am not the person to say throw money at every problem, but this problem is expensive. And I think part of DCPS's motivation or lack of motivation in moving these cases along faster or settling is that they don't have the resources to offer the services in the first instance.
I'm not persuaded. And that could just be that I'm not looking at this. I'm not getting the perspective. So if we have to provide Johnny with special services, and the only way Johnny's going to get the special services is for you to sue, DCPS to defend, DCPS to lose, and then DCPS to provide the special services, it seems to me all that has done is cost more. Johnny's still getting the services. So that's not costing more. Maybe it was delayed a year, but the DCPS is paying, and DCPS is in addition paying the legal fees, its own legal fees and the Johnny's lawyer's legal fees.
Yes, sir.
So I don't see how this is a resource issue, a resource deployment.
Because for every Johnny that sues, there are 10 other Johnnies who don't. And so it's the cost, like they are going to have to swallow the litigation costs for Johnny's case because Johnny's parents find a lawyer or call AJE and they sue. And that's expensive. That will have costs for the district. But they've saved the costs, or not saved, but they have avoided the costs of all of the other students who are also not getting speech at that school.
Chairman Mendelson, if I may, I would echo my colleagues' comments here and add a couple more. One, in every instance in which SJP has been involved in any due process complaint, we have first notified both the school and many times OSSI asking for their help and oversight, copying them on the email to make them aware of the problem. So hopefully in their function as the oversight agency, they would get involved many times, most times to no avail. And so it's not as though DCPS we work less with many charter schools, but most of the time DCPS, it's not that they aren't aware of the problem. They are much more litigious than most school districts around the country. Number two, I would encourage this council to ask DCPS about its resolution session meeting numbers. The resolution session meeting is a requirement after litigation has been filed to do exactly that, resolve the issue before it has to go to the due process stage, and see what the results are, because my guess is that you will find that that very, very few cases actually resolve at that stage.
Yeah, that's what I remember from a year ago.
Exactly. And that's a problem. I have personally not been to any resolution session meeting where my clients' issues are resolved at that stage. That is an anomaly, frankly. It's written into the IDEA.
So that's not saving them money, it's costing them money.
That's correct.
Okay, but your testimony was they need more money.
No, that was not actually my testimony. I actually think that DC, that is correct, but we do work for different offices. DC is a very resource-rich LEA, DCPS. It is, DC as a whole, we are better funded than most other actual states in this country. I think New York might be the only outlier. It is, in my opinion, it's actually not a resource allocation issue. It is an oversight issue. And frankly, the oversight does not just rest with this committee. I have tremendous respect for my colleagues at OSSI, and I have tremendous respect for the work that they do and that all of the responsibilities that they bore. But I will say that many times from their staff, I have heard over and over that they see themselves as a teenage agency, right? Because they didn't exist up until several years ago, and that mindset makes it such that they almost seem unwilling to kind of check some of the actions that DCPS engages in, and frankly, I think that that's in violation of OSSI's obligations as the SEA. And, that is not permitted for in the IDEA. There are a number of provisions in the IDEA that talk about the SEA's responsibilities to oversee the responsibilities and the LEAs are providing for students with special education needs. And frankly, OSSI just doesn't do enough in that regard to ensure that that's happening. I would ask that OSSI look into these resolution session meetings and why they are never fruitful. And so why is it that we always tell DCPS that whatever it is that it's going to cost them more money to litigate against us for cases that are, in my opinion, obviously not going to be won by them. And so I don't see, as a taxpayer of the District of Columbia, I would much rather see the money go to my kid's DCPS school than to go, into the small pockets of my nonprofit. But at the same time, this is an issue of oversight that the council does have some ability to look into, just to ask the difficult questions. And like I said, I do have a lot of respect for OSSI, a tremendous amount, but I do think that there is a bit of a hesitancy on their part to ask the tough questions of DCPS that they should be asking.
I'm using up a lot of time here. I have one other question for you, Ms. Robinette, and it's a slightly different subject. OSSI dot GPS tracking. Do you share the view that a lot of people have that this is really important to get that GPS tracking?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any problems with it, like confidentiality or student information?
I understand that OSSI has concerns about FERPA, and I would suggest and have suggested to OSSI that there are all sorts of other districts, both near and far. You invited several of them to testify at the October 28th OSSI dot hearing, who have discussed how they have implemented GPS tracking apps. I doubt that they are doing so just like blatantly in violation of FERPA. I imagine that those school districts have found ways to ensure that FERPA is followed and that parents have access to these sorts of bus tracking apps. I would encourage OSSI, and again, have encouraged OSSI to meet with neighboring jurisdictions. You had 3 or 4 of them testify in October, and figure out how they addressed those FERPA concerns.
Do you share a FERPA concern?
I shouldn't answer questions about active litigation.
That's an
I'm not
answer.
part of active litigation. I read that memo that OSSI shared. It hinges on their status as an SEA, not as an LEA. I would argue that means it's an eminently solvable problem, right? But I am not concerned about that, and I have not had a family raise. I have not, in my conversations with any family, have them raise to me a concern about their child's privacy on the bus.
You've not heard that concern.
I have not heard that concern. I have not had a family say to me, I don't want to be able to track my kid because I worry that other people might be able to see where the bus is. I have not heard that. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I haven't heard it. But I also think the memo that OSSI provided made it very clear that it's their status as an LEA, their status as an SEA versus an LEA, that hinges on it, makes the
Yeah,
difference.
but
I
I
don't find that convincing or compelling.
didn't find that convincing.
Yeah,
I mean, knowing your address somehow doesn't seem to me to be personal identifying information about you.
Yes, their position is that they can't take the directory exception that LEAs can take
Well, maybe
because
they
they're the
can.
FCA. And I think that there's probably a workaround that very bright lawyers can
Well,
figure out.
But the directory exception has more information in it.
Yeah, yes, I agree.
And all I would know with GPS tracking is your address. Not your address, the address where the bus stops, which may be where you live, maybe it isn't where you live.
Yeah, and it's also, well, according to OSSI, it had better be the place where you live, and I have disagreements with them about that too. But I would also add, it's not even an address, it's an area.
Well, I think GPS is a little more accurate than AirTags.
Yeah,
And I'm understanding that I'm learning this stuff, that AirTags is not very precise.
yes.
Although I hope if I ever lose my luggage, it's precise enough, but with GPS, it would be more precise.
Mhm.
But all I would have would be your address. And actually, I'm not sure I have your address. I just kind of know that it's at the corner of Allison and 14th.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily know which kid's address that is. You know, it is a child's address. You don't necessarily know which child's address.
Correct. I also don't know the name of the child from the GPS tracking.
That is correct.
I don't know anything about this child. All I know is the address.
Mhm.
I think I had a little bit more. Were you going to say something? I had another thought in there and I can't remember it now with regard to that. Anything else, Ms. Robinette, you might add to this?
Thank you, Chairman. So many thoughts. How do I be brief? I think that special education in the district is a deep concern to me. I think that most of the school-based folks that I have met are genuinely invested in the young people for whom they are responsible. But there are financial motivations that are compounded when you have an LEA as big as DCPS that make the motivations very different from small charters. I think that funding is part of the question. I know Tammy Lewis will be testifying later. She sat on that UPSFF working group. I would encourage you to ask her about their discussions and how that could be valuable to schools to seeing real improvements to outcome. When I spoke to our case handling attorneys ahead of this hearing to get their take to make sure, like, what should I cover? And the through line from them was that we spend so much time fighting over small procedural problems that we're not really getting to the heart of improved outcomes for students with disabilities. And I think that the highly litigious posture of DCPS's Office of General Counsel has only made that worse. And it leads to the family disengagement that Ms. Bloyer talked about. It leads families to be daunted by the prospect, because if you have to sue or you have to file a state complaint, you have to find a lawyer, and lawyers are expensive and no one likes lawyers in the first place as a lawyer, right? Like, that can be really daunting. And I think I'm not only worried about the students that we represent who are not being served well by their schools, but the unknown quantity of families who never reach out, either because they don't know where or how, or that the prospect of suing the government, which is essentially what a due process complaint is, that's so daunting and scary that they just don't. And their student is left to kind of the best that school can provide. And so we really, the data that we do have is concerning. And I'm worried that it's actually much bigger because of all of these families who never pursue enforcement.
Let me check with my colleague, Councilmember Tran White. So I asked a lot more questions. Did you have any more questions before I move on?
I don't, Chairman.
All right, thank you. I've sort of exhausted myself. Thank you all very much. And those of you who are online, thank you as well. So let me start with the public witnesses. Jacques Patterson, President, DC State Board of Education. He's not online. LaJoy Johnson Law. Well, I don't see her, but she was here. Kimberly Humphrey, Ombudsman for Public Education. Dan Davis, Chief Student Advocate. Tammy Lewis, Senior Director of Government Affairs, DC Charter School Alliance. Is LaJoy Johnson Law here? All right, so we're gonna put you on a 3-minute clock, be a little bit more lax, but as we move into the public witnesses, we're gonna stick closer to the time. Excuse me, Dr. Johnson Law.
Oh my God, who told you? A little birdie? I just finished today. I got CAO approval. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does that mean
Congratulations.
you're able to do medical operations now?
I'm not certified to do that, but I definitely have the PhD in public policy and administration, can definitely help you with legislation. And I'm actually going to talk about that in testimony.
Well, the clock is ticking.
All right, here we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember White, and members of the council. My name is Dr. LaJoy Johnson Law. That's the first time I've said it out loud in public. I have the honor of representing Ward 8 on the DC State Board of Education. I'm a special education and disability advocate, but mostly, and more importantly, I am a Bria's mom, and my daughter does have special education needs. I am here on behalf of all of the families that can't speak to you today. So you guys have heard the data. Really quick, let's just go through barriers. It's going to be the same as everybody else. And consistent implementation of IEPs across both sectors, staffing shortages, training gaps. My personal belief is that every single teacher in this city should have training in special education and best practices and understanding the process. So the group that was just here, that was telling you about child finding evaluations and all these other things, a lot of times that starts in the general education classroom. And before you get to litigation, people need to know what to do. Sometimes people don't feel supported and they don't know what to do. So we really need to do a better job with that. So when we're talking about resources and where they should go, that's one place it could go. And again, communication challenges with parents. I'm gonna flip this a little bit and talk about what we're doing on the board. We are looking at the graduation requirements because that was something that the panel just talked to you about, and making sure that they have success after school. We are looking at a recommendation. It's recommendation 6. If you have it pulled up, I put a link in there for you so that way you all can see it. We are reimagining the graduation requirements, and it's talking about the practical studies diploma. Now, we are all working through it, but it's not a diploma. It's an alternate diploma. And it's a lot more questions than we have answers. I just met with some parents, and again, a lot more questions, a lot more concerns. And will this be counted towards the school's ACGR? Will this be, can I put this on my child's job application? Will it be counted as fraud? There's so many different questions that we have, but it's not a diploma. So what are we supposed to tell parents, and how are they supposed to use that? A recommendation would be to look at portfolio-based assessments, credit flexibility, and just really creating more pathways to a high school diploma. This is all on my testimony because I only have 30 seconds left. I'm going to shift down a little bit and actually ask you a question, and maybe you can answer me. The special education Advanced Equity and Protocol Amendments Act. I was looking on LIMS and I'm seeing that it's still under council review. Like, where are we with that? Because a lot of us just testified last year and haven't seen any movement. And some of the things that we recommended to you last year, which I can talk about a little bit later because I'm out of time, would actually be able to help some of the things that we're talking about. And I'm out of time and I don't want you to yell at me.
Well, I wouldn't yell at you, but I'm going to have to ask you, John, to look up the bill and tell me what the status is of it. What's the bill again?
Advancing Equity and Special Education Protocol Amendments Act. It's the one we looked at last year, and it looks like it was reintroduced again from what I saw in LIMS back in January of this year. And so I'm just trying to figure out like where we are on that, because some of the things like with DCPS, with self-contained programming, with pattern programming, some of the stuff that we're talking about with the resources and the issues and making sure kids get what they need, some of those things could and can be addressed in that bill.
Well, I'll give you an answer maybe when we're done with all the witnesses.
Thank you.
Ms. Humphrey.
Hello. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, Councilman White, members of the full committee and staff, of course. My name is Kimberly Humphrey, and I serve as the DC Ombudsman for Public Education. Thank you for holding this hearing, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony. The Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education is an independent office housed within the State Board of Ed. Through our day-to-day efforts, the office is a neutral resource working with families on a range of education-based conflicts and concerns related to the district's public and public charter schools. We facilitate informal meetings and mediations to ensure equitable access to instruction and connect families to resources. Our office also houses the DC Special Education Hub, which helps DC families understand the complex world of special education through trainings, one-on-one support, and wealth of accessible written resources. You have my complete testimony. We focus today on the 3 top special education topics. That includes 1, location of services issues, 2, IEP, individualized education program team communications, and 3, transportation. So we wanted to first start by highlighting the trends. Approximately 1/3 of our office's cases concerned special education last year, and this year, since August 2025, we have seen that trend continue. First, we see that location of services assignment process continues to be a pain point for families, especially students who require self-contained special education programming, and especially at transition times. For example, Joshua, not the real name, but a 3-year-old student underwent a lengthy evaluation process with early stages and received a location of an LOS assignment at a school his parents were not comfortable with. Unfortunately, by the time the family contacted our office for support, there were no more pre-K-3 spots left at DCPS. Therefore, Joshua's family was given 2 options: a school that did not necessarily fit all of their son's needs, or no school at all. In a city with such robust choice options, special education families continue to voice concerns about equitable access to choice. Secondly, we want to talk about an issue that's been coming up a lot today, and that's IEP team communication. Of course, the IEP team is the core part of every special education student's school experience. But families consistently report difficulty connecting with their child's IEP team, especially at the beginning of the school year. So while schools host back-to-school nights or fall parent-teacher conferences, these don't allow for that meaningful communication with the IEP team. So in multiple cases this year, parents brought to us concerns that we were actually easily able to resolve once we reached out to the school and can get that IEP meeting set up. So these types of issues, they kind of grow into larger conflict that could have been avoided. So whether it be more consistent 30-day IEP reviews or more meet the team initiatives at schools, we encourage schools to explore new ways for families to connect with their students' IEP team. Lastly, we did want to touch on OSSI issues and start with a positive. We celebrate the recent rollout of OSSI's parent portal and applaud the multi-pronged communication strategy used for back-to-school season. Since its introduction, we have seen a notable decrease in cases about missing bus assignments or confusion around parent transportation stipend. Still, we have noticed a trend of families contacting us about concerns with broken or mistreated equipment. And so a few examples, in one case, a student's harness was broken in June, and that was not able to be replaced until late August, which actually resulted in that student missing all of their extended school year programming. And in another case, a parent raised concerns that inconsistent handling during transportation related to the wheelchair was causing repeated damage to the child's wheelchair. And so moving forward, we are hopeful that OSSI can leverage their recent communication successes to better ensure the provision of and care for all necessary equipment and assistive devices. In closing and looking ahead, we thank the committee for its leadership and proactive oversight. As problem solvers and relationship builders, our office is always looking for ways to bolster two-way communications between families, schools, and policymakers. And for those listening, if families, schools, or students have concerns or are looking for more information about special education, among other issues, they can reach our office at educationombudsman.dc.gov. They can also access a variety of tools and resources from our DC Special Education Hub at specialeducation.dc.gov. They can also call us at 202-741-0886. We look forward to comprehensive action coming forward, and we look forward to supporting you on those
Thank you.
recommendations. Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, and staff. My name is Dan Davis, and I lead the work of the Office of the Student Advocate. Our office supports and guides families with concerns to our system of public education in the district. Every day, we work to ensure that family and student voice stays at the center of our system of public education. Thank you for our opportunity to testify. Families and students with disabilities depend on our schools to educate their child, safeguard their health, honor their rights, and implement services promised to them through IDEA and Section 504. Year after year, the primary topic of concerns families contact us about is special education. Slightly more than 1/3 of our total call volume this past school year. They're not demanding anything new from schools, simply what was promised, be implemented with fidelity. When services fall short or communication between schools and families break down, our students are the ones to face the consequences. Families are left wondering if schools truly understand or prioritize their child's needs. This year, we were contacted by the family of a middle school student. The child uses a communication device and experiences multiple types of seizures. His conditions require vigilant monitoring and consistent, respectful partnering between the school and the parent. From the very start of the school year, his mother attempted to connect with the teacher to schedule introductory meetings so that she could voice expectations and concerns. Unfortunately, she was ignored repeatedly and eventually told outright that the teacher doesn't talk to parents. Her attempts to reach the assistant principal also went unanswered, despite more than 4 outreach attempts. When the school finally convened a meeting with the IEP team and the required service provider, the parent left feeling dismissed and unsupported, particularly by the teacher. She felt so unheard that she secured legal representation that very same day. This situation was a complete breakdown of communication. When a parent of a medically vulnerable child cannot get basic information or access to staff, it becomes nearly impossible for them to trust that their child is safe at school. Another family we supported this year is a mother of a pre-K student with a heart defect. Her student underwent cardiac surgery over the summer and was cleared to attend school, but her health status required close monitoring, sanitation, and proper nutritional care. The student drinks a specialized formula to help her gain weight that needs to be refrigerated. At the time of enrollment and at the beginning of the school year, the school nurse did not have an operable refrigerator. The family was experiencing additional stress due to personal issues, including housing insecurity and illness. When we spoke to the school, they shared the nurse's refrigerator was not ready, but they came up with a solution in the classroom. This update was never communicated to the parent, creating an additional undue stress. A third instance illustrates how rigid policy implementation can unintentionally jeopardize student health. An elementary age student with juvenile diabetes uses the medical monitoring system linked to an app on his cell phone. When his blood sugar drops to unsafe levels, the app sends immediate alerts to his parent and doctor. For the system to work properly, his phone must remain physically close to him throughout the school day. However, due to no cell phone policy, the teacher needed to monitor the phone and struggled to ensure that the device stayed within range. As a result, the alerts that would have allowed the family and doctor to respond quickly are not always reaching them. The parent placing the student at serious risk. The policy needed to promote order and reduce distraction, and this is unintentionally creating a life-threatening gap in the student's health monitoring. A school's rules should never override a child's medical safety plan. Taken together, these situations reveal a pattern that goes far beyond individual school buildings. When parents cannot get timely communication, when teachers dismiss their attempts to connect, when policies are enforced without consideration for medical needs, and when basic health and safety measures are not in place, the bond between families and schools severely fractures. Families should not have to fight for communication. They should not have to hire lawyers to get basic responses. And they should never be left uncertainty about whether their child is safe during the school day. Simply put, parents want fidelity to the implementation of their legally binding plans that were mutually agreed upon. Fidelity in communication, fidelity in following safety protocols, fidelity in treating parents as partners. When schools miss these opportunities, they leave parents anxious, frustrated, and distrustful. It erodes the foundation of partnership that is essential for any child to succeed. I respectfully urge the council to reinforce clear expectations across all LEAs that communication with the families must be timely and consistent, that IEP and health services must be monitored for fidelity of implementation, that school policies must be flexible enough to accommodate medical and disability-related needs, that health and safety standards must be upheld, and that staff must receive training not only on compliance, but on partnership and respect. Families want to trust their schools. They want to send their children into classrooms knowing the plans written for them will be honored in practice, not merely knowledge on paper. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the students and families in the district. If there is any in-person interest in contacting our office, they can do so by calling us at 202-741-4692 or emailing us at student.advocate@dc.gov. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Tammy Lewis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Tammy Lewis, Senior Director of Government Affairs at the DC Charter School Alliance. I am also a 25-year resident of Ward 5 and the proud mother of a remarkable young adult with autism who was educated in DC schools. Much of my career has focused on improving outcomes for students with disabilities. Thank you for holding this important hearing. Last year, I shared data showing how far we still need to go. While there has been some improvement, the numbers remain deeply concerning. Only 11.9% of students with disabilities are proficient in ELA and only 9.1% in math. This means nearly 90% are not meeting grade level expectations, imperiling their opportunities for self-sufficiency and stability in adulthood. The achievement gap between students with disabilities and their peers has persisted for decades, both nationally and here in DC. Locally, students with disabilities score many percentage points below their peers when measuring those who approached, met, or exceeded expectations. This requires urgent, coordinated action. Real progress requires all stakeholders to come together, name the challenges, and pursue ambitious shared goals. With bold leadership and a citywide vision, paired with clear plans for each disability category and educator-informed professional development, we can lift outcomes for students with disabilities across the district. Even now, momentum is growing within the charter sector. BASIS, Washington Latin, and Washington U Ying public charter schools are among the highest performing LEAs for special education at all levels and subjects, and Washington Latin had the highest overall growth. Mary McLeod Bethune is among the highest performing LEAs and consistently has one of the smallest gaps between special education students and their peers. Early Childhood Academy achieved double-digit growth in both ELA and math. St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School continues to be a nationally recognized leader in providing transformational educational opportunities for our highest needs students with intellectual disabilities and autism. One major barrier to further progress is staffing. Schools struggle to recruit qualified special education teachers. OSSI's UDC apprenticeship and micro-credential programs are strong steps, but the scale is far too small. DC must expand programs that grow the pipeline of highly effective special educators and help schools grow the educators they already have. The Alliance offers 3 recommendations that will advance special education in the district. First, OSSI should lead the development of a shared vision and ambitious goals for rapidly lifting outcomes for students with disabilities across the district, including programs to grow the educator pipeline, targeted professional development, and family supports. Second, it's critical that we continue investments in the UPSFF, including providing all teacher pay funding through the formula. This will enable schools to recruit, hire, and retain highly qualified special educators and related service providers. Third, we must implement the new Level 5 weight for students with disabilities as recommended by the 2025 UPSFF Working Group. If that is not immediately possible, commit to the interim alternative of increasing the special ed school weight from 1.17 to 1.9. This would equip schools like St. Coletta to meet the needs of students who both require full-time specialized instruction and full-time dedicated aides or nursing services. Thank you for your time and consideration today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Give me just a second. Ms. Johnson, Dr. Johnson-Law,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
don't get your hopes up for future hearings, but for today.
Just for today. I thank you for today.
I don't know that I have a good answer for you with regard to the bill. I
Okay.
just looked at it. We had a hearing on it last November.
Mhm.
I'm guessing that the executive was not enthusiastic about it, and I think there might also have been on my part some concerns about cost. I will add this as well. I think it's apparent from the hearing today, not that it's a surprise, that we're struggling with where we are in terms of implementing special education without putting some additional requirements. So I will take another look at the bill, but I'm guessing that's why nothing has happened this year with it.
Okay. Because the recommendations that people were recommending last year, honestly, are the same that I put in this testimony. And it's really just about not really adding anything new. Again, we're supposed to be supporting the schools with IEP implementation, self-contained programming, making sure that the teachers are making sure that they have the supports to be able to support the children that are in that room, and that way they're not overwhelmed. And again, with training and teacher not certification, but just basic training, right? Like, you heard a lot about Child Find. Child Find is basically when you identify that I suspect this child has a disability and I want to get them through the evaluation process to see if they're eligible, right? Again, I said that starts usually in the general education classroom, but that means they're not with the SPED teacher yet. And that means we need to get them response to intervention and all these other things. But if I'm a gen ed teacher and I don't know how to do that, you're now impacting the process about what that means and getting this child and this family from point A to point B. We're not asking all teachers to be SPED experts, but if we had just some more best practices and some more training on the process, that is going to help outcomes. Why? Because they're going to be getting support sooner, which means they're going to get the services they need sooner. Just saying.
As I said, I'll take another look at it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't have any other questions for the rest of you. Thank you all for your testimony. So continuing to move along here. Mary Ellen Wiggins, Salim Adolfo, Emily Griswold, founder of Staff Wellness Support. She's what? Carla Reed Witt, Board President, Caregiver's Dream. Todd Gluckman. Julie Camerata. Faith Gibson Hubbard. Online. Jonathan Scott. Nathan Ballard Means. Okay, we'll stop there. She's number 32 or something. Mr. Scott, I'll note, I read your testimony this morning, got a little choked up. Let's see, where are we? Mary Ellen Wiggins.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember White and staff and all of the people who are here today because you, like me, love DC and our kids. Special education encompasses a lot, and I'm here to talk to you today about what it means for my daughter, Evie, and perhaps for other kids with similar needs. And this is very much about outcomes and not compliance. Evie's 4.5. She recently aged out of the Strong Start program at 4, so she did their extended option. She attends a really great PKEEP partner school, so just a quick shout out to the PKEEP program and the Pay Equity Fund for Teachers that really do help the DC early education system stay strong. But she will have an IEP waiting for her when she starts. She already does have an IEP waiting for her in the DCPS system when she starts kindergarten. And that's really what I want to talk to you about today is seeking space for parent input on when a child is ready to start kindergarten, whether age 5 is the right age or whether they really need another year of pre-K. So I've pursued this question with DCPS administrators. As I'm sure you're all aware, this year DC really so-called cracked down on making sure that kids were in kindergarten at age 5 and not in any other grade. And what I was told by the administrators was that a child who is 5 must go to kindergarten and only to kindergarten. And if they fail, they can just repeat it. Sorry. So, given your oversight role, I am hoping that you will ask DCPS, when did we start thinking that it was okay to set 5-year-olds up for failure? To have a system that asks them to sink or swim, or what I think is likely in a lot of cases to just kind of tread water and get pushed along through a system that thinks they're doing well enough, but they could be doing so much more. So I'll just tell you a little bit about Evie. She was a late talker. She didn't have more than a couple of words until she was about 3.5, and now at 4.5, talking can still be hard for her, especially with peers. And for all of us, peer relationships are really foundational when it comes to school. Whether we feel like we belong, how much anxiety we feel, how we feel about ourselves. So Evie is making a ton of progress, and I am so proud of her. And it's clear to me that if she has another year, some more time in pre-K, when there aren't as many social demands to grow her speech and social skills at her pace, she will have a more joyful, engaged, and productive kindergarten experience. She's gonna have better outcomes. And right now, families like mine have to choose between a sink or swim kindergarten gamble or exiting the system, if that's possible. Not everyone has that choice. That basically means private school or you move out of the district. Those are the options. School systems should be welcoming in families whose kids have extra needs and not pushing us out. So to be clear, I'm not suggesting that a little bit of extra time somehow solves special education, not at all. But I am asking that we don't put extra burden on kids who already have more challenges. And the flexibility to make decisions with your school about the right placement for your child shouldn't be a privileged thing. It shouldn't just be for people who go to a well-to-do Upper Northwest school or have a really flexible principal or have all of the hours to do multiple meetings. It should be an option that's available to everyone whose child has special needs and who might need that extra time. So I am asking you to oversee DCPS and talk to them about how parents can have the ability to partner with them to make sure that we're getting the best outcomes for our kids, especially when it comes to kindergarten, and that we're not just throwing them into the deep end and hoping that they swim. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Maybe I'll have some response in a minute. Emily Griswold.
Well, to follow that up, my name is Emily Griswold. I am a former DCPS teacher. I spent 7 years teaching special education in the district at Walker Jones and Stanton Elementary. But I'm here today because I ultimately left the classroom to found a community-based organization called 1111 Wellness that focuses specifically on teacher retention. And I want to talk about a growing issue that I'm seeing in both of my practices, both as a teacher retention expert and as someone who works still directly with students with disabilities, specifically in middle and high school, and folks with autism and ADHD. I'm noticing a connective growing tissue between staff retention, teacher recruitment, and the number of neurodivergent students who are in inclusive settings in the district right now. As someone who spent 7 years in the classroom, I ultimately left because of frustrations like this parent left of me just brought up, as well as a constant overturn in special education for the students that needed the most supportive adults in their lives. 6 years into this work, I am seeing that staff are leaving, calling out, or even arriving late to work. Oftentimes, they report feeling overwhelmed by student behavior. And at the same time, the teenagers that I coach are often struggling with things like executive functioning, social skills, and some other self-regulation needed to be successful in an inclusive setting. To me, these two realities present a very solvable gap alongside of a bunch of other brilliant people who have brought up things today. Right now, we're asking general education teachers to run inclusive classrooms, but we have not meaningfully expanded their professional development and inclusion. We are asking them to understand behavior supports and neurodivergent affirming practices while defunding any adult-based professional development in the district within this past year. For example, a recent project at an elementary school had me polling all of the staff and holding empathy interviews with what were some of the top factors they were thinking about leaving. The librarian pulled me aside after the session and said, "I would love to include my students with disabilities. I literally have never been taught how." She's not alone. Meanwhile, we're seeing a sharp increase in the number of students diagnosed with ADHD and autism across the district, which is fantastic. Thank you, science. Except these students are not receiving direct support and explicit instruction in skills that allow them to thrive inside of their inclusive settings. They don't have the organizational skills nor the emotional regulation or communication devices that help them to self-advocate. Without this, they're set up to struggle, and the teachers are set up to burn out. So I come to you today with 2 recommendations. First, the district needs to invest in high-quality, disability-informed professional learning specifically for general education teachers. They need to have the tools to support inclusive classrooms effectively so we don't continually run into the legal issues that we're seeing so often. Second, we also need to involve direct programming for students, especially in the middle and high school level, around skills that build direct graduation requirements like executive functioning, social skills support, and other things that will have long-term success. When we support both sides of the inclusion equation, teachers and students, we reduce a lot of those behavioral interactions that are causing folks to leave. We improve teacher retention and recruitment in the district, especially with Grow Your Own programs. And we create the conditions where kids with disabilities can not only just survive, but thrive. I really appreciate you hosting this committee hearing today and for your commitment to strengthening conditions in which both educators and students get to do their best work.
Thank you, Ms. Griswold. Carlo Reed-Witt, who I believe is online. Carlo Reed-Witt.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm still having camera problems. I will proceed. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Many years ago, one of my children received a lottery spot at a coveted charter elementary school. Before I accepted the spot, I went to check out the school and discuss my child's special needs. My child was in a specialized program which involved having an aide in the classroom. The aide was privately funded and the program was temporary. The principal very nicely suggested that I come back when the program had ended. Even though what the principal said was inappropriate, I get why she said it. It was a rational business decision. She ran a one campus school and she thought she would have trouble paying for services needed for a student with special needs. Because most DC charter schools are small, they lack the capacity to meet the legal mandate that they provide necessary special education services to all students who cross their thresholds. I call on the DC Council and the mayor to take action to address this issue. It's been 20 years. We have waited long enough for the charter school community to address this challenge on their own. DC charter schools can access economies of scale, particularly for costly special education services through formal and informal shared service models and strategic collaboration. Because most DC charter schools operate as small LEAs, they often lack the student volume and centralized infrastructure of a DCPS to afford necessary special education resources on their own. Charter schools could create or join a formal nonprofit entity like the DC Special Education Cooperative that coordinates resources. Cooperatives hire related service providers which share their time across multiple member schools. This significantly reduces the overhead cost per school. Schools could also create joint purchasing agreements to purchase specialized software testing materials, assistive technology devices, and contract services. Charter schools could even share administrative support to assure legal and Medicaid billing compliance. For example, the DC Special Ed Cooperative serves as a Medicaid biller for member schools. Charter schools might even marshal resources to provide specialized classrooms. The challenge of charter schools and economies of scale is critical to the success of citywide special education services. It's time for the government to step in and address this issue. My full testimony speaks to the need for more detailed and specific oversight of charter school special education programs, OSSI's new special education professional development opportunities, and Board Member Johnson Law's special education resolution, the need for citywide and school-wide universal design for learning and assistive technology, and the need for Tier 3 instruction, curricular materials, and resources for dyslexic students to be available at every school. Before the entrance of charter schools, DCPS was in charge of special education. DCPS tried to build expertise. Now nobody is in charge of citywide special education. No one is addressing the big problems and finding creative solutions. We created a bifurcated education system and pretended special education would work like it did when we had a single LEA. Because special education now is everybody's job and therefore nobody's job, the DC Council and the mayor must step in to assess and resolve the systemic challenges that arise when providing a free and appropriate education to all eligible students in our bifurcated system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Reed-Witt. Todd Gluckman, who's online.
Yes,
Mr.
hello.
Gluckman.
Hello, thank you. I'm a partner at Terrace, Pavlik and Millian, a public interest law firm here in DC. We represent the plaintiff preschoolers in DL versus District of Columbia, a class action lawsuit which was mentioned earlier today and relates to systemic IDEA violations for preschoolers. In 2016, the federal court found the district liable for violating the children's rights and issued an injunction requiring systemic improvements. I've spoken before to this committee about it, and we meet regularly with OSSI and DCPS as part of our role monitoring the implementation of that injunction. I'm here to convey 3 comments today related to that work. First, I'm happy to report that the district has substantially improved its practices related to identifying preschool-age children with disabilities and providing them with special education and related services. While this improvement has taken far too long and the district is not yet in full compliance with the injunction, we do believe that the efforts of the staff that have worked on this at OSSI DCPS in early stages deserve to be recognized. We hope to see continued improvements and that these improvements will prove sustainable. Second, and unfortunately, despite these improvements, serious problems remain. And these problems are along the lines of the themes that we've heard here today. We hear issues related to shortages. We have concerns about lack of money, guidance, and other issues that have been discussed. The district performance has substantially worsened with regard to two of the specific key metrics in this case. The district has fallen from 84% to about 70% related to students that receive timely eligibility determinations, and 74% to 59% related to students that receive a smooth and effective transition from Part C services to Part B services at age 3. And these deficiencies affect hundreds of children, and I think it's this kind of information that's leading to a number of the comments here today. We've also been surprised by the continued discovery of new issues, such as 184 children with substantial needs that had no education at DCPS for a period of time during the 2024-2025 school year due to a wait list that had developed for self-contained classroom seats. These are seats with students with among the most severe disabilities. We've shared our concerns with OSSI and DCPS, and they're working toward providing a remedy for the impacted children and changing the practices that led to this problem. Third, we've long been concerned that OSSI and DCPS may not have sufficient budgets to cover the work related to this injunction. The chairman got at this today when asking questions, is this a money issue or a guidance issue? The truth is, the individuals who have the most informed answer are those within the agencies. And in fact, pursuant to DC FOIA, we requested copies of the determinations by OSSI and DCPS as to the money that the agencies believe that they need to carry out their missions, including compliance with the DL injunction. The district refused to provide these documents despite the fact that DC FOIA requires this information to be made public. We sued. We prevailed in both the Superior Court and the Court of Appeals. After we prevailed in the DC Court of Appeals, we expected the district to produce the documents as required. However, to date, they have failed to do so, and we filed a motion for contempt in the Superior Court on November 12th, 2025. We know full well this is an issue of concern to the council, and the council had filed amicus briefs supporting our position in both of those courts. We are hopeful that the mayor and the council will continue to value and fund the critical work needed for young children and provide OSSI and DCPS any additional funds that they may need to fully come into compliance with the DL injunction, consistent with all the concerns that have been raised today.
Mr. Gluckman.
Thank you for your attention to these comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, I was about to cut you off because you're over your time. Thank you. I do have your statement. And I may have a question or two for you. Julie Camerata?
Understood.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember White for allowing me the opportunity to submit comments regarding special education in the district. My name is Julie Camerata, and I am a Ward 1 resident and the Executive Director of the DC Special Education Cooperative, or the Co-op. The Co-op serves 59 LEAs in the district, and we have a few recommendations for the council to consider. First, as you've already heard, the city needs to have ambitious goals for students with disabilities. These goals must be based on data and center outcomes. In order to chart this path, we recommend the following. First, the city needs access to data. OSSI should update the 2019 special education landscape analysis. This comprehensive data will allow the city to develop a strategic set of priorities and allocate resources accordingly. We also strongly recommend that OSSI make it easier for LEAs to access their special education compliance data by developing a real-time dashboard that pulls metrics from its CEPA report. And currently the LEAs only receive reports with stale data, which are usually 2 years behind, which can be a barrier to programmatic improvement. Next, we think that the city needs a comprehensive citywide professional development learning strategy that accelerates improving outcomes for students with disabilities. The Co-op's All-In Summit, which brought together LEA leaders Parents, students, policymakers offered a set of recommendations for improving special education. One of those highlighted the need for all teachers to have a basic understanding of special education. While this was anecdotal data, we believe that when coupled with the subgroup's CAPE scores, there's certain need to take another look at our current approach. Next, the city needs to spend more time focusing on what's working and finding ways to elevate and scale solutions. In November, my colleague was here to speak with you about our demonstration classrooms. Demo classrooms are high-quality, open laboratory learning environments that showcase evidence-based, high-leverage practices and demonstrate how these practices can be replicated citywide. These models are transforming how schools approach special education by helping educators to see what inclusive, data-driven, high-expectation leadership and teaching looks like in action. At all 4 demo classrooms, students with disabilities are posting growth scores that outpace city averages for this group. Demonstration classrooms are creating a network of change that is raising expectation, closing opportunity gaps, and making equity real in our schools. As you consider budget priorities, I urge the council to create an innovation fund that would allow support for initiatives like the demonstration classrooms. I also invite all of you to attend one of our tours. We do them twice annually, and I will send invitations for our spring visits. I'm going to skip to the next section if I could just have 10 more seconds. I want to make sure that in order to strengthen these students, we have to also turn to the next frontier in shaping their educational experience, the rapidly expanding use of AI in classrooms. We know that schools and teachers are utilizing generative AI as a tool for lesson planning, differentiation, and even writing IEPs. While we are optimistic that this will create efficiencies for staff and improve outcomes for students, there needs to be guardrails put in place, and there's a role for city leaders in that work. We strongly encourage the city to develop guidance for LEAs, specifically on the use of AI in special education. I'm including a link to a white paper entitled Prioritizing Students with Disabilities in AI Policy, authored by ELA and New America. It clearly lays out a roadmap for policymakers that we suggest being considered. And in my testimony, you'll also see some comments about the graduation requirements, but I will stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Faith Gibson Hubbard, who I believe is online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Dr. Faith Gibson Hubbard, and I am honored to testify today as the chair of the DC State Advisory Panel on Special Education. But most importantly, I am a proud Ward 5 resident and mother to Colton Hubbard and Emerson Drew Hubbard, who are both public school students who receive special education services in the District of Columbia. Thank you for holding this hearing, which is very important because we know that there's a lot of urgent work yet to be done. And this is both personally and professionally important work to me. As you might know, the State Advisory Panel on Special Education, better known as the SAPSE, is a federally required advisory board to OSSE, and we play a critical role in ensuring that special education and its system is equitable, transparent, and responsive to the needs of students and families. And we hear about lots of responsiveness that is needed already in this hearing. We elevate the lived experiences of families while also bringing the expertise and accountability to policy decisions that are needed in order to shape our system. But we know that the data continues to make it clear that much work remains. And not only have I come at this work as a parent, but I served as a middle school teacher. I have also been the first chief student advocate of the District of Columbia and also the education ombudsman. And in those roles, I served thousands of families that felt overwhelmed and concerned about the system, even as they were trying to advocate with every single thing that they had within them for their child. They didn't have the kind of communication and support that they were looking for from their child's school. One thing that I had the opportunity to experience myself is our early intervention system, and I am glad that many people have lifted that up. And I also know, having served as the executive director of Thrive by 5 DC, that there is a real challenge between our continuum of services and continuity for families as they move from one part of IDEA to the other. And we definitely need to look at opportunities for collaboration there. While I myself as a parent have felt many frustrations as I navigated the system with my children and felt like their lights weren't able to shine and that their confidence was dimmed, I also have had the experience because of the great work of the Special Education Cooperative, to have a great experience with my son at his public charter school. And I believe that those kind of things can be replicated in ways that can create partnership and trust between parents, families, and schools. And so I would love to see how we can continue to learn from the best practices that are out there and really create a greater system and continuum of care. The last thing that I would just say as we close is that, as I close, is that the SAPC is continuing to look very closely as the practical studies diploma. I know Dr. Johnson Law mentioned earlier about how there are lots of concerns, and the SAPC has raised many that we share with the state superintendent, as well as we will be sharing with the task force out of SBOE in January. So we cannot afford to fail our students with special education, not on the early side, not in the middle, and definitely not on their way out the door to their professional career and lives ahead of them. So with that, I will say thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I look forward to engaging you more on any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard and Jonathan Scott.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Jonathan Scott, and I've lived in the district for about 8 years. My husband and I adopted our son when he was 2 years old, and we learned early on that he might be blind, and that started us on a journey we've never expected, but one that was full of incredible support and growth. After the adoption, we were introduced to Strong Start, which connected us to early intervention services. Those services were a lifeline. They've helped us to understand what our son needed and how to advocate for him. When he transitioned to early stages at DC Public Schools, the team worked hard to assess his needs, even though some assessments weren't designed for a visually impaired child. The collaboration ensured he received services, including occupational therapy, and most importantly, exposure to a TVI and orientation and mobility training. Those early services, like learning to use a white cane and learning Braille, set the foundation for his independence. Our son started pre-K4 at C.W. Harris Elementary School last year, and now he's thriving in kindergarten this year. We were nervous at first. He was his teacher's first visually impaired student, and we didn't know what to expect. But the teachers and staff embraced the challenge. They worked with us to make sure he had what he needed, a dedicated aid for safety, Braille materials for classwork and homework, and accommodations that allowed him to participate fully. His teachers have been open-minded and eager to learn, asking for feedback, and partnering with us every step of the way. Today, our son is confident, independent. He uses his Brailler at school and at home alongside with his peers. And there's still challenges like digital tools that need adjustment, but the commitments from early stages in C.W. Harris has made all the difference. They didn't put limits on him, they gave him opportunities. I share this because I want to highlight what's possible when parents and schools work together and stay open to feedback. Our son is proof that with the right support system, every child can succeed. Thank you for the chance to testify and for your continued focus on special education.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. A few questions. Ms. Camerata, so I was more interested in the last paragraph of your statement, which you didn't read. So could you just read that?
Sure. Okay. I'd like to recommend that OSSI reconsiders its proposal to create an applied studies diploma within the reimagined graduation requirements. While we applaud OSSI for its attempt to increase rigor and access for students with disabilities, the way the quote-unquote diploma, the way this quote-unquote diploma has been designed is misleading. First and foremost, it is in fact not a diploma and will not afford students who receive it access to post-secondary education and training programs. I participated in several listening sessions, and this was not immediately clear to me, and I'm embarrassed to say that. I didn't pick up on that the whole time. So we recommend that OSSI conduct another round of listening sessions for LEAs and parents. Last week, we attended a listening session hosted by SBOE Rep. Dr. LaJoy Johnson Law, and there were approximately 25 parents and an LEA leader and a few organizations on a 2-hour call. This was an exemplar of parent engagement. We suggest OSSI use this model for future sessions with both parents and LEAs.
Thank you. I thought it was important to have that on the record. Ms. Griswold, Your second paragraph, you talk about the constant turnover of adults. Could you say a little bit more there? Is there more turnover among, I assume adults mean special ed educators?
Correct.
Is there more turnover there than the general ed?
Yes, exponentially. So much so that this year DCPS actually offered bonuses to try to attract special education teachers. I know that someone else had mentioned, I think virtually, that there was an overflow of so many students that needed self-contained support that there was a backlog of students not being able to receive their appropriate setting. And that is because not only do we have a low amount of folks who are getting certified special education degrees, but also the folks who do have them are leaving at an extremely high rate, specifically within the district.
But presumably educators who go into special education understand the challenges. So I just, is there something that DCPS is doing wrong? Or is it that these folks should not have gone into this space?
Great question. Definitely not the second. So the first is that, and I think the Advocates for Justice mentioned this a bit, the definition of what inclusion looks like is very broad. So the specific point that was mentioned is having, 35 students with IEPs in a classroom and then one student without an IEP, and that counts as an inclusive setting. That in itself is a setup for a special education teacher. As a former special education teacher, I've taught both in self-contained and in inclusive settings. There's a reason that we have max caseloads because that gives us the ability to actually deliver specialized instruction. When you have 20 to 25 students with various disabilities, and in the district, we serve students with all different disabilities on our caseload, it is impossible to deliver quality, high rigor instruction when you're trying to provide that instruction for more than even our education was provided to us. When we are given, and I have both an undergraduate and graduate degree in special education, when I was instructed in those areas, our max caseload where we can deliver effective instruction is 10 students. And that also applies to self-contained programs where we see in the district oftentimes those caps are completely ignored, where you don't add additional aids in the classroom, and where inclusive settings have more students with IEPs than they do general education students.
So the issue here is not the fact that it's special education, but that they're exceeding the caseloads.
It's both caseload and then it's the inclusive practice measure, like I talked about with general education teachers, because the course, in order for us to deliver high quality specialized instruction, we have to have partnership with the general education teachers, right? Because we can't be in the classroom at all times. That's the opposite of inclusion. That would mean we'd be in a self-contained setting. But because general education teachers often have no training in special ed, there's also no time and no commitment to making sure that those accommodations happen when we are not inside of the classroom, which is why you're seeing behaviors increase, which is then also why you're seeing general education teachers leave, because there's no consistency among the conversation between special education and general education as well.
Thank you. Ms. Wiggins, work with Bijan Verlin, who's sitting to my left, with regard to your situation, and either reach out to him or he'll reach out to you. And if I say we'll see what we can do, that means like I'll find a solution. I don't know if I can, but I think that some communication would be helpful there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gluckman, who's online. I think my primary question, I'm somewhat familiar with the case because, as you noted, the council filed an amicus, and it's just amazing to me that you had to file a motion for contempt, that the district government is not complying with the decisions of the Superior Court and the Court of Appeals, but that's not what I want to ask you about. Let me see, your class action lawsuit began in something like 2006, and in 2016, which is 9 years ago, the court found the district liable and imposed an injunction. 9 years later, why is the district still not in compliance?
Well,
That's like a very basic general question, but it seems to me if the court orders us to do something, we should be doing it.
That's absolutely right. In fairness to the district, there were complications during the COVID period, which made things hard. But that's, I would say, a small piece of this overall. We would expect that based on our observation, a whole series of problems have been unearthed over the last 9 years, that issue after issue is addressed. The court set interim benchmarks in order to get the district toward compliance. Because things went south during COVID, those we haven't asked the court to enforce those, but as we've discussed in the meetings with OSSI and DCPS, we think that those are critical in order to get the district to timely compliance with this injunction. We are happy to see that with one of the metrics, that is defining the students that are at issue, district is now reporting that it's serving well over the 8.5% requirement the court set, rather conservative percentage. But for the rather basic issues related to getting eligibility determinations done in time and smooth and effective transitions for these children, I can't state for sure. I would think we would need to do sort of an in-depth analysis on the other side of the V, but I think it's a whole series of issues, and more from our perspective, more support is needed to support those that I think are actually working in order to achieve compliance. And I think this probably means more time and more money. And we'd hope that within the next few years, we're starting to see the district at compliance. But I'm very concerned that for a whole variety of issues that have been raised by a lot of other individuals during this meeting today, those issues are which drive the numbers down and prevent the district from reaching compliance. So for example, if they don't have the staff in order to do what needs to be done, or there's a high turnover so staff don't understand policies or practices effectively, or they don't have the classrooms for children to get into and they have wait lists for students to get to classrooms. All of these issues create problems.
But then I note that in your statement, you also said there are discovery of new issues, like 184 children with substantial needs who had no education. I assume no education. I assume no education means no special education.
I think no education. It meant no education. They didn't have a classroom. These are students that should be in self-contained classrooms. We were shocked when we heard this. We had started to hear from the community, these advocates. There's this very active community, as you well know, of advocates working to understand the issues. And from time to time, we will hear reports of students with problems. We heard about one family where the student simply didn't have a classroom. Student who should be in a self-contained classroom. There was no DCPS classroom for them. We raised it with the district. We heard of another one. We raised it with the district. We were told these were one-off issues. And then lo and behold, it turns out there were 184 of them. And we've raised serious concerns that there wasn't the necessary oversight in order to ensure that these sorts of issues do not arise. Now, we're told that there's going to be a remedy in place and that they're working to fix this so that this problem doesn't happen again. But it's these sorts of issues that you solve one problem and another one reveals itself, and so we're learning a lot, but we're also uncovering a lot of problems that are very concerning.
And this is DCPS, not OSSI, not charters.
That's right, and we were told that for the length of time these students were on wait lists varied between 1 and 90 school days, not calendar days, school days, and more than 50 students were on this wait list for 31 or more school days. So the district court judge in this case emphasized that time is of the essence. This is a miracle that you can work if you can get students the services that they need in an early age so that they can go on with other students without the need for additional special education. And it's at this critical moment when these students were not getting the services that they need. And it's extremely concerning, not only that it happened, but also that it happened and it took us unearthing this and bringing it to their attention in order for it to be addressed.
Thank you. I have no other questions for you. I have no other questions for the rest of you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Let's see, we're at witness number 20. Nathan Ballard Means. Becky Ballard, Elizabeth Torres with Washington Global Public Charter School, Tanisha Holder, Jessica Panfill, Executive Director, Lamb Public Charter School, Michael Rodriguez, Chief Executive Officer, St. Coletta's, Caitlin Holbrook, Law Clerk, Disability Rights DC, at University Legal Services, you're Ms. Holbrook? Excellent. Caroline Pryor with Empower Ed, Dominique Moore with Empower Ed, Doreen Blue, Alexander Johnston, Co-President, Stoddard Elementary School. Here, Mr. Johnston. Like how, what is it on there? Wait a minute. Nathan Ballard Means. Don't fight. Becky Ballard, Elizabeth Torres is virtual. Ms. Torres, you're up.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson. Good afternoon, and other members of the council. Thank you for holding this hearing on the critical topic of supporting students with disabilities. I am Dr. Elizabeth Torres, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Washington Global Public Charter School. I hold a doctorate in founding Washington Global. Washington Global is a standalone middle school located in Ward 6. Empower K-12 noted that Washington Global is the highest performing standalone middle school serving at-risk students in the district when it gave the school a Bold Performance Award earlier this year. Washington Global was also named a 2023 U.S. Department of Education National Blue Ribbon School for contributing to closing the achievement gap. At Washington Global, approximately 24% of our students receive special education services, which is above the district average. Our students have a wide range of needs. We have a self-contained program for students with autism, as well as a large-scale inclusion program. Our results show that our approach to supporting students with disabilities is working. Our students make significant academic progress during their time at Washington Global. Washington Global works hard to ensure that our academic program is constantly adapting to best meet the needs of our students with disabilities. We have employed several targeted strategies that have contributed to the academic growth of our students with disabilities. These include intentional research-based academic interventions in math and reading. We also have a strong co-teaching model with training for our teachers to deliver high-impact lessons for all of our students. We offer a restorative approach to discipline where our Dean of Students collaborates with our special education team to monitor students and look at potential root causes of any disciplinary issues. However, challenges remain. Our biggest challenge is finding qualified personnel to implement our staffing model. I encourage the city to invest in expanding programs like OSSI's U of DC apprenticeship training program for paraprofessionals to become special education teachers. I also encourage the council to focus on supporting professional development programs based on data from schools with feedback sessions for school staff to help inform program development. Schools also need additional financial resources to be able to hire and retain high-quality teachers. I urge you to use the funding formula to fully fund the UPSFF, including the new level 5 weight for students with disabilities that has been recommended. This additional level 5 funding is critical for Washington Global and other schools to optimally meet the needs of students who require intensive specialized support. Thank you for your time today and for holding this hearing on this important topic.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Tanisha Holder, Jessica Panfill, Michael Rodriguez, who's online.
Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I apologize if I sound a little rough. I'm quite under the weather. I'm Mike Rodriguez with the St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. We serve 250 of the district's highest need students with intellectual disabilities and autism, ages 3 to 22, from every ward. Our program is intentionally intensive. We employ 136 full-time one-to-one aides, 9 nurses, a full clinical team of speech, occupational, and physical therapists, board-certified behavior analysts, registered behavior technicians, social workers, and vision and assistive technology specialists. These supports are IEP mandates, not program choices. Our expenses can shift quickly. In FY25, 16 newly enrolled students required full-time aides, adding almost $1 million to our cost base. The 2023 adequacy study confirmed the, quote, variable and extraordinary costs, end quote, of students requiring dedicated aides and intensive related services. The UPSFF working group voted unanimously to implement a level 5 weight for students who require full-time specialized instruction and a full-time dedicated aide. St. Coletta currently serves 136 of these students, which is 5 times more than the next highest need school. We also support level 5, but, and this is a big but, OSSI's own June 2025 UPSFF report identifies substantial internal work that they must complete before a level 5 weight can be responsibly implemented. There's been no public indication that these activities are underway, on track, or even resourced. Given OSSI's ongoing capacity challenges, most notably student transportation, where council has already raised serious concerns, it is essential to have clear public transparency on the timeline and feasibility of this work before relying on level 5 in the near term. That's why we endorse a realistic interim solution. Increase the special education school weight from 1.17 to 1.9, as previously advocated for by the DC Public Charter School Board. This solution provides immediate stability for the district's highest need students, while OSSI completes the system upgrades and oversight improvements its own report outlines. This is responsible, it is feasible, and it prevents students from bearing the consequences of delays that are outside of their control. Absent a solution, cuts will fall on the supports that keep our students safe and learning while creating significant legal risk for both the district and our school. We have faced and we do face a structural deficit that cannot be resolved without a durable funding model. So our request is simple. If implementing level 5 funding is not feasible for FY27, increase the special education school weight as the immediate and necessary solution. Thank you for your partnership and for your commitment to the district's highest need students.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Caitlin Holbrook.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify and for holding this hearing on the state of special education. My name is Caitlin Holbrook. I'm a law clerk at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. Disability Rights DC is the protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities in the district. PNAs were statutorily created by Congress to provide legal advocacy for people with disabilities, including students receiving special education, facing barriers to living their best and most independent lives. As Disability Rights DC has testified before, I'm here to emphasize the importance of inclusion of students with disabilities in education with all children. At the time of this hearing, it is Inclusive Schools Week, celebrating the progress that has been made in the last 50 years since Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, or IDEA, was passed. While there is much to be celebrated today, there is so much more to do, particularly in DC, where students with disabilities are left behind academically, suspended, dropping out, and chronically absent. Inclusion is a philosophy and approach to education that aims to ensure that all students, regardless of disability and background, have access to high-quality education within the general education setting. According to the Inclusive Schools Network, an inclusive school incorporates proactive strategies to meet the diverse needs of both the individual child and entire class. The key to successful inclusion is appropriate supports in general education classrooms, which requires correct identifications. Supports for students with disabilities and determinations regarding the amount of time a student must spend outside of a classroom is determined through analyzing the individualized needs of a student with disabilities. However, DC is not successful in correctly identifying students with disabilities nor providing them the individualized supports needed to be successful in the regular education classroom. Data on parental complaints show that students are overwhelmingly not receiving the correct supports to be successfully included. In 2024, the U.S. Department of Education found that DC School District received more complaints per 10,000 students in special education area than in any other state or jurisdiction. Moreover, in June 2025, after a review, the Department of Education found that DC's provision of special education and identification under Part B of the IDEA needed intervention, one of two jurisdictions or states to be found to need that level of federal intervention. After conducting a probe into DC's special education provision under the IDEA, the U.S. Department of Education found that DC fails to appropriately identify students with disabilities, chronically underfunds special education services, and for students who are receiving special education services are found to perform academically with, quote, low achievement. Failure to comply with Part B of IDEA significantly impacts academic outcomes of students with disabilities. The amount of time a student with disabilities spends in general education classroom is positively correlated with higher test scores in math and reading, less disruptive behavior, and increased future employment opportunities, as well as an increase in community awareness and acceptance. Yet in DC, only 8% of students with disabilities perform at grade level in language arts, and 7% perform at grade level in math. Graduation rates of students with disabilities within 4 years are 10% lower than their peers without disabilities. Inclusion does not happen by placing children with disabilities in separate classrooms for instruction, nor does it happen in the general education without the proper supports required by IDEA. 50 years after passing IDEA in DC, students with disabilities needs are underfunded, they are under or incorrectly identified, and they are falling behind their peers in all academic measures, resulting in greater segregation and sadly missed opportunities for meaningful life in the DC community. DC can and must do more to ensure that students with disabilities are included and supported in their education alongside their non-disabled peers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you can provide it. Great. Caroline Pryor.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor. I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at EmpowerEd. I have the regular opportunity to speak with special education teacher leaders working across the city, and three things I'm always impressed by are their pedagogical skills, SEL competencies, and strong classroom management. As a former novice gen ed teacher who struggled to implement all of these things, hearing one of our teacher fellows propose last year that every teacher in a school receive special education PD was a light bulb moment. Not stolen snippets of planning time trying to download information or strategies from a special educator peer, not attempts to flag down a stressed administrator or fellow teacher trying to manage mountains of paperwork during a moment of crisis. And I've been so lucky to learn from and work alongside advocates and parents who know this work and this need inside out. Effective special education is extremely difficult, requires a lot of training, a lot of continued collaboration and grace, a lot of open skill sharing, but I know it can be done well because I've seen educators do it. This year, EmpowerEd has a strong cohort of special educators who put together their recommendations: pedagogy, staffing, and student opportunity. First, IEP compliance and student support require that we allow special education teachers adequate time for both planning and casework. Requires also a whole school approach, a special education coordinator who can coordinate the work, reduce the workload, a school-wide commitment to universal design for learning and least restrictive environments. This requires ongoing reflection, professional development, modeling, and compliance review, and also requires that we empower and listen to special educators, casting them as leaders, able to not only read in all of the staff, but actually train and support them adequately. The retention of special educators is also a genuine problem in the district, as you just heard. The most recent workforce report shows that teacher turnover in special education is higher than any other subject area. Enabling schools to retain those educators requires they have a full bench. Without related service providers, teachers are expected to carry far more than they are able, trained, or equipped to handle. LEAs should be mandated to fill these roles, and council can help with signing bonuses or even facilitating partnerships with private sector providers. And when special education teachers point out gaps in services to students, we must lean on you as an oversight body to ensure that these educators don't get pushed out of the systems they critique through retaliation. Finally, as OSSI and the State Board consider their high school graduation requirements revamp, we urgently oppose OSSI's recommendation 6, the Practical Studies Diploma. It's a harmful form of tracking. It places special education students receiving certain accommodations into a pathway for a non-degree, which dramatically reduces post-secondary options. States have experimented with portfolio and credit choices as well. We have the option to create an alternative pathway instead. And one immediate change council could make to ensure this is a possibility is to empower the state board to amend or initiate policy in contexts they only have approval authority over currently, including the graduation requirements. We have a long way to go, but I know from speaking to special education teachers and passionate advocates, we have the work and energy to accomplish our goals. We ask you to listen to the teachers' suggestions and continue to hold open this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Dominique Moore?
Good afternoon, Chairman and staff. My name is Dominique Moore. I'm the community organizer for Empower Ed. I am also a 15-year special education veteran. I have taught in every special education demographic there was, self-contained. I served as a coordinator. I have co-taught and worked in the inclusion setting. As you've heard many times here today, in December 2024, we learned that DC had one of the worst special education systems. In June 2025, they recommended corrective action. It is clear that our system is placing the burden on the very people that it's supposed to support, and that is the students and the teachers, as well as the families. To build the infrastructure is necessary to implement what we know works. We urge the council to use its oversight and authority to ensure that DCEPS and OSSI work together to make meaningful corrective action to remedy the long-standing problems with the special education system. Some of those things include increased planning time, stricter caps around the caseload. So I want to insert a personal experience with this. My last year in DCPS, I was the only special education teacher for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade ELA. The law states that the caseload should be at 12, and based on the way the law is written, I was somewhere between 12 and 15, but I was also responsible for the present levels, the goals, the grades, and all of those things for 33 students. So it's very disproportionate in what the law says and what is actually happening on the ground and what special education teachers are responsible for. Excuse me. We definitely need mandatory professional development. There's a recommendation also that somebody on the leadership team in a school be special education certified. We also need DCPS to adhere to the FAPE, the LEAs. They aren't currently doing that. Also, teachers need protection when they step out and speak up against some of the denials that are happening in the school systems. We also need to be able to confront the staffing crisis. I heard earlier we were asking if it was a resource problem, and it's very much a resource problem. The minute that there is not a staff person in place, DCPS loses the litigation because there's nobody to be able to justify that the services were given. So at that point, they just already lost. We have profound shortages also with speech pathology, all of those things. Finally, educators who file special education concerns should receive protection from retaliation. No teacher should ever have to fear consequences for advocating for a child's legal rights. And unfortunately, that was my experience in DCPS. We have the opportunity right now to rebuild trust and create a system that does not force families into due process simply to access equitable education. Empower Ed urges you to act with urgency and with commitment to the comprehensive reforms that support educators and honor students with disabilities. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Doreen Blue. She's what? All right, we'll get you next. And Alexander Johnston.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and staff. It's a pleasure to speak with you today. I wish it were under better circumstances. My name is Alexander Johnstone, and I serve as co-president of the Stoddard Elementary School Parent-Teacher Organization in Glover Park. Since the beginning of this school year, Stoddard Elementary has been without a speech-language pathologist, an SLP. These highly trained professionals, as many of you know, play a critical, legally mandated role under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. They support some of our most vulnerable students, children with speech and verbal communication challenges who depend on consistent intervention to grow. To witness these young children regress over the past several months in their speech and language development has been nothing short of heartbreaking. Our children deserve better, their parents deserve better, and our community deserves better. As PTO president, I've seen firsthand how this gap impacts students, teachers, and families. Our special education team is doing everything they can, but their ability to do their jobs is severely limited. This year, Stoddard opened 2 new communication educational support classrooms, with some families traveling across the district specifically for this program. But without an SLP for many students, the program simply cannot function as intended. Parents are beyond frustrated. They are angry, scared, and feeling helpless. As a parent myself, I know exactly what this feels like. My own son receives speech services, and watching his hard-earned progress stall due to staffing failures has been devastating. My wife and I believe deeply in the DC public school system. We want to continue sending our children to DCPS with confidence, to support it, and to advocate for it. But with experiences like this, it's increasingly difficult to do so in good faith. As a resident of the city and as someone who loves and serves the school community, I'm calling on you today as leaders of our city to do everything in your power to make this right. If we want to attract and retain the best and brightest families in our public schools, we must give them the confidence that legally mandated services will actually be delivered. Don't do it for us. Do it for the children who depend on these services to develop, to communicate, and to thrive. They are our future. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to our great city.
Thank you. Give me just a second. I don't have any questions for any of you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask the Chancellor about Stoddard, since you brought that up. So thank you all. Doreen Blue. Marion Luck or Luke, Lucke. Lachelle Lewis. Tracy White. Deborah Gittens, Chief Executive Officer, Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. Avril Codnor Crooks, Director of Curriculum and Instruction at Community College Preparatory. Stephanie Maltz. Sita Page. Jessica Giles, Executive Director of DC Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. Kenesha Smith, Special Olympics DC. Nicole Preston, President CEO, Special Olympics DC. Thomas Bird. Tiana Adams. Dr. Tana Jackson, Director of Special Education and Quality Improvement at the Children's Guild. Kiana Lemons, who's with PAVE. Renee Davis, who's with PAVE. Shedrick Young. I think I'll stop there. I have 3 people at the table. Let's see, Miss Blue, Miss Preston, and a 3rd person. You are? Excellent. Doreen Blue, you're up.
Sorry. Thank you. It's been a minute since I've been down here. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. It's a pleasure to see you again. And good evening to all of the council members that are in attendance via Zoom or in person. I am Doreen Blue, previously known as Doreen Hodges. I would like to provide testimony on oversight of education for students with special needs. My testimony is presented on behalf of Family Voices of the District of Columbia, where I am the executive director. It is a local family-led and family-driven program that provides supports and information to families of children with special healthcare needs or special needs. In addition, we provide training to families on upcoming DC legislative and policy initiatives, as well as workshops on meeting the needs of children with various special healthcare needs and diagnoses. Our organization still aligns with the mission to achieve family-centered care for all children and youth with special healthcare needs and/or disabilities between the ages of 0 and 26 years old. Today, I would like to highlight this testimony on compensatory education of both the District of Columbia Public Schools and the District of Columbia Public Charter Schools. As a former member and fully participant of the State Advisory Panel on Special Education, which is also known as the SAP, under IDEA Regulations 34 CFR Sections 300-151-1 through 300-153, all states are required to adopt procedures for resolving any complaints that a public agency has not met the requirements of IDEA or local special education laws. So in 2006-2007, our families worked closely with former council member Wells and Chavis teams who listened, rolled up their sleeves, and acted on the concerns of those families and students who were lacking access to quality services and supports within the special education system. There were noted gaps which oftentimes resulted in serious academic regression and the violation of fate for our children. This was the formation of the OSSI State Complaint Office. The State Complaint Office of Education investigates written complaints, allegations, violations of the Individuals with Disabilities Act and local special education laws by public agencies. Any persons or organizations may file a complaint that can raise any issues covered by IDEA, but not limited to. There was a list in there what the Special Education Office is mandated to do. There was to be assistance, this was to be assistance to families who were empowered with knowledge of understanding their rights and wanted the schools to understand our children were being left behind without the proper supports in accordance to their IEPs. But more importantly, not having access to quality attorneys and advocates for the community of them being underserved with the academic enrichment. I myself, having to utilize the office for my children and those we assist, note several areas of improvement that could and would and should make a greater impact on closing these achievement gaps that prevent our children from gaining the access to faith.
Ms. Blue, you're a minute over your time. Can you summarize real
Sure.
quickly?
My recommendations, sure, are providers expansion, accommodations and enforcement, provider payments, and that is a huge issue that I would like to speak with your team on about, because those services are services that, could help improve what is necessary. There's more detailed in my testimony, and I would love to share more with you at a later time or so, or in your questions if you have any to ask. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I have your statement right here. Miss, is it Lukey? Miss Marion Lukey.
My name is Marion Lukey. I have 2 children at Stoddard Elementary School in Ward 3, where I also serve as co-president of the PTO. I am here today to express concern regarding the lack of a speech-language pathologist at Stoddard Elementary School since the beginning of the school year. My son is in first grade and has been at Stoddard since he was in pre-K 4. He has been in speech therapy in some capacity since he was about 18 months old, first with Strong Start, then a private clinic when he aged out, and then weekly sessions at Stoddard per his IEP. I've seen firsthand the benefits of consistent speech therapy with him. When he started pre-K, his expressive speech was significantly delayed and he had severe articulation issues. But thanks to his wonderful and dedicated SLP, by kindergarten, his teacher reported that she could understand 95% of what he said. It's not just about articulation, though. One of my son's IEP goals is the use of conversation maintenance strategies, and through lots of hard work, he made tremendous progress in this area. His confidence soared and he made new friends, and it was amazing to see him engage in peer-to-peer interactions for really the first time ever. However, my son has not received his legally mandated services since the start of the school year. He's regressing and getting harder to understand. He's losing conversational skills, and he's struggling with reading. His most recent report card showed him to be meeting grade level expectations in math, but not even approaching grade level expectations in ELA. It's devastating to see him suffer academically and socially at such a crucial time in his development, and he is far from the only one this is happening to. Looking at Stoddard, we have about 25 children with IEPs in hand ready to start speech therapy, and there are also children who have been flagged for evaluation to determine the need for services. Also of note, this year we were lucky to add, for the first time in our school's history, 2 CES, or Communication Education Support classes. Children in these classes have significant communication issues and should receive intensive structured support in a specialized setting. As a community, we were so excited to be able to offer this resource to families throughout the city, and we welcomed several students from another school whose CES classes were full. These families all came to Stoddard with the expectation that their child would continue to receive his or her legally mandated services, but it is now December and these services have not been granted. The children in the CES classrooms, plus many kids in the younger grades, have the maximum amount of speech hours allowed in an IEP. We are quickly approaching a point of no return where it will be logistically impossible to offer one-to-one compensatory hours this school year. As a school community, we are therefore asking for the following to ensure that all services that students are entitled to under their IEPs are provided in a timely manner. 1, an immediate plan from DCPS to support our CES students. 2, an assignment of a speech-language pathologist to Stoddard Elementary. 3, clear, proactive, and transparent communication from DCPS about this process. And 4, a fair plan for compensatory services. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide it. Great, thank you. Lachelle Lewis, who is online.
Good evening, Chairman Middleton and council
Evening.
members. Thank you for letting me testify today. My name is Lachelle Lewis, and I'm a DCPS parent to 3 children. My daughter Chloe is a 5th grader at Stoddard Elementary. My son Nariah attends Shepherd Elementary, who is in a CES classroom because he has autism. My youngest son, Micaiah, currently attends Lafayette in a self-contained and general education classroom, has a 101 nurse, and he has an IEP. Both of my boys receive special education services, and their experiences is what brought me here today. At the last DCPS budget hearing, I spoke about the urgent needs facing our special education students. Today, I want to speak on those same issues without discussing the budget. I want to focus on the real children, the real staff, and the lived experiences happening inside of our schools every day. Our teachers and paraprofessionals are doing what they can, but many of them are not receiving the proper training needed to effectively support students with autism, communication delays, sensory needs, or behavioral differences. Training should be consistent, ongoing, and required, especially for the staff who works directly with students who use communication devices such as my son, or who have complex learning needs. When staff do not have the skills, children lose access to learning, communication, and emotional safety. Children with autism and those who rely on communication devices need adults who truly understand how to support alternative communication, how to prevent overstimulation, how to recognize nonverbal communication, and how to build trust. When staff are not trained, our children lose their voice. When a child loses their voice in school, they lose access to everything, including instruction, independence, and connection. Stoddard Elementary is one of the 11 DCPS schools that currently does not have a designated speech pathologist. Last year, my youngest son, Micaiah, received speech services at Stoddard and benefited greatly. This year, there's no speech pathologist at all. The impact is immediate. Students with IEPs do not receive the services they are legally entitled to. Children who rely on communication devices go unsupported. Teachers and paraprofessionals do not receive the guidance they need, and families are left waiting with no clear timeline for when services will return. No family should have to hope their child receives the support written in their IEP. We also need sensory-friendly spaces. In every school, not every child can tolerate noise, transitions, or crowded hallways. Many students with autism or sensory processing needs become overstimulated, and they need a place where they can reset and regulate. Every building should have a calm space, and every staff member should be prepared to support a child through overstimulation without punishment. A child should never be disciplined for sensory needs. They need understanding, not consequences. What I want DCPS leadership and the council to understand is simple. I'm a mother raising 2 children with IEPs in the system, and I see firsthand the gaps that could easily be transformed into strength. If we prioritize proper training, consistent staffing, reliable communication support, and safe learning environments, we can support every child across the board in DCPS schools. My lived experience is not just a story, it's a reminder that behind every policy, every service, and every classroom in a child who deserves to be supported, understood, and given the chance to thrive. Thank you for your time and listening to the families like mine.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Tracy White, who's online.
I am online. Good evening and happy holidays, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Dr. Tracy White, and I serve as the CEO of Paul Public Charter Schools. For nearly 30 years, actually it has been 30 years, I've had the privilege of working across DCPS and the charter sector with committed, like-minded educators whose life's work has been to ensure that students who have historically been underserved, particularly those with disabilities, receive the high-quality education they deserve. At Paul, we serve some of the highest need students in the city. More than half of our students are identified as at risk, and approximately 45% have a unique learning designation as an English learner or a student with an IEP. And yet every year, our students demonstrate what is possible when schools build the right systems, invest in the right people, and believe without wavering in the brilliance of every single young person. Over the last 2 years, Paul has made targeted research-based investments that are producing measurable gains for students with disabilities, including those who are also designated as at risk. We redesigned our Tier 1 instructional model, embedded universal design for learning across all content areas, strengthened our RTI systems to ensure faster identification and intervention, and built a powerful partnership between general education and special education teachers through co-planning, monthly professional development institutes, and fidelity walks to ensure that accommodations are implemented, not simply documented. This work, led by strong, dedicated staff and grounded in data instructional practice, has resulted in steady, meaningful gains for students with disabilities. Our students are demonstrating positive movement and growth to proficiency for both ELA and math, approaching meeting and exceeding expectations on CAPE, ELA, and math, increased 12-month post-secondary enrollment. They're going to college, yay. Four-year graduation rate and four-year graduation rates. These results reflect uncompromising attention to program quality and compliance is captured in our annual separate report from OSSE and our designation as a leading LEA in our service to students with disabilities. We are proud of this work, but we are also very clear-eyed about the resources required to sustain it. So I want to offer 3 solid recommendations to the council for consideration. First, I recommend that the council fully fund the UPSFF, including teacher pay, through the formula so schools can continue to recruit and retain high-quality staff. At Paul, we currently serve approximately 145 children with IEPs supported by a team of more than 50 educators, including special education coordinators, dedicated aides, special education teachers, related service providers, and case managers. This structure ensures that our teachers can focus on instruction rather than carrying the full burden of case management, which is extraordinarily labor-intensive. Second, I urge the council to fund fund the new level 5 weight for students with disabilities as recommended by the 24-25 working group. The current levels of funding are not sufficient to meet the needs of students with the most intensive learning, behavioral, and medical requirements. And lastly, I recommend deeper partnership and oversight around the accuracy and appropriateness of student IEPs upon enrollment. Every year, LEAs, particularly us in the charter sector, receive students whose IEPs are technically up to date, but prescribe services that are mismatched with their actual needs. This year alone, we received numerous students whose documented supports were far below what was required for them to be successful. As a result, schools initiate immediate 30-day reviews, redesign service plans, and rapidly scale supports. OSSI should work with DCPS and strengthen alignment between documented services and demonstrated student need at the point of transfer or enrollment. In closing, I want to be clear. Students with disabilities can thrive when the systems around them are intentionally designed to meet their needs. At Paul and many schools within the sector, we are providing improving what is possible every day. Thank you so much for your time and for your commitment to our children. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. White. Deborah Gittens, I think, is not here. Averill Podner Cooks, I believe, is not here. Stephanie Maltz is not here, although she's testified in, I think, our last two hearings. Sita Page.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a member of the DCPS Parent Advisory Board, and my family is a part of the DCPS community. I want to share our experience because I believe it reflects what is possible when schools commit to supporting every child. Our child is 6 years old and attends Janney Elementary. To preserve privacy, I will be using they and them pronouns when referring to our child. We are a family that has spent quite a bit of time overseas, and before coming to DC, we lived in 2 countries and 8 different homes. That constant transition made starting kindergarten in a full-time US school very challenging. We chose Janney because of its reputation for strong support for students with diverse learning needs, and even went so far as to pick our neighborhood so we could be sure to have Janney be our local school. I'm going to be honest, the first few months at Janney were extremely hard. Significant change is often challenging for neurodivergent children. Compounding this, our child doesn't always communicate the way that a neurotypical 6-year-old might. It can be very easy to assume that they don't understand, but they absolutely do. They just engage differently. Our child's kindergarten teacher at Janney worked continuously to meet their needs, and by spring, we saw our child flourish. Janney was able to create an environment where our child could begin to meet academic targets and, more importantly, feel successful. This year, the school has gone above and beyond. When our child has had understandable outbursts, often related to transition and other challenging moments in the school day, the response has not been punitive, it has been supportive. Teachers and staff have approached these challenges as a team with us as the parents, focusing on helping our child to thrive and meeting them where they are. The special education teachers, occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, social workers, and critically, one-on-one aides have all been phenomenal. They've built in individualized supports like stretch breaks and sensory strategies that allow our child to begin to feel comfortable in what is often a chaotic environment. Educators like Miss Xavier, Miss Spears, Miss Parent, and Miss Seward Clements, as well as the whole special education team, have brainstormed creative ways to keep our child engaged. And again, I reiterate, their aides have been incredible partners. I share this because it shows what I believe is possible. I also want to very much emphasize the stakes, with ongoing conversations about budgets and federal support, and indeed fears over the lack of support for children with diverse learning needs. It's critical that our students continue receiving special education services and have equitable access to funding and staffing. For example, and I want to reiterate this again, without our child's one-to-one aid, it would be impossible for them to access general education and the education they are entitled to. DCPS has begun to earn our trust. We believe in this system because we've seen what it can do at Janney. I would encourage you to please ensure that every child with diverse learning needs has the resources to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Jessica Giles, who's online.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members, and staff of the committee whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the landmark law, IDEA, But as many in this hearing have testified, students with disabilities face a wide range of challenges in our education system. Academic barriers, lack of behavioral health supports, and longstanding systemic gaps. We must reimagine special education in DC. There has been massive internal restructure in the U.S. Department of Education, which raises significant concerns. I outlined these shifts in my testimony, but I'll skip down to what is happening in DC locally. OSSE's role is to set clear expectations for LEAs, monitor them, disperse federal funding, hold LEAs accountable for making academic achievement accessible. While there has been notable progress, including the addition of special education performance reports, there have been many systemic failures. DC has persistent challenges with IEP implementation, limited specialized program capacity, high number of non-public placements, chronic transportation failures, uneven transition to adulthood supports, and financial pressures that make it difficult for schools to deliver the full continuum of services that students deserve. And too frequently, DC has failed to provide detained youth at the Youth Services Center with any meaningful access to education, which I hope the Committee of the Whole is working closely with the Committee on Youth Affairs to address. Consequently, on the latest DC CAPE assessments, only 9% of students with disabilities met expectations in math, and only 12% of students with disabilities met expectations in English language arts. So, on to our recommendations. First, the DME and OSSE must articulate a statewide vision and goals for dramatically improving the outcomes of children and students with disabilities from birth to age 21. Part of this work must include strategies for hiring and retaining special education educators and specialists. Relatedly, OSSE created a special education landscape analysis in 2019 with recommendations, but I am not sure what came of them. Second, in an era of finite resources and abysmal federal support, we recommend OSSE explore how it might better pool expertise, share potentially high costs from low incidence disabilities, target resources, and assist schools in educating students with a wide range of disabilities. Such partnerships allow schools to plan and budget for potentially variable costs and develop and sustain the capacity required to provide a full continuum of quality services and placements to students with a diverse array of disabilities. This is not a new concept. There are many examples of this happening across the country that DC can learn and adapt to fit our unique needs while placing a high premium on improving the academic performance of students with disabilities. These examples are in California, Washington, Massachusetts, Colorado, and Michigan. It is my understanding that the DME and FY, I'll skip because I'm running a little bit over time. And I will just say that ultimately any collaboration such as this will require clear vision, authentic family engagement, funding, and partnership with experts and community who've been supporting students in schools for years, many of whom have testified today. We must reimagine special education so that DC can lead the nation in academic excellence and opportunity, and we look forward to partnering in this endeavor. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Kenesha Smith, I think, is not here. Nicole Preston.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nicole Preston, President and CEO of Special Olympics DC. I'm here to speak on behalf of Special Olympics DC and the critical role we play in serving students with intellectual and developmental disabilities with IEPs in our school. Allow me to revise my testimony. I submitted to us testimony a bit based on information received just late yesterday, but I will submit the revised testimony in writing to you by tomorrow. Special Olympics DC is the sole provider of sports, health, and inclusion programs that benefit more than 2,000 youth with special needs in DCPS and charter schools. Beyond the sports we provide, we have 4 major programs, but I want to focus on our Unified Champion School program. It's built on building a more inclusive school climate with inclusive sports, whole school engagement, and inclusive youth leadership. Together, these programs provide comprehensive student services to special needs students, supporting their physical fitness, academic studies, social emotional learning, and inclusion with their fellow students, increasing their confidence and reducing bullying. The impact of these programs extend far. Research from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shows that students who are physically active tend to have better grades, improved memory and cognitive performance, stronger school attendance, and more positive classroom behaviors. These benefits are universal and highlight how physical education supports the holistic success of all students, particularly those with special needs. For more than 50 years, Special Olympics DC has provided these services at no cost to the participants or their families or the district. Transportation to sports programming has been provided by the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, OSSI, which we've been grateful for over these many years. Recently, we were told that that transportation funding was going to be cut due to district-wide budget cuts. We shared that information with our parents and students in the more than 40 DCPS schools we work with, and I believe their advocacy and reaching out to DCPS influenced the fact that OSSI said they will, in fact, be able to provide transportation at least through the end of this school year. My prior testimony asked for that transportation funding to be restored, and so it has been as of yesterday afternoon. However, that funding is out of their overtime budget and out of savings from other budget line items. There is not any dedicated funding for Special Olympics DC. Our Unified Champion School program addresses many of the things I've heard here in the hearing today. We provide training for educators, we provide support for special education teachers, as well as the students that have various myriad benefits. This program is supported by the U.S. Department of Education. There's 18 years of research, qualitative and quantitative data to prove its success. And so we are asking for the council to consider helping OSSI provide dedicated funding for transportation, as well as funding to support this program, which will support many of the things people who have testified here today in support of special education students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Preston. Thomas Bird, I think, is not here. Tiana Adams, I think, is not here. Dr. Tana Jackson, Director of Special Education and Quality Improvement, the Children's Guild.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm so sorry. My camera is turning on. So I'll just keep speaking. I'm sorry, for some reason, my camera is not showing. There it is. So good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and the members of the committee. As stated, my name is Dr. Tana Jackson, and I serve as the Director of Special Education Services, Equity and Compliance at the Children's Guild. I really do appreciate this opportunity that I have today to discuss how our special education students with disabilities are affected in the schools that we serve. In addition to my professional role, I also come, and I always say that I get the opportunity to serve in this seat twice. I have a youngest daughter who serves as a child with a disability who was educated in the public school setting. After realizing that she needed more opportunity, we were fortunate enough to have her educated at the Lab School of Washington. So I understand firsthand the challenges that many families face while navigating this system that is also always sometimes under-resourced or inconsistent. I have lived this shared experience while helping parents not only advocate for what their children needs while serving in this role. I also have the privilege of understanding how education plays a significant role in the dual perspective of influencing not only educators, but the families that service our children. Every child with a disability deserves instructional service and an environment that honors not only their dignity, but gives them to unlock the potential that they have academically. Across the district, at the Children's Guild, we serve both non-public and charter schools. We continue to see the deep concerns with the disparity in academic performance, discipline, especially giving the opportunity for what our teachers are really striving for. At the Children's Guild, across all programs, especially in our DC Charter School, we use a transformational education approach, which gives us the opportunity to identify the needs of the whole child, to provide interventions that will strengthen them not both only academically, but also meaningful in their progress, both social and emotionally. For the Children's Guild, our hope is that we continue to partner with the district to ensure that we have the transformational education, therapeutic support, specialized program that really help to foster and strengthen the needs of our educators to do this work. At the end of the day, the financial consistency that we have seen, or the lack thereof, has stifled our opportunity to provide access at the highest level by strengthening academic support, by addressing the staffing shortage, reducing disparities within discipline practices, promoting transparency and equity across all settings, and to strengthen OSSI's oversight for special education, not just oversight as it relates to compliance, but oversight as it relates to coaching, consistent expectation, and timely communication and collaboration with partners across not only OSSI, but our LEAs that serve. As the Children's Guild, our hope is that we will continue to partner to ensure that we are able to provide the sustainability that our children with disabilities need to adequately support them, not only academically, but socially and emotionally. At the end of the day, we recognize that this is hard work, but at the root of it, it is hard work. So we continue to want to have these collaborative conversations as we are seeking what is equitable and fair for our students to gain access at the highest level. Thank you so much for your time, for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Kiana Lamans. She was online. And we don't see her. Renee Davis, I think, is not here, and Shedrick Young is not here.
Renee is.
Renee, why don't you go now?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Renee Davis, and I represent Ward 1 as a member of PAIN, Parents Citywide Board, and Ward 1 Parents Leadership Educational Board. I'm a mother of 2 talented autistic young people, and I've been supporting specialized education. Has been really important to me, both as a parent and as someone who probably should have been diagnosed with special education services as a youth in the 70s. I'm here today, however, to talk about the importance of implementing early universal screening for disabilities and ensuring that we are supporting our IEP 504 students as they transition out of their classrooms and into the wonderful world of work, college, career, and beyond. Again, as I stated earlier, I really urge the council to implement universal screening for disabilities in the child's educational journey. The goal of universal screening would be to ensure that all students are able to receive their support services in the place that they are most adequately able to receive them, which is probably the school environment. Both of my children were able to have access to early intervention through the what later became the early stages program, but we would not have had the key to unlocking those early interventions if we had not had our medical diagnoses firmly in place prior to entering pre-K3. For example, my oldest young person, my daughter, was placed and graduated with both a high school diploma from a DC public charter school and a certificate of completion from a Maryland-based private placement. At her out-of-state private placement, the Children's Guild, they were able to support her complex learning needs, but they were also able to keep her in compliance with DC's high school graduation requirements. As we navigated the process of getting her graduated and into adulthood, her Maryland-based team said that DC should really be handling all of her transition requirements, whereas the DC folks were saying to us, well, because she's spending primarily her day in Maryland, well, unless you can transport her back to DC, we can't guarantee that she can get access to out of state after school and out of school time issues. Again, as I go further on in my written testimony, which I will upload at the end of the evening, it's really important that we really establish some clear lines of communication and clear lines of who indeed will be responsible for getting all of our learners, not just into specialized education, but help them transition out of it. And in young people's cases, as they approach 20, 21, up to 24, 25, and 26, it's really important that that the council and OSSI ensure that all of our students are supported, whether they graduated with a diploma, without a diploma, or if they graduate with a certificate of completion. Again, in conclusion, let me say that all students deserve to be part of an education system that meets their needs and pushes them to be the best that they can be. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have about that complex relationship between what OSSI is responsible for, what our LEAs are responsible for, and what happens to our students like my daughter who are in out-of-state
Ms. Davis,
expensive private placements. Thank you, sir.
thank you. I think that's everybody that I called. Ms. Preston, I think you testified that OSSI is going to continue the bus service,
Yes, that's correct.
but just through this year, and then you're going to have to negotiate with them for next year.
Yes, and just to make the point that they're only able to provide partial service. Each season, we submit a list of maybe 35 schools, and they're only able to provide services to some of those schools. So some of the schools and some of the special needs kids who have very much advocated to participate are not able to participate. So it's limited what they are able to provide, even at this point.
Okay, do you know why they cut back on the service?
Why they're not able to?
Yeah.
They've said they have
Michael?
challenges with staffing, and other reasons. I'm not privy to all their internal reasons.
When does this happen? On a weekday or a weekend?
Weekdays. This is weekdays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, we provide training. Those are the days they made available to us for transportation, but they're not able to bring all of the schools that request it.
Okay. Ms. Lukey, turns out I do have a copy of your statement, so I don't have questions for any of the rest of you. Thank you all very much. Katina Pfeiffer. Give me a second here. Weiss. Elizabeth Weiss, Board 5 DCPS teacher and parent. Sally Jones with Empower Ed. Hello. Ange Perko.
Hello.
We'll get to you, Ms. Pfeiffer, in a minute.
Okay.
Andrea Trujillo. All these folks are with Empower Ed. Devon Montgomery. Celia Dottridge. And that's going to be it. Done. Ms. Pfeiffer, you're virtual, you're up.
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Please
My name is,
proceed.
okay. Yes. My name is Katina Pfeiffer. I am a Ward 7 teacher and an Empower Ed fellow. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify. Being a special education teacher, it isn't just teaching. It's carrying the weight. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, technology. Carrying the weight of an entire system on your back. Every single day, we're pulled in many different directions. Running to IEP meetings, trying to schedule more of them, doing observations, uploading and updating logs, calling families, teaching, co-teaching, planning individually, planning with our other teachers, subbing, whatever there's needs, that's what we're doing. Somehow, we're supposed to keep every student on our caseload perfectly compliant with all the rules. It is impossible, and we're expected to make it look easy. honestly, when it comes to IEP compliance, teachers are doing everything they can, planning, doing universal design, meeting with special education coordinators, but the workload is huge. And then there's Power School, the clunky, frustrating system that just adds more stress. It feels like we spend more time fighting with the computer than helping our students. There aren't just enough time in a day, not even close. And when we don't have special education coordinators in our buildings, it is hard for us to be able to complete our administrative tasks. It feels like we're expected to be superhuman. When we work in the inclusion model, when we're doing our push-in with our general education classrooms, we're asked to co-teach with 4 to 6 different teachers. That means planning with the 4 to 6 different teachers, adjusting our lessons to each class, then going into those classrooms to co-teach. And then on top of that, we're also asked to pull small groups, not just our special education students, but students who are struggling. The amount of planning is huge. Then add in our caseload. We plan with up to 15 students, sometimes more. We plan with their individual IEP goals to make sure that we're ensuring that their IEP goals are met. We do progress monitoring with specialized instruction. So we're planning for whole group lessons, multiple classes, and small group and individual plannings for the students that we're responsible for. And when the people wonder why special education teachers aren't coming back, a lot of the time, we get referred to as support, like we're just the extra hands instead of teachers with the expertise and responsibilities and legal requirements. It doesn't feel good, and it is definitely doesn't reflect the work that we're doing behind the scenes. And then on top of that, services cannot always happen when they're supposed to because there aren't too many people. There are not enough people there. For example, there is a shortage in related service providers that makes the gap even bigger, and students end up missing support that they're entitled to. And then there are the diploma problems. OSSI is considering pushing students into the practical studies diploma route, which isn't equivalent to a GED or a standard diploma. It ends up being a huge disservice. It limits the option for after graduation, and honestly, families won't even realize it until it's too late. The alternative diploma is basically like getting a perfect attendance certificate. It doesn't hold any real weight after graduation. We talk about equity and equality all the time, but when it comes to special education for both teachers and for students, it's not fair.
Ms. Pfeiffer, Ms. Pfeiffer, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're a minute over your time. I have your statement. Thank you very much. Elizabeth Weiss, who is online.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elizabeth Weiss. I'm an educator, instructional coach, and parent of 2 DCPS students at Brown Education Campus in the Carver and Lakeston community. I spent my career supporting teachers, multilingual learners, and students with disabilities, and what I see in schools makes it impossible to stay silent. I'm urging the council to enact comprehensive special education reform. In too many DC schools, the system is structurally backwards. Instead of placing our most experienced educators with students who need the highest level of support, brand new teachers, often the least training and disability specific instruction, executive functioning, or behavior supports, are pushed into SPED roles simply because they're available. They must manage complex caseloads, legal paperwork, and specialized instruction while learning the job in real time. Many are deeply committed, but turnover and burnout mean we're asking the least prepared educators to do the most demanding work. And even when these teachers are doing everything they can, they're routinely pulled to cover classes because substitute shortages fall first on SPED and MLL staff. The students who need the most consistent services end up receiving the least. It is unsustainable, it is unfair, and it harms kids. To fix this, DC must invest in what actually changes outcomes, time and training. Teachers need meaningful, ongoing professional development to support students with disabilities in inclusive classrooms. New SPED teachers especially need training in executive functioning, behavior interventions, and disability-specific instruction, not a figure it out while you go model. They also need protected planning time to implement IEPs, collaborate, track progress, and write compliant documents. Structural supports must also be part of reform. Every school needs a special education coordinator to manage processes and paperwork, and at least one administrator trained in special education, so decisions about programming and placement align with the best practices and legal requirements. These changes directly determine whether a child receives their services consistently and whether passionate new SPED teachers stay in the profession. We cannot continue a system where our newest teachers carry the heaviest load and our most vulnerable students receive the least consistent support. I urge you to adopt comprehensive special education reform, professional development, protected planning time, SPED coordinators, and trained administrators, so students receive the services they deserve and teachers can remain in the profession long enough to make a difference. I will give back the rest of my time because my kids are yelling at me.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Salid Jones.
Thank you so much, and good evening, councilmen. Members, my name is Zoe Jones. I'm a 7th and 8th grade special education teacher from Ward 4, testifying with Empower Ed. I have spent 8 years working with special education students in New York City and in DC, motivated by my own experience as a student with a learning disability. I am passionate about helping students believe in themselves and succeed despite challenges. However, the lack of support and resources for teachers and students remains a constant issue. Today, I want to address evidence-based strategies for IEP compliance and student support. Many special education teachers struggle to differentiate instruction because they lack planning time, materials, and adequate support. At my school, we don't have enough resources or space for small group instructions. Some colleagues even misunderstand or dismiss the importance of special education. My caseload is 13 students this year, and I am asked to modify assignments, co-teach, and implement specialized reading programs with limited time and support. There is no budget for needed platforms or materials, and my co-teacher and I do our best with universal design for learning strategies. Unfortunately, this lack of support leads to early burnout among dedicated teachers, leaving some students without the help they need. To solve this challenge, a few suggestions are to reform and legislate the special education services here in DC. We are asking to introduce to the DC Council our position on special education services from 3 points of view: evidence-based strategies for proper IEP compliance and student support, special education teacher retention, and all students move towards a diploma. The council must listen to teachers and support teacher solutions to improve the special education services to all students that all students deserve. It is not enough to say a student wants to do well in school. Teachers need support to help all of our students do well in school. By helping teachers reform and legislate special education services here in DC, we are giving all of our students a fighting chance at a future they deserve. I give back my time and thank you so much for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ange Perko, I think, is not here. Andrea Trujillo.
Hello, and thank you all for hearing me out today. I am with Empower Ed, as Councilman Mendelson stated. I'm Andrea Trujillo, and I teach at Ludlow Taylor Elementary and as an inclusion teacher for grade. And prior to that, I was a pre-K early learning support teacher. One of the biggest issues, especially with self-contained the early education, is paraprofessional training. They don't get the proper training to be able to truly assist the teachers in implementing programs, curriculum, and schedules. And if they don't get the training, they can't know how to do it. I think what is needed is a pathway at the universities to lead into teaching. So we get people who are interested in teaching special education as paras, so that they have a passion for the job. And they know they can see what it entails. And I understand it's a hard to fill position, and I understand that people understand it's a difficult position, but at the same time, we can't just be shoving people into this position because we need a body in there. That's not helpful. It doesn't benefit the kids. It doesn't support the teachers. So I think paraprofessional training is what is most needed for self-contained classrooms as one major support for teachers. And the rest of my time to somebody else.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Devon Montgomery.
Good evening, Chairperson Mendelson and staff. My name is Devon Montgomery, and I'm the Dean of Students at Harmony DC Public Charter School in Ward 5 and an Empower Ed Fellow. The goal of this hearing is to examine how DC schools and education organizations may better service scholars with disabilities. Even though IEPs are created to address particular scholar needs, institutional gaps still hinder their development and implementation and lead to unfair results. I'm here today to ask the Council to strengthen our services for scholars with special needs. In line with a report from the DC Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, there are significant issues with OSCE transportation for special education scholars, such as protracted delays, erratic timetables, and inadequate oversight. I can personally attest to the transportation issues. Over the past few years, our special education coordinators have to call at dismissal daily to ensure that our scholars get picked up in a timely manner, and there are still delays in service. Our scholars can wait hours before getting picked up at dismissal or dropped off at school in the morning. As a dean of students, I am a member of the student support team. When diagnosing root causes of scholar behavior, we often have to wait up to 2 months for completed evaluations. At no fault to the related service providers who are extremely backed up in their capacity to conduct evaluations, lengthening the time we have to provide effective interventions and services. We need to uplift our special educators and give them resources and systems to service scholars effectively. The evidence-based strategies needed to support scholars include adequate planning time, caseload capping, professional development, UDL implementation across the board, and adequate staffing and facilities. DCPS currently has 147 special education vacancies. It becomes increasingly difficult to support scholars when there are deficits in the numbers of psychologists, occupational therapists, and speech pathologists, and when service providers are dispersed thinly across several campuses. Caseloads become unfeasible. Special education positions need to be mandated, fully trained, and fully staffed. We need to ensure that all scholars have access to a pathway to a diploma. We should direct special education scholars toward a credential, which is not accepted by most post-secondary institutions or companies. Education should afford them the same opportunities as their general education peers. C must increase special educator capacity through funding, guidance, and staffing. LEAs need to build sustainable transition programs to support pathways and propose graduation requirements for scholars. Our special educators are overworked, undersupported, and overburdened with cumbersome caseloads. In order to retain our special educators, we must provide them with adequate resources, training, and systems to thrive. All of our scholars deserve a pathway into the workforce. It is our duty to create a meaningful diploma option for our scholars with special needs to ensure their successful entry into the workforce. We need support from OSCE and the council to ensure that all DC schools have the capacity to deliver proper systems for instruction, training, and resources for staff, the implementation of evidence-based instructional practices to meet IEP goals, and the ability for all scholars to have a pathway to a diploma. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. Please review my written testimony for further elaborations.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I think we saw you yesterday as well at the hearing. Celia Dottridge, who I believe is online.
Hi, yes. All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Celia Dottridge, and I am a special education teacher and Empowered Ed Fellow who lives and works in the Deanwood neighborhood of Ward 7. I'm in my 12th year of teaching in DC with experience with several different charter schools across Ward 7 and Ward 8. As a special educator, I believe deeply and passionately in the power of inclusive and specialized programming, and have seen amazing outcomes for students who were given the supports they needed early while being meaningfully included in their general education settings. I also come to you today as someone who, like many special education teachers before me, was prepared to exit the field in 2023 after 10 years of teaching. I had resigned from my position and was actively interviewing for jobs in other fields. At the time, I was burnt out, physically and mentally unwell, and had lost hope that any DC schools had the infrastructure to support the type of sustainable, inclusive special education program that I knew that both my students and I deserved. In this pivotal moment in my career, I happened to interview for the founding special educator position at the Riverseed School. I'm here today to talk to you about the evidence-based strategies for proper IEP compliance and student support that have been implemented in our program, including flexible scheduling, more planning time for compliance management, and an understanding of and commitment to least restrictive environment from all staff members on the team. It's important to me to share the impact of these supports as they have completely redefined my teaching experience and have gotten me re-engaged in a profession that I was ready to leave. My experience is not unique, and if these changes have had such a profound impact on me, then I know wider implementation can improve overall teacher retention at a time when, as we've heard, special education positions are vacant all over the city. Flexible scheduling for me looks like one work from home afternoon per week, time that I can dedicate to compliance management and differentiating instruction without the endless distractions that come with being in the school building. This time means that despite a caseload of 17 students and counting, management feels manageable without having to work every night until 7 or 8 p.m. I never feel that I have to choose between paperwork and student outcomes because my schedule is intentionally designed to support both. Beyond that, my team, including an administrator with special education experience, partner with me to provide differentiated instruction in the most appropriate setting for all students, so the cognitive load no longer falls all on me. I have the time, freedom, and capacity to be creative, imaginative, and idealistic for our students. This impact is reflected in our results, both for our students and our teachers. We have one student this year already on track to exit special education services, and several others who are ready for a significant reduction in hours as they are closing gaps with their general education peers. Many of our students with IEPs are performing in the 75th or higher percentile for growth on NWEA. Additionally, our special education team is currently fully staffed, including related service providers, and all current members intend to finish the year and return next year. I've been in DC long enough to know what an anomaly that is. These are strategies that have created a program that's not an accident. There's intentional planning and the use of evidence-based strategy for compliance management and student outcomes. These small changes can make a difference for special educators throughout the city, and I would encourage the council to consider mandating them to support special educators across DC. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dottridge. I'm intrigued with your testimony because you're speaking firsthand of the issue of what can make a difference in terms of burnout. Riverseed is not a name I've heard of.
Sure. So Riverseed was the founding school of DC Wildflower Public Charter Schools. So we're teacher founded and run micro Montessori schools in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And I am our founding special educator. So I was very involved in the design of our program. So I'm happy to speak more deeply about any particulars of our program. But yes, my firsthand experience is definitely speaks to much of what I've heard in this session this evening.
Thank you. I think Ms. Weiss left, but I was just going to say, she asked that the council enact comprehensive special education reform, and then described a lot of changes that I would say are really much more administrative, meaning either within DCPS or within the, I guess I would say OSSI and DCPS, as opposed to lending itself to legislation. For instance, like I'm looking at her testimony, protected planning time. We don't legislate planning time. I get the importance of it, but that's a level of detail that is doesn't lend itself to the ask for comprehensive special education reform to be enacted by the council. I do not have questions for any of the rest of you. Thank you for your testimony. And that's going to conclude all of the public witness testimony. So thank you, everyone. So Dr. Louis Farabee, Chancellor, DC Public Schools, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director, Public Charter School Board, and Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, who's the State Superintendent of Education. and the head of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. And while you all are sitting down, I am going to stand up and stretch. So it's not like a recess, but I'm going to like stand up and stretch. Didn't I see half you people yesterday? I didn't even get a smile out of the chancellor. You must be humorless today. Thank you. Hmm. Mhm. I think you're going to put the air conditioning back on. Before any of you give your statements, I just want to get a couple of details out of the way. Special Olympics transportation, what's the deal there, Dr. Mitchell?
The Special Olympics transportation is transportation that OSSI does voluntarily. We realize that we're spending like $500,000 a year to support that program. We are committed, though, to continuing the transportation for the program for the rest of the school year.
But Ms. Preston said that it's not all the schools that have been served in the past.
I think we are committed to doing what we have been doing all school year, which is two days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, 32 weeks in the full school year. We're committed to continuing that work.
Okay, so that it includes as well the number of schools.
Yes.
And then are you going to work with them in terms of how they transition to whatever they need to for next school year?
We will try to see what we can do in the budget for next year.
Thank you. And Chancellor Farabee, Stoddard, speech language pathologist?
Yeah, I want to also go back to Special Olympics DC. So we'll also collaborate with OSSI on plans for next year because the majority of students who served in that model are DC public school students. So I just want to get that
That's
note of
good.
clarity.
Good.
On Stoddard, we're still continuing to actively pursue candidates. We did have a candidate. Fortunately, that candidate cannot start until later in the school year. And so we're going to use some comp ed resources we have for families can get reimbursed for services. And then we're also exploring other opportunities for students to be served after school breaks, out of school time. And so we'll continue to be communicating with the families at the school about those approaches.
So you are looking for some solutions there. But I think one of the parents testified that there were a number of schools. So there were, I think, 3 witnesses from Stoddard, but I think one of them said there were like 14 or 16 schools that didn't have a speech language pathologist.
No, we don't have that many vacancies, but there are other vacancies besides Stoddard. Again, there are different points in time in the school year, but when we get a vacancy, we work to ensure that there are solutions. What we offer to the Stoddard families, we'll offer to those other schools as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to remember here, mid-year through a school year is really means half the school year's been lost for the students, which is a problem. But I appreciate that you're going to do something there. There was a witness at the very beginning who testified, I think it was today. I'm getting the hearings a little confused. That there was some sort of a convention or conference or hiring fair at the convention center. Charter schools were there busy hiring, but nobody from DCPS. Am I remembering that correctly? Asha. American Speech Language Hearing Association.
Yes. DCPS was present at the ASHA conference. We actually held 2 events. We even had an open house where we had a number of speech language pathologists come see one of our schools. So I'm not sure, why she said that, but we were present. We had members of my team present there recruiting.
Okay, the testimony, I totally get that somebody could be there and not realize that DCPS was there. They testified that they came away with a bag full of applicants. I don't think they said bag full, that's my word. Did you all get any applications?
I am not 100% certain if we got any applications as a result of that particular conference. We can check on that.
So maybe the charters are out competing you on this?
It looks like we had one candidate apply as a result of that.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Yeah, we love to have access to that bag of candidates supposedly that
Well,
apply.
Dr. Walker Davis is sitting next to you.
Yeah,
Get out.
we'll reach out to Dr. Walker Davis after this to
Yeah, but she
get
may not-
information about
He
those
may not
applicants.
share. All right. I'd want to get those out of the way. Are you all okay if the chancellor goes first and Dr. Walker Davis and then the superintendent?
Yeah.
Chancellor, you're up.
All right. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members. I am Dr. Louis D. Fairby, Chancellor of DC Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the important topic of teaching students who receive special education services. Thank you to our parents, educators, and community members who testified today. We're committed to continuous improvement as a school district, and hearing your feedback is always valuable. At DCPS, our work is guided by our strategic plan, which identifies 3 priorities. We want students to succeed academically, feel connected to their school, and be prepared for what's next. This work is guided by the belief that we must provide intensive, targeted support to our students furthest from opportunity, including students who receive special education services. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, Washington, D.C. continues to invest significant resources and support to our students. In the last decade, the per-student funding has increased by 75%, and in fiscal year 2026, DCPS will invest over $250 million of local per-pupil dollars to support students receiving special education services. When we budget for our schools, we do not just look at the total enrollment and decide on a school's budget. Schools with more students receiving special education services or with a higher need receive more funding under our model. Today, DCPS provides special education to students across the district who have higher needs ever than before. The number of students receiving special education services has increased by 29% since a decade ago, outpacing enrollment and growth. Today, 16% of DCPS students receive special education services compared to 14% a decade ago. And during the last school year, DCPS educated over 2,400 students in self-contained classroom and in our separate day school program at River Terrace Education Campus. DCPS provides many services to students with special needs. This includes providing support in the least restrictive environment alongside students receiving general education services to the greatest extent possible. DCPS supports students with post-secondary transition so that young people can transition to what's next successfully, and we provide related services like behavior support, orientation and mobility speech, audiology, and physical therapy, and we operate early stages. Early stages is an evaluation center for students in grades, age, I should say, 2 years to 8 months to 5 years and 10 months. The center provides evaluation for DC children who are not in school or who are homeschooled. We evaluate children living outside of DC if they attend a private school or a child care center in DC. All our early stages services are free to families. By intervening early, we ensure that our students have access and exposure to key concepts, they're taught critical skills, and their supports for families. Early stages also works closely with Strong Start DC Early Intervention Program, which serves children under 3 and is administered by the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Last year, DCPS students receiving special education services made notable gains on the DC Comprehensive Assessment Progress in Education, also known as DCCAPE. The number of students achieving a proficiency level of 4 or 5 on the assessment also increased by 2 percentage points for English language arts and math. Similarly, in 2024, our students receiving special education services saw meaningful gains on the National Assessment of Education Progress, also known as NAEP, and is also associated with the National Report Card. While we're proud of these gains we made last year, we recognize there's still substantial work ahead. Many students receiving special education services continue to face persistent opportunity gaps, and our progress, though is encouraging, must be accelerated to ensure every learner has access to rigorous, grade-level content and the individualized support they need to succeed. This year, we remain committed to strengthening inclusive practices, building general and special education teacher capacity for co-planning and co-teaching, and deepening collaboration with families so that all students can continue to grow and to thrive. With this spirit of continuous improvement in mind, I want to discuss the area of staffing and the steps DCPS is taking to fill vacancies in key areas of special education services in our workforce. Rates of vacancy in special education teachers are in line with vacancies for other positions. However, there are certain specialized positions where vacancies are elevated. As you have heard from witnesses today, hiring a speech language pathologist is particularly a challenge for us. Here's what DCPS is doing to resolve those challenges with vacancies among speech language pathologists, also known as SLPs. DCPS continues to contract with emergency vendors to recruit additional SLPs who can fill vacancies on a temporary basis if necessary. DCPS is also recruiting educators who can provide services via teletherapy. We're also reviewing assignments of SLPs who are returning from extended leaves of absence to ensure that they're assigned to schools in need. Finally, we will continue contacting current SLPs who are providing services to students outside of regular school hours to ensure that they can help us fill any gaps. In the long term, DCPS is taking several steps to recruit additional special education teachers and related service providers. By expanding the candidate pool, we are encouraging teachers in low-need subjects to transition into high-need areas like special education. We're also strengthening pipelines. We are growing partnerships with universities, increasing our residency programs, and aid to teacher pipelines with an explicit goal of increasing the number of candidates that are pursuing special education certification. Network outreach. We're activating regional networks, alumni boards, and professional associations who share personalized job postings and promote special education opportunities. Incentives. We're also, for certain roles, offering sign-on bonus and tuition support for certification or degree advancement to attract and retain talent. As you heard this evening, we're also attending job fairs and seeking opportunities to build our pool. We believe that these steps we're taking will help resolve some of the staffing challenges with respect to special education positions, especially those that are high demand. Educating our students furthest from opportunity is a responsibility that DCPS Central Service team and our school-based personnel take very seriously. I look forward to answering your questions and continue to collaborate with you in support of our students receiving special education services. I'm also joined this evening with Chief Cogan, who leads all of our academic supports and our special education services.
Before I turn to Dr. Walker Davis, a couple of things. Chancellor, you said DCPS will invest over $250 million in local per pupil dollars. Would you follow up the hearing with the itemization of that 250?
Yes.
I'd like to see where all of that is, how you got up to 250. So that would be a follow-up. Also, I could have asked this earlier when I asked about Stoddard. If you could follow up progress report on what you're doing with regard to dealing with the speech language pathologist vacancies.
Yes, we can follow up on the speech language pathology.
So let's say it's a couple of weeks, you get back as of a couple of weeks, what the status is. Also, I'm just curious, we are reviewing assignments for SLPs who are returning from extended leaves of absence. Are there very many who are returning from extended leaves of absence?
It varies in different points of time when those individuals need to be out. But similar to other hard to fill areas, when there is a vacancy or a person is on leave, that does create a challenge for us in terms of service delivery.
Okay. Dr. Walker Davis.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, and I serve as the Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. Thank you for inviting me to testify today and for your ongoing commitment to students with disabilities and their families. 50 years ago, almost to the week, President Gerald Ford signed into law a promise of free, appropriate public education to children with disabilities. That landmark law, which would become known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, changed our conversation around access and achievement. In 1976, the first year after the law's enactment, about 8% of public school students received special education services. Today, that number is closer to 15%, or nearly 8 million children who receive such services. Before IDEA, students with disabilities were routinely excluded from public schools. Last year, the four-year graduation rate for public charter school students with disabilities was almost 75%, lower than we'd like, but a significant improvement from the mid-1970s. Of course, IDEA also included a federal commitment to cover 40% of the average per pupil cost of special education. As folks in this room know all too well, annual federal funding has never covered even half of that commitment. Worse, the federal share has actually declined over the past 15 years, leaving state and local governments with larger bills and families with greater uncertainty. At DCPCSB, we see firsthand how policy and funding decisions made up and down Pennsylvania Avenue can empower students with disabilities or encumber them. About 8,000 of DC's roughly 48,000 public charter school students have a disability. These students attend schools across every ward, grade level, and school model, and it is our job to make sure these students receive the educational opportunities they have been promised. Our school equity and effectiveness team leads much of our special education oversight, and they work to promote equity and excellence across the sector. They are supported in their work by staff across our agency, from school performance to data analysis to finance to community engagement teams. When we talk about centering students with disabilities in our conversations, we walk the walk. The Office of the State Superintendent, or OSSI, is the district's lead agency for special education, setting the rules and monitoring IDEA compliance. Working with OSSI, DCPCSB helps ensure that public charter schools are serving students with disabilities appropriately. That means verifying that schools are complying with all federal and local laws regarding students with disabilities. It means examining enrollment counts and other data for red flags. It means confirming that they are providing families with regular updates on their student progress. And it means bringing school leaders together so they can learn from each other, as we did in October when we hosted a best practice session on social emotional learning for students with disabilities. Part of our oversight work also includes our community complaint hotline, a process for parents and guardians to bring concerns directly to our agency when they are not satisfied with school responses. Our staff listen, review communication and documentation, and work with schools to facilitate solutions that work for all parties. What does ASPIRE, our academic accountability system, mean for special education? For one thing, ASPIRE emphasizes growth along with proficiency, which will better highlight the progress all students are making, including those with disabilities. ASPIRE also disaggregates data by student groups, such as students with disabilities, which will help schools and families more easily identify gaps and target interventions. Schools are using ASPIRE data internally, and as I've mentioned before in other testimony, we will be publicly releasing ASPIRE results early next year. Several public charter schools have already adopted ASPIRE as their charter goals, and we hope more will do so before April 1, 2026. We also recognize that ASPIRE may not be the best fit for every school, which is why we continue to give them the option to work toward goals that better align with their mission, student population, or operational model. Finally, let me make a general point about funding and a specific request of this council. The general point is that special education is particularly resource intensive, often benefiting from separate spaces or facilities and for more specialized or experienced staff, all of which carry additional cost. Tighter budgets and hiring freezes are felt across our sector, but perhaps most disproportionately by students with special needs. Federal decisions like dismantling the Department of Education only add to the growing concern. I may be preaching to the converted, but I urge you to do everything in your power to insulate special education from reductions in force or funds. The specific request is to address the funding shortfall for St. Coletta, a public charter school in Ward 7 that serves children with some of the most intensive disabilities. If anybody has not been to St. Coletta, please go. What they offer students and families is inspiring and in many cases, irreplaceable. It is also not sustainable on the uniform per student funding formula alone. In the past, the council has redirected DCPCSB funding to cover the shortfall, a solution that is neither fair to other public charter schools nor sustainable based on our current budget. I raised this issue in last April's budget hearing and noted DCPCSB's support for a new level 5 weight for the highest need students with disabilities. The Deputy Mayor's 2023 school funding study endorsed this approach, as did the 2024-2025 UPSFF working group. We believe it remains the best option. The other option, which I also mentioned last year, is to raise the special education school weight from 1.17 to 1.9. I was encouraged to read your 2025 budget report last May, particularly the committee is supportive of additional funding for St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School to cover a deficit in funding left by the uniform per student funding formula. I urge you to build on that this year by finding a solution that gives St. Coletta the sustainable funding it deserves. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss DCPCSB's commitment to equity and excellence for students with disabilities and our work to ensure public charter schools continue to step up for this group of DC students. I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. Dr. Mitchell.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, and I serve as the State Superintendent of Education. I'm joined by Victoria Glick, the State Director of Special Education. I'm pleased to join you today to share my vision for a healthy special education system in the District of Columbia and the role OSSI plays within that ecosystem. Through this testimony, I will discuss OSSI's state oversight role and how we exercise that authority to set clear expectations for local education agencies, monitor them, and act to ensure LEAs are accountable for student learning. I will begin by speaking to the diversity of learners within the larger group termed students with disabilities. In fiscal year 2025, District of Columbia LEAs enrolled nearly 17,500 students with disabilities. Each of these learners has unique needs. The foundation of special education is identifying children with such a need, developing an individual education program, IEP, with individual goals and methods, and delivering educational services in accordance with the IEP. OSSI has created policies, guidance, and regulations to help move a child through the process from identification to service delivery. For each of these 17,500 unique students, an evaluation is completed and the school IEP team convenes to determine the student's disability category and what supports the student needs to access a free and appropriate education, including related services. Children with disabilities may fall into one of 13 disability categories, revealing a diverse range of needs and supports to make academic achievement accessible to the best of each child's ability. A student's special education services can range from having a special education teacher push into a math lesson in the classroom a few hours a week, to behavioral supports, to a one-on-one aid, to assistive technology. Sometimes an IEP requires a student to be educated in a more restrictive environment to make academic achievement accessible. This can include attending a full-time special education school and receiving transportation services. When LEAs and schools build an IEP, they may focus on math, reading, or language or written language. A student may have an IEP that addresses one or more of these learning areas. It is the responsibility of the school, under the supervision of the LEA, to ensure that the IEP is implemented with fidelity. Through our state oversight authority granted by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, OSSI's role is to set clear expectations for LEAs, monitor them, and act to ensure they are accountable for making academic achievement accessible. OSSI sets expectations for how LEAs will make academic achievement accessible for students with disabilities. OSSI interprets requirements and provides supports to improve the quality of instruction. We set standards for meeting legal and regulatory requirements. We support the training of special education teachers and deliver guidance on best practices to improve the quality of education. We provide a set of supports for LEAs to implement IEPs. We also provide funding and set clear expectations for the use of funds. In fiscal year 2025, OSSI administered $24.4 million in federal IDA funds and $480 million in local UPS-FF funding for students with disabilities. 95% of the district's resources dedicated to students with disabilities is locally funded. OSSI monitors LEAs through data and information. We maintain a robust data system, special programs, that helps LEAs with the identification and initial provision of services to students with disabilities. We provide data review tools to support LEA self-monitoring and to inform OSSI's monitoring activities. As the state education agency, we are responsible for accepting and responding to complaints and monitoring within the parameters set in our general supervision requirements and planning with the U.S. Department of Education. OSSI takes accountability measures when we identify an LEA need for support after a short or school year cycle review. The central question for OSSI is, did the student receive what they were legally entitled to receive under their IEP? When the answer is no, it may be an individual issue or it may be a systems issue. OSSI's monitoring, complaint process, and corrective action work are designed to address both scenarios. There are also other duties that OSSI takes on in this space because of the uniqueness of the district. They include providing transportation services, placement oversight, and supplemental teacher training. It is atypical for a state education agency to perform these LEA duties. However, we understand the exceptionality of DC, and we are committed to continuing to strengthen these processes while finding a balance that maintains the required and necessary distinction between SEA and LEA. Through our role in setting rigorous expectations for student learning, monitoring compliance with IDEA, and providing accountability to LEAs for their delivery of special education services, our overarching aim is to improve the quality of education that students with disabilities receive in the District of Columbia. And while I am glad that the district is improving academic achievement for students with disabilities, I am not satisfied with our outcomes or the pace of progress. Strong state oversight is an important lever for strengthening academic achievement for students with disabilities. In recent years, OSSI has strengthened our oversight and accountability tools. We developed special education performance reports. We have issued transportation guidance and more user-friendly LEA resources. We created parent engagement tools that support equitable access to information, and we continue to partner with the Ombudsman's Special Education Hub created by OSSI. And our SEPA report uses metrics to categorize LEAs into one of 4 levels: emerging, building, strengthening, or leading. LEAs that fall into the first 3 categories must improve over 2 to 3 years or face increasingly intrusive consequences, up to and including state direction or withholding of IDEA funds. Through these actions, we have bolstered our ability to set clear expectations, monitor for state and federal compliance, and take action to ensure LEA accountability. All of this is in service of our collective vision as a city to create an efficient system that recognizes, values, and supports all students with disabilities so that they can reach their full potential. Thank you for your attention to this important topic of special education. Director Glick and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Thank you all of you for your testimony. I think I'm going to start with a very simple question. Simple is sometimes the most difficult. So we're familiar with the gap in achievement results on the tests between special ed students and the rest of the student population. It's pretty big. How can we radically lift academic results for students with disabilities? And when I say radically, I mean we're making progress, but the progress we're making is, in my view, painfully slow. How can we do this much more quickly, much more radically, like 10-point gain instead of a couple-point gain? Who wants to start?
I can start. So I think you heard this from one of the public testimony members today. I think the professional learning experiences that you provide to general education teachers who serve both students with IEPs and general education students. And I also mentioned this evening, I think it's important to note the support that we provide to the educational aides that are also supporting our self-contained classes or inclusion classes or students as a part of their IEPs is also paramount. The professional learning experiences, the training, the expertise, the talent, there will ultimately, I believe, help us drive and accelerate student achievement much faster. Also, ensuring that students have access to grade level content. Their Tier 1 instruction on grade level content needs to be extremely strong and also collaborate well to ensure that they're also meeting their IEP goals with those that are supporting their IEP goals. So oftentimes I think there's a disconnect when educators are supporting IEP goals, which are often not on grade level, and then also ensuring that students have access to high quality grade level content as well.
So I'm going to say strengthening what's in the classroom in terms of teaching.
Mhm.
But did I also hear you start by saying more, I guess I would say, training of the general ed teachers?
Yeah, so you have general education teachers who support students with IEPs. And then you also have special education educators who support students with IEPs. I think both are training opportunities, specifically how to best support students with IEPs. In addition to that, layering on the educational aides who support the development and the learning process for many of the students who have IEPs as well.
Microphone.
I certainly agree that the professional learning of our educators who work directly with students with disabilities is incredibly important and can have very strong outcomes. We also think that the entire systems that LEAs run to support students with disabilities are very important and can lead to dramatic increases when those systems are working efficiently. Consequently, we've developed the SEPA reports, which pay attention both to compliance as well as student progress. These reports reflect data from special programs, which is our data system, and we have insight into the systems of individual LEAs now like we've never had before. And we have year-over-year data, which means that we can personalize or individualize the technical assistance that we provide to the LEAs. And I personally think that because of the systems that we have set up, because of the fact that LEAs have to improve the level at which they find themselves year over year or face some consequences, I think that this is a very good way to improve our abilities to help all students achieve academically.
Dr. Mitchell, were you in the room when one of the witnesses called you a teenager?
Yes, I was here when they said that OSSI is a relatively young agency.
And what was your reaction?
Corresponding to the teenager. I think that OSSI has had to develop systems that SEAs in other states that have been around for a very long time have already developed. And so to the extent that we are relatively new to the game, I think characterizing us as an emerging state agency is probably correct. We have taken the last few years to develop a system, though, that gives us insight into LEAs and systems that LEAs run that I think will bode well as we mature. I think we'll see that we're able to monitor and improve outcomes as a result of that system.
I was going to say the point of that testimony was not to say that you were a teenager, but to say that enforcement, I hesitate to use that word, compliance efforts are more gentle than with a more mature agency. And so your response is that you're maturing and improving on the ability, the will, the vigor of the compliance efforts.
Yes, I chose to interpret the statement in a way that said that we had not previously developed the systems that we need in order to be even more effective as monitors.
So my question was, how do we radically lift academic results. Dr. Walker Davis, I don't know that you're in the same position to answer because you are not an LEA and you're not the state superintendent. Do you want to take a stab at it?
Sure.
Only if you want.
I will echo the statements of Dr. Farabee and Dr. Mitchell and just name that a few things come to mind when I heard that. Number one, of course, resources are important, that we have predictable resources, that they are available and also used effectively. I would agree that our challenge is not an individual challenge, but it's a systemic challenge, and it is at all points in our education ecosystem. It is making sure that we have the staffing available to do the work. It is echoing what Dr. Farabee said about how we support the teachers who are doing this work, both on the gen ed side as well as the special education side. And the word that came to mind when you first asked the question was just alignment across and through our system. At an individual LEA level, how are all of the educators who are supporting an individual student working together to that goal? And as we think about what our role is at PCSB, we are less proximate to the day-to-day of an individual student, but we think about what role our reporting plays in shining a light on where things are happening well and where there are challenges. And as I think about how we revised our academic accountability system, we spotlight the performance of students with disabilities. We weight that more heavily in our assessment of school performance. And those are the types of things, both how we monitor as well as how we support, that I think will, when we continue to do those across the system, will get us to the outcomes and results that we want to see.
While I have you at the microphone, how many special education audits did PCSB conduct last year?
If you will give me a second, my colleague, the director of our School Equity and Excellence is here. I'll get you that number in just a second. Thank you. That number is 15.
And how does that compare? More or less or about the same in other years?
It's roughly the same. It depends on where we see discrepancies in the data. That's what usually triggers an audit. If we see outliers in the data, I believe that that's roughly the same as past years.
And are there common issues that you're seeing with these, that these audits are revealing?
Sure. Some of the challenges that we see, a lot of them stem with the quality of the data reporting. When we find outliers, sometimes it is triggered by outliers that we see in the data, but when we have the audit, we realize that there may be challenges with how the school is collecting and reporting data. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
And if you're seeing problems, does PCSB intervene directly with the LEAs?
Yes, so when we do an audit, we identify the concern that we have, and then we give recommendations on areas that the school needs to examine and fix, and then we monitor against that. And one of the ways that a school is no longer subject to the audit is improvement in the things that we've identified.
You also have a mystery caller program?
Yes, so
Now,
that
I'm asking that not because I know what it is, but because I have a note here, mystery caller program. So what is it, and do you publish the results?
Sure. So the mystery caller program is actually tied to our open enrollment policy, and it is to support ensuring that parents are being welcomed into the school and not prevented from enrollment. And so we do calls where members of our staff and other consultants, et cetera, call a school as if they were a parent seeking to enroll in the school. We do that for students with disabilities as well as emerging multilingual learners, and we ask for services associated with that. And we essentially test the school as to whether or not they are providing an opportunity for parents of students with disabilities or emerging multilingual learners to enroll in the school. Are they getting responses that say, oh, no, we don't serve that level of special ed, or no, we don't have ability to serve ELL students. And if we do hear responses like that, a school is given notice of concern for failing our mystery caller initiative. They're brought before our board to have a conversation about their practices. And one of the ways that they are able to lift that notice of concern is to go through identified training with us, for us to do another round of mystery caller and see that they don't have any missed opportunities, and then they are lifted from that notice of concern. So it is a way of determining whether or not students with disabilities have access to enrolling in any of our schools.
So how frequent is it that you have a notice of concern?
We don't, actually, last year we didn't have any notices of concern associated with our mystery caller, but the year before we did have a couple.
And do you publish the results?
We do. It's in an actual board meeting that we bring the school forward and we list the number of schools that missed our mystery caller and what were the reasons that they failed the initiative. So it is the public.
Publicly available.
Yes.
The board meeting records.
Yes, if you were to go on our website now and look at the board meetings, you will see the evidence of the mystery callers and which schools and what were the reasons.
Is it worth DCPS doing the same thing, having a mystery caller program?
Well, I will let the chancellor answer that question.
Yeah, I think the difference is here, we're the system of right. And so, regardless of the student's background and needs, they have a right to their neighborhood school. So that's not an issue. But I do commend the public charter school board for having this practice, because we do hear from parents. And I think you heard from a parent tonight who, questions whether or not there's access. I think this deals with that particular issue.
Give me a sec. Chancellor, I believe it was at last year's hearing on this topic, you shared that you were working on a strategic plan for special education. In fact, actually, I have a quote here. DCPS is developing a plan focused on increasing access to rigorous, accessible instruction in inclusive environments for students with disabilities, addressing enrollment challenges in self-contained classrooms, and increasing student achievement outcomes, unquote. We've not seen it. Where are we?
Yeah, we have that plan. We're happy to share it.
Okay.
As a follow-up, yep.
So you will, okay. One of the issues that came up last year was, I'm going to call it over referrals. That may be sort of the wrong answer. And I think I want to go here for a minute or two involving OSSI as well and transportation. So what I remember from last year's hearing was that there seemed to be more IEP self-contained referrals than was actually necessary. I remember also Councilmember Henderson talked about how her kid was offered transportation when the issue was vision, something like that.
Yeah, I think there
And,
were.
again, where what the IP was doing was more than what was necessary.
Yeah, I
At
think
an
there was a
agreement-
conversation around opportunities to refine our practices with transportation where there were IEP services that were not deemed aligned with
Correct.
transportation need. I would commend OSSI. They've worked really hard to modify that process, and Superintendent Mitchell can speak to the details of that. I think it's going very well. But in terms of over referrals for self-contained, we do have a growing population of students, as I mentioned in my testimony, that have the need for a self-contained classroom. It is something that we are studying because much of this has come out of the work that we do in early stages. And we see more younger age students being assigned to self-contained classrooms. And so it is something that we're actively investigating as those numbers are up. But I don't know that is a representation of over referrals, but we do see more students identify for that particular setting.
Let me pull that apart. So more referrals. So
Mhm.
there may be more referrals than necessary. You can't conclude that,
Yeah, I think.
but you're investigating it.
Yeah, we're looking into.
How long will that investigation take?
Well, it's ongoing, because, we have to look at the data year over year. One of the strategies that we have employed is ensuring that there are many opportunities for us to review all the different strategies that have been tried before a student is referred for a self-contained classroom. I think in many cases, it's the request of the family or the school that a student may go directly to a self-contained setting. And we want to be sure that there's been due diligence in
So
those referrals.
have you put those, I'll call them checks, have you put those checks in place? Or are you still thinking about how to do that?
No, we have that in place, but we still want to continue to analyze the data on the students that are being referred, and also the work that's associated with those referrals.
Okay, so I'm assuming that there have been some, I'm going to call them over referrals. Are you seeing progress in getting control over that?
We have seen some progress. You want to speak to it? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think as a result of some of the additional professional development and training that we have done both within our team, centrally in early stages as well as with school teams, we have seen a reduction in, for instance, in early stages, a 5 percentage point drop in the number of self-contained placements for 3 and 4-year-olds or pre-K students. And then for students in K and above, we, as the chancellor noted, have been working with school teams to ensure that when they perhaps have a student with an IEP who they are recommending might move to a self-contained classroom. That is the decision of the IEP team, but we've been working with them and coaching them to make sure that they're aware of all of the strategies and approaches that they could take to better support the student in the general education setting in order to keep them in that setting. So making sure that they go through the MTSS process and are exhausting all of the supports available before referring or recommending that move to a self-contained classroom. And so as a result, we have seen fewer, we saw last year, fewer students actually making that move from a general education classroom to a self-contained classroom within our schools. And this is what the chancellor mentioned, the plan that we have. This is a big focus of our plan and all the different ways we can support our schools so that we are able to serve more students more successfully in general education settings.
Dr. Mitchell?
Yes, I can speak to Aussie DOT and oversubscription there. We are very interested in providing the best transportation possible for those students who truly need transportation in order to access education. Now, anecdotally, we have heard that there are parents, families that receive the offer for transportation regardless of whether or not the disability puts some barriers on students' ability to travel back and forth. In addition to that, we have run routes to homes where we are obligated to run the route because the transportation service is on the IEP, but the family opts not to use the service. So this summer, we decided to receive information in a different way. We decided to go directly to families to ask if they are interested in using Aussie transportation. Families, of course, who have transportation as a related service on the IEPs. So,
Yes.
So we connected with all of those families.
That's the one where that's the
Parent portal.
initiative where you've reduced the demand by about 1,000
Yes.
students, which is pretty remarkable.
It is remarkable indeed. And we went a step further to analyze those 1,000 families to better understand which LEAs those families were associated with. And it turns out that like 80% of those families are concentrated in just a few LEAs. And so that gives us the opportunity to once again go and interact with the LEAs to better, to strengthen the process by which transportation
One
is
of those
offered.
LEAs sitting at the same table with you?
Because DCPS has so many students that are special needs, it is very possible that they are one of them.
I think you should proportion, because we are obviously, the largest and much larger than other LEAs, but the proportion, I think it would be a better question,
Well,
Chairman.
my concern with Aussie Dot, which I think you know, Dr. Mitchell, this was made clear to me the hearing we had in October, is that decisions are made about transportation that don't include the transportation agency in the decision making. And I want to see the transportation agency more involved. And I think I got some pushback on it. Well, you're not the LEA. The LEA is who participates in the IEP team meeting. Okay, so we're a little different in the District of Columbia, but it just boggles my mind that a IEP team can make a decision, oh, Johnny's going to get picked up at 7:00 in the morning without any consultation with the transportation agency that's got to then figure out how to pick up Johnny at 7:00.
Yeah, that.
Not to say that you should decide that Johnny needs transportation, but rather that decision about the transportation, that you have some input there. I'm making sense? No?
It is true that transportation is usually offered by the LEA. And so in most cases across the United States, when an LEA is working with an IEP team to make decisions around transportation, they are also the entity that provides that transportation. So you are quite right that it is not a typical situation where the agency providing the transportation is not a part of the IEP team.
Yeah.
I will say that we've developed some very strong guidance for LEAs as they make these decisions. We have trained LEAs on that guidance, and we do anticipate that the provisions of transportation will right size based on LEAs following that guidance.
I tuned out on the last thing because I was looking at the next question. My apologies. Can you repeat what you just said?
Sure. We developed very clear and strong guidance for LEAs and IEP teams as they make decisions regarding transportation. And we've trained LEAs on the implementation of that guidance. And consequently, we believe that the provision of transportation as a related service will right size itself as LEAs are implementing that guidance.
So when you are talking to the LEA, which is Wildflower, maybe you don't, but we'll just say you are, which I think has like less than 70 students. That's a whole lot different than when you're talking to the LEA, which is, let's say, DCPS, which is 117 schools. So when you say you're talking to the LEAs and giving them guidance, what does that look like for DCPS?
It is the same guidance because it is all based on IDEA.
Well, yeah, but there are 117, I've got this a little wrong, but 117 IEP teams. Are you just talking to the chancellor, or are you talking to 117 schools?
We are working through central office to ensure that they understand the guidance and can share it with their IEP teams.
All right, I'm thinking of the game of phone tag or phone, whatever it is, where what I tell you and you tell the next person who tells the next person, the message gets.
Not quite the game of telephone, Chairman, but thank you for asking for the additional context. So OSSI works closely with DCPS's central office to inform the supports that they are delivering directly to their schools. And we do that through both written guidance that we've been talking about here and also through technical assistance and then professional development. And so the technical assistance and professional development looks like OSSI's staff meeting monthly with DCPS's central office staff who leads the work with their school teams, their instructional soups and their cohorts of special education case managers to support the trickle down effect of the guidance and the supports. So what that looks like in a really concrete way is going through live data for the LEA, looking at where they are on a particular area of compliance or student progress, as we were looking at on the screen earlier under our key metrics that we measure. And then really thinking through what kind of operational and capacity building needs that the schools where that is concentrated, the concerns are concentrated, where there are gaps, and then thinking through the solutions. Sometimes at the central office level, that's a matter of contracting for services or exploring creative options for hiring, like in the speech language context. In the transportation guidance context, it's about how can the LEA support their school-based teams, IEP teams, in developing tools to work through the OSSI guidance to make reliable and thoughtful and data-informed decisions about a student's eligibility for services like speech language or a one dedicated aid or transportation. But really looking at live data, thinking through strategies, identifying barriers, putting in place concrete plans to make those improvements, either at the structural central office level to support the resource trickle down, or to develop the capacity of the school-based staff to really implement the strategies that will conform to that guidance and the expectations that OSSI has set through that guidance.
Let's see, what I heard was not exactly what my concern was.
Okay.
I mean, it sounded good.
Yeah, let's try again.
Well, my concern is that my understanding is that some of the IAPs are pretty specific with regard to transportation, not just that Johnny's entitled to a bus, but he's going to be the first drop off or the first pickup. And maybe that doesn't work for OSSI and maybe it's not really necessary.
Sure, that's absolutely the case. And it's up to the IEP team in their discretion in considering the student's needs, whether or not that child may need that kind of very specific service. We have 17,500 students in the district who are students with disabilities. Each and every one of them is a student with individualized needs. And so those IEPs are written by those IEP teams with that individual child in mind, not the resource or program available to serve them. And that's mandated by law. So it's actually the obligation of those teams to consider that individual child's needs that granularly when they're designing programming.
I'm not sure I like that answer. I mean, because it sounds good philosophically, but Johnny may need transportation.
That's right.
As opposed to he needs first pickup or first drop off. And it makes it a little bit too easy for the team, which my understanding does not include anybody who's involved with transportation, to say, well, we'll do Johnny first drop off.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that there are really concrete, solid ways that OSSI can
And what are
support-
those ways?
support those teams in making those decisions. Those are strong guidance, clear technical assistance, monitoring those LEAs and holding them accountable for the decisions they're making. We have taken those steps in the last year, and to Dr. Mitchell's point earlier, we believe that that will right the system's, sort of imbalance at this point. What we saw in our initial monitoring of LEA's implementation of this guidance after its initial rollout and then a first year of implementation was that after we sampled IEPs, and reviewed those decisions, that overwhelmingly LEAs are making what appear on their face to be reasonable decisions about a student's needs. There are those students across the system who may have IEPs that request beyond typical supports through transportation. And those costs do drive up the cost of transportation overall, but they are not overwhelmingly representative of the decisions that IEP teams are making based on our review of student files.
So, Dr. Mitchell, are you seeing less of these complicated demands on OSSI?
I think that the complicated demands get amplified in ways that don't really represent the system. Right now, we are transporting 3,500 students to and from school every day. The specialized requests that you are talking about probably make up, I don't know, maybe 5%, which we feel obligated to meet because it is the law. But we certainly hope that as we continue to work with our LEAs and as we implement the guidance, though even those cases will decrease. So I think that we have a few situations where we have those kinds of specialized requests, but it is not representative of the entire population that we transport.
I think also it's worth noting here that, and I'm not entirely sure if this was noted in the October hearing, so forgive me if I'm repeating, but our OSSI DOT staff does engage with LEAs and consult with the IEP team when a student's services arrive at OSSI's door through our data systems as requiring something anomalous to typical provision of transportation by OSSI. And OSSI DOT staff will work with that IEP team to understand better why that specific support was identified and whether or not there are alternative means by which that student's needs can be met by OSSI DOT through a different means, right? So if the child is, if a student's IEP team is requesting door-to-door service, and there might be some other option. If a student's IEP team is requesting a particular harness as opposed to a harness generally, those options may be considered. Engaging with the family around what other options they are using to transport that child outside of school time to understand how OSSI DOT might be able to mimic that. And so there is a space where there is engagement happening between OSSI DOT staff and IEP teams when those anomalous circumstances present themselves to make sure that the system is working in coordination to meet the students' needs, but to do that in a responsible and meaningful way that respects the budget and respects the availability of OSSI DOT's resources.
I'll call it feedback. So there is a feedback mechanism.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was looking for.
Okay.
Give me a second. So I jumped ahead of the questions I have here when I asked about the speech language pathologists. So I don't really want to come back to that, but are there other positions where DCPS has a vacancy rate above 10%? Could be aides, sped teachers, psychologists, social workers. And I'm not sure why I have 10% here, but
So we've identified several hard to fill areas where we have incentives. What comes to mind is aides for special education classroom. Psychologists is another area of hard to fill. I'm not sure if they're above 10%. And social workers has been another area that's been hard to fill.
do you
But
have any,
I don't think any of those above 10%.
do you have any targeted strategies you've developed to try to improve the filling of those positions?
We have. So we've gotten a lot of work accomplished via our relationships with local colleges and universities to build internship opportunities. And many of the internship opportunities we have resulted in individuals not only interning in DCPS, but we've been able to hire those individuals directly into DCPS with a pretty high retention rate. So we believe that that is a promising strategy. The university obviously has to be strong into developing those individuals as well, and we've seen interest in collaborating across the region with universities to build a pipeline. So that is one way in which we've seen a lot of promise.
What about looking at credential requirements? We've heard, for instance, a licensed independent clinical social worker when a lesser degree like licensed master social worker can operate under supervision.
Yeah, we get our direction on licensure directly from IC. We have had some conversations around licensure flexibility. I think that remains to be an open question of what can be done in terms of licensure to strengthen the pool. One area that I mentioned earlier I want to highlight is we do support teachers in making that transition and earning their certification in areas where are hard to fill, and also helping support educational aides earn their credentials that are interested in serving students that have IEPs.
So Dr. Mitchell, how much flexibility is there with licensing?
I think that we are always open for a discussion, and if it makes sense, we are certainly willing to act. I think that we can have the conversation and see where we land. Wanted to add that we also have access to micro-credentials, particularly in special education, as well as endorsements. Teachers can take courses through our LMS system and earn either a micro-credential or access to an endorsement.
Chairman, it's also important to note that some of the roles do require both IC certification and also Department of Health credentialing as well. So in some cases, for example, we've been speaking a lot about school language pathologists. They require credentials both from IC and also Department of Health.
Give me a second. Chancellor. So we're having a hearing in January on turnover or retention, teacher principal turnover or teacher principal retention. I think that's really important. And over the last couple of years, what we've seen is that the turnover in DCPS is actually less than it is in the charter schools. And I think we've also seen the retention has increased a little bit. I'm going to say like from 78% to 80%. I could be off by a point or two. But we had testimony earlier today that was then echoed by some other witnesses about a higher turnover rate among adult educators with special education. And it seems like some of that has to do with the fact that the caseload is much higher than it should be. So what are you doing about that? That's definitely a concern because we want experienced teachers. And we also want to have manageable caseloads. And I don't like turnover. So what are you doing about it?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of good work. As I mentioned earlier, I think the type of support that educators receive has been documented as one of the strongest approaches to help retain educators in the district. Looking forward to the hearing in January, I think what you'll hear is that in every indicator of teacher retention, year over year, DCPS has made progress, and we're really proud of that. We also have seen progress with retention of special education educators as well. You mentioned 78%, I think from the 23-24 school year, that number jumped to 80%. And then this past year, it improved to 82%. So I think that's indicative of the type of progress we've seen across the board in teacher retention. Obviously, we want higher numbers. We've had a number of strategies to support retention, and it's something that we continue to work towards. But again, I think the type of coaching, the professional development, the supports we provide often yields stronger retention. And as I mentioned earlier, and also one of the individuals who testified stated that the types of support that we can provide to the aides who support the teachers and students also can be very beneficial. And that's something we've been working on as well.
So let me ask for follow-up from today on this issue. If you could give me, just as a benchmark, what the turnover was in DCPS last school year, and then what the turnover was for special education, but the different, what do I want to say, classifications, aides as opposed to an educator, as opposed to a psychologist in special ed. If you could follow up with that data.
Yep, we're happy to follow up.
I'm jumping around a little bit, but
and if you want that data this evening, we can provide it. You want that data in writing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it may be that after we get it, that we may want to follow up with a question that refines it a bit more. My interest here, I mean, I think it's relevant to the hearing we have coming up with retention, but it's also, my interest here is because we're talking about special education, and I think it has a direct impact.
Yep, and it's in the educator exit survey report, the recent release, but we're happy to follow up and provide those details.
Okay. Is there any other way I should be asking for? Dr. Mitchell, OSSI created a special educational landscape analysis several years ago. Have you done it since then, or are you doing it annually, or what?
No, we have not revisited the landscape analysis that we did several years ago.
Which was like 2018 or 2019?
I think it was 2018, 2019. Yes. But we continue to use that analysis in the work that we do. One of the recommendations that came out of that analysis was the development of a data system that would enable us to see into the special education programs of the LEAs, and we have done that. There are a few other components of that plan that we have implemented. And as we use that plan to outline the goals in the strategic plan that we just finished up. And we're going to revisit that plan. I'm sorry, we're going to revisit the landscape that you just referenced as we plan our strategic plan for the next 5 years.
So you're saying you may do a new landscape analysis?
We are likely to do a little bit of update to that landscape analysis as we are planning the next strategic plan.
What does that mean, an update? Update means doing a new analysis.
Yes, we will do a new analysis.
And when would you do that? In the next year or two?
Within the next year.
Dr. Mitchell, if you're the right person to ask, why has the level 5 UPSFF weight not been implemented?
Recommendation.
Microphone.
Sorry. The recommendation came out of the UPSF working group,
Yes.
which meets every 2 years. That report is with the DME. And I would imagine that the administration will consider the level 5 increase along with the rest of the budget consideration.
So are you saying you're not the right person to ask? It's the
Yes, that is
DME or the
exactly
mayor?
what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay. What's the difference between increasing the level 5, well, not increasing, funding the level 5? I'm not asking this right, and increasing the weight for special education. So there was testimony you heard, people were saying, well, we need to fund the level 5 UPSFF weight. But if you're not going to do that, then increase the special ed weight.
Yes. So I think 2 things. One, there are some technical things that OSSI would have to do in order to be able to implement the level 5. We'd have to look at special programs to determine if the database can accurately collect and report data. We'd have to ensure that OSSI provides reports to LEAs before enrollment and child count day that include disaggregated information. We'd have to revise the enrollment audit. There are many technical things that would have to happen. In addition to that, just in terms of funding, I think that that might come into consideration as well.
I'll come back to that in a second. So level 5 is not just simply St. Coletta's or River Terrace, but it could be another school that has 1 or 2 level 5 students.
I believe the working group contemplated all across the board.
And that's why it becomes more complicated, because you could easily just code St. Coletta's as level
Correct.
5. Well, I think part of my question, the difference between level 5 and the special ed school weight is, does one cost more? Does one have greater or lesser benefit than the other?
Yeah, I think one definitely costs more. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, they have different costs. I don't have in front of me the disparate costs, and I actually don't think that the working group, if I recall, worked through the either or cost. The working group looked very closely at the cost of a level 5 that was specific to students who require the support, full-time support of a paraprofessional throughout the day. That is a design that would support students across the system rather than simply students who are in programs like River Terrace and St. Coletta's. And so the working group essentially discussed an option that was a departure from the report's recommendation, but also called a level 5. And so I think that may have been some of the maybe confusion in the earlier testimony. But that report has been released, and OSSI can provide it to you with additional detail.
Your answer seems to speak to level 5 and variations of level 5.
My answer does, because that is the evolution of the working group's
But the
discussion.
testimony today was, if you're not going to do level 5, then increase the special ed school weight, which is not level 5.
No, the special education weight applies across all levels.
Yes, and
Yeah.
so what I'm getting at is in terms of, well, the biggest need that's been identified in terms of testimony has been St. Coletta's. I would think that the level 5 would more directly help them and River Terrace than
Yes.
increasing the special ed weight.
Yeah.
I would think that the special ed weight would benefit a whole lot of schools with special ed students, which might be useful to them, but I don't know if it's more expensive, less expensive, but maybe doesn't have the same, no, would not have the same impact. And that's what I'm trying to get at. What's the different impact and what's the different cost?
That's an analysis that would have to be done. The working group did not consider that recommendation, as it was not the recommendation that came out of the study. That is a recommendation that came from a testimony today. And so the district would have to undertake that analysis.
You, Dr. Walker Davis, you look like you were going to say something.
I wasn't planning on saying anything, but I did share in my testimony relative to St. Coletta that either of those options would be options that would solve the repeated St. Coletta challenge. For us, we are looking at the ability to have either a special needs school weight or the level 5. And it's my understanding that if we did level 5, it would not just apply to St. Coletta and River Terrace. It would be any school serving a student with that level of need. We have participated in conversations around this. And so my vantage point is, one, let's have the resources that we need for all students with disabilities, specifically given that St. Coletta has come to council and PCSB has had to support that funding request in the past. We want a permanent and predictable solution for St. Coletta. So I see those two as having different price tags, absolutely, and different impacts in terms of who would be.
Yeah, and that's what I
captured.
need to understand is the different price tags and the different impacts. Well, let me just say, this issue's not going to go away. If we heard testimony from a bunch of witnesses today, we're going to hear testimony from a bunch of witnesses at Performance Oversight, and we're going to hear testimony from a bunch of witnesses at the budget, and so we're going to need to have the answer, regardless of whether the mayor proposes funding it or not. So I'm looking at you guys because I don't know why I'm looking at you guys. I could look at those guys, but somehow you seem more appropriate to look at.
The DME is really the person that we should talk with, and I'm happy to talk with him to relay your message, and I'm sure that he will get back to you.
So I was contemplating saying this earlier, but I'll say it now. I don't think that the hearing today, listening to all the witnesses, was a very positive experience with regard to how we're delivering special education. There were way too many complaints. There are 2 lawsuits. There's one which is an injunction from 7 to 9 years ago, and the other is this ongoing litigation that was started, I guess, last year in Children's Law Center. It is not, in my view, it is not a very nice picture of how we're doing with special education. It's the reason why I asked the question earlier, how can we radically lift academic results? So I have several questions along these lines. I think I'll start with this, and I think this is for DCPS. How is it possible, we had testimony from Mr. Gluckman, how is it possible that there was I'm reading, continued discovery of new issues such as 184 children with substantial needs that had no education at DCPS for a period of time during the 2024-2025 school year? How's that possible?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was referring to. You want to speak to him?
Yeah, I think what Mr. Luckman was referring to were students that we saw at early stages, and after being evaluated at early stages, was determined that they needed an IEP that qualified them for a self-contained classroom setting in an early childhood school. So these were students who, as they were approaching their third birthday, they were having an IEP created by early stages. And as we've discussed a little bit tonight and also last year, we have experienced a major increase in the demand for self-contained classrooms, and particularly in early childhood spaces. And so these students, once they have their IEP, early stages gives them a placement in one of our schools. And so in some cases, there was a delay before we were able to give the child that placement or that seat in the self-contained classroom, as we had to make some shifts in support and structures until we were able to serve those students. So the good thing to note on this is that all of those students who may have experienced a delay of one day or more, they all received an offer of a seat, and we have not experienced that issue this school year because we were able to increase the number of self-contained classrooms in our early childhood spaces, as well as many of the other strategies that I spoke to earlier, where we're trying to ensure that as much as possible, we are serving students in the least restrictive environment.
Okay, so I appreciate the entirety of the answer, but the part that I was really looking for was that problem didn't occur this year. That's what you said, that
Right, this
that
was last year.
and that problem did not occur this year. But what about this? In September, the district reported that the percentage of preschoolers who received a timely special education eligibility determination fell from about 84% in 2022 to about 70% in 2024.
So that's accurate data. We did experience a decrease in our overall district rates compliance in this area.
Yeah, but that's the wrong direction.
That's absolutely true. We attribute this to a number of reasons. So there are 3 different practices that LEAs undertake when they're doing the evaluation process. One is a series of contacts that they make to families to get consent, and LEAs have not successfully been meeting all of those attempts. Our data shows that they are ultimately getting consent for the vast majority of those students and then proceeding with the evaluation process, but simply not undertaking those activities timely. In many instances, the evaluation itself is timely, but the activities to get consent turn that case untimely, turn that student's file untimely.
Okay, but I'm not willing to blame the parents.
Nope, nor are we. It's the obligation of the LEA to meet those steps along the way to obtain consent.
To find a way to make that happen.
That's right,
Other school
absolutely.
districts do it.
No, actually, other school districts do not undertake those steps as part of their timeliness rate, and that's why our rate looks very different than
Okay,
other
so
states.
then do we need to have that step as part of our, did you say timeliness rate?
We absolutely do. It's very important that our LEAs are reaching out to families 3 times through 3 modalities and on 2 different dates in order to get a parent's consent. That's the obligation of the LEA. However, what we know is that LEAs, specifically school level staff who are managing those large caseloads that we heard about through testimony today do need supports to do that. And so we are meeting quarterly with all of our LEAs across the district who are experiencing gaps in this area to review their live data, talk through the steps, make sure they understand specifically where their shortfalls are in the processes, whether it's in that consent activity and outreach with the family, whether it's in scheduling the assessments, whether it's in completing those IEP meetings on time to determine eligibility, or whether it's delivery of those initial provision of services. All of those components lend themselves to a timely evaluation for individual students. And so
But
we
I'm
work
still-
through the, go ahead.
So I like the idea of consulting with the parents, getting parent consent.
Me
I
too.
don't want to knock that, but if other jurisdictions aren't doing that, and we're doing it, and as a result, we're getting dinged in this court litigation. I'm
So a note,
understanding.
yeah, I want to take a step back on the litigation. So IDEA requires all of these activities. US Ed measures states on some, but not all of those activities inside of how they measure a timely evaluation for a student. The court case came along and said, DC, you're doing it all wrong. You're not good at any of it 15 years ago. And so under that lawsuit, we have to meet certain benchmarks as a city that are elevated requirements beyond IDEA. And so what we see when we dig into the data is that those elevated requirements are which are requirements, but they are not in other states' measures of timeliness. Not all components of IDEA are measured. And so what we are seeing is that our LEAs still need capacity building in this area, and we are fine tuning all of our resources towards
So
them meeting those requirements.
the injunction was 2016.
That's right.
Today is 2025.
That's right.
The capacity building takes more than 9 years.
We've only recently, as a city, had the data available to support that level of capacity building that's fine-tuned through our special education performance reports.
I think what implicit in my question is a sense of urgency. So when I looked at this testimony, I thought to myself, the case was brought in 2006. It's not clear to me whether there was a consent judgment or it's a court-imposed injunction.
There is an injunction that serves effectively the same purpose as a consent decree.
Well, except that a consent decree,
Does
you
in
can
other
agree
cases.
to it, and the injunction, maybe you didn't agree to the individual terms. Nonetheless, it's still binding.
Very much so. And so we,
And that was
the
10
district.
years ago. I just want to repeat that. That's why, to me, urgency is a relevant factor here.
Absolutely. And our rates of compliance have substantially increased over the last 9 years in this area and in the other 2 areas of the lawsuit. There are 3 areas as it relates to the lawsuit. We have met one area and we're making and have made substantial gains in the other 2. I'd be happy to share that data.
Yes, except that from 2022 to 2024, it dropped.
It did.
So maybe between 2016 and 2024, it increased. But the goal is to get to whatever the injunction requires. The other was the percentage of children who received a smooth and effective transition from Part C services to Part B services, which is the transition between roughly age 3 and 4, or maybe transition between age 3 and age 3, but it fell from 74% to 59%.
Yes, we agree. In these areas, there is absolutely room for improvement. And we've built out the systems and the structures, the technical assistance that's data-driven, the touch points with LEAs to
So
improve.
when I have the hearing a year from now, these issues will all be resolved and gone away?
We expect to see progress using the live data and ensuring that LEAs
that
are
was
working through the capacity building supports.
So if I do the hearing sooner?
I believe that it will take multiple years to reach full compliance with the injunction.
Why?
Because it's not an easy system reform. You have to build the capacity of LEAs across the full system. DCPS carries quite a bit of the load, but we also have a charter sector that acts independently. We have staff that shifts. We have competition for resources. We heard today from teachers who are overwhelmed and overloaded. OSSI is driving supports in a very refined, pinpointed manner to make sure we are reaching those people at their, at where they are available to improve their capacity to meet these discrete requirements. They are heightened. And so we are grabbing their primary attention and driving them through tools, training, and operational improvements at their LEA to expand the overall system's capacity to improve. But that does take time.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it. Why am I not feeling it? Because it's not like the clock started today. The clock started 9 years ago. And there are kids who are affected by this. And the 3-year-old who's disadvantaged today will not be a 3-year-old next year or the following year. So it's like every year that it takes time to get there are kids that we are not advantaging when the goal is to advantage. And because capacity building, when we have the millions of dollars that we have, I don't want to make this sound easy. I get that it's not easy, but the millions of dollars that we have, maybe with more urgency, we can get the resources deployed in a way that we get progress more quickly than many years.
I absolutely agree with you in terms of the sense of urgency. We are engaged in these conversations quarterly with LEAs to walk through live data. Are you ready to accomplish what is needed for this student who's coming due in 5 days? What happened with the student we talked about last quarter? What resources do you need on the ground level at your LEA? How can we communicate the sense of urgency for you as a case manager to your administrator or your head of school? We are in it with the LEA, supporting them through every step of these processes for the 33 LEAs that serve these individual students. And so there is no greater sense of urgency that I believe we can have beyond the supports that we're driving right now. But I am in agreement with you that it has to change and change quickly. And so that is why we're dedicating those resources.
I don't want to press this too much further. I can tell you that some folks might think I'm being unusually restrained. Sometimes I get less restrained. But maybe not quarterly, more frequently. Maybe they're not allowed to leave the room until they actually make some commitment on something. Maybe just some tightening up. Just saying, Dr. Mitchell.
Yeah, I agree that the system is not where we want it to be. We've got to find ways to improve the system. I believe that we are working as urgently as we can with the LEAs. We have data that we have not had in the past, and that is going to be very helpful. Special programs not only gives us data, but LEAs can see the data. LEAs have templates of documents that they need to send out. The templates are in multiple languages. The system gives prompts to the LEAs when times are coming up. So we are doing everything possible from our perspective. We're going to keep pushing, absolutely. We are so delighted about the partnership that we have with the Charter School Board, the fact that the CEPA reports are used as a part of the Aspire system. We've got the attention of the LEA leaders. I think everybody wants to do a better job, and we are seriously working towards that. The system didn't get created overnight, so I don't think that we can improve it overnight, but please know that we are employing every opportunity, every lever that we have right now, and we're going to continue to do that.
Well, just to forewarn you, this is probably going to come up again, and we are going to consult amongst ourselves about how we might impose more urgency.
Okay.
I'm looking at data about due process complaints. I think this is DCPS. No, it's DCPS and public charter schools. I don't know why I don't have school year 24-25. We went over this last year. In fact, my note here says that last year, Ms. Colgan testified that DCPS would evaluate the data regarding DCPS's litigation strategy. DCPS prevails in less than a quarter of the cases that go to a hearing officer. It's like, why are we wasting the time of litigating when we're going to lose the case? You know the testimony from a year ago about the what is it, the advisory committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights that we lead the country and due process complaints, lead the country, maybe don't lead the country, but minimal in terms of mediation and other resolutions. I don't see any progress here. I don't think it makes any sense that we're spending all this money litigating when we could put those dollars into special education. Chancellor?
Yeah, so this is an area we have made progress. I think it's important.
This is an area where what?
We have made progress. So I think it's important to contextualize the due process that we experience in terms of the complaints filed. So we currently serve approximately 9,000 students with IEPs, and we saw less than 200 due process complaints, which is less than 2% of the population that we serve. So the vast majority.
That doesn't move me at all.
Yeah, but I think it's important to provide context. And there were 79 cases that went to hearing that represent very, very small fraction of the total population of
That
students with
doesn't move
IEP.
me at all either. Are you looking at school year 24-25?
Correct.
Okay, because I don't have that data. Can you provide that?
Yep, we can provide that to you. School year 24-25, there were 168
So
complaints that were filed.
the table I have has the number of due process complaints, the number of mediation requests received by DCPS, the mediation requests agreed to by DCPS. I'm just checking to see if that's what you can give us. Resolved through mediation, hearing officer determinations, DCPS prevails, at least one substantive violation, and then the percentage of hearing officer determinations where DCPS prevails. You have all that?
Yes, we have that number. Now,
You'll provide that.
we'll provide that. Now, the majority of those numbers we have for school year 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25.
I have that,
Okay,
but I don't have 24-25.
got it.
But I'm
Yeah.
guessing the percentages are about the same, which is the percentage of cases in which DCPS prevails is somewhere around 25% plus or minus.
So there were less due process complaints. Like I said earlier, there were 168. There were 21 that were mediation requests were received, 8 mediation requests that were agreed to. One was resolved through mediation, and then 79 went through the hearing officer determination. 12 DCPS prevailed, and 67, at least one substantive violation was noted, and then 101 settled or withdrawn.
And the percent of hearing officer determination where DCPS prevails was?
Let me get you that percent. The range I have is between 15 to 30%.
So, I mean, I could open up the report from the advisory committee last year, but my recollection was that you can say that 168 is not very many.
Of 9,000 students that we serve.
But the way the advisory committee looked at it was we were leading the country in requiring due process. And we heard testimony today about that.
Yes, sir.
And The Inspector General's report from November was, what, $3 or
Yeah.
$4 million paid in attorney's fees, and last year I tried to cut the DCPS General Counsel's office number of attorneys working on special ed cases, and I got pushed back because it's
Yeah.
millions of dollars.
Yeah,
Millions of dollars.
well, we don't lead the country. New York and Puerto Rico actually lead the country. So I plead, we won't even go there on those numbers.
I'm sorry, New York, which is 9 million, New York City or New York State?
Yeah, New York State.
Okay, we're 700,000 and they're,
I'm sorry, New York City.
New York City is 9 million people because I recently calculated the crime rate.
Yeah, but again, if you're contextualizing numbers, we're talking about over 98% of our families who receive IEPs. We don't have this issue, right? So we need to continue to contextualize the numbers. Now, if you go back a decade ago, these numbers were much worse, right? And so DCPS has made significantly progress over time in this area. But there are going to be scenarios where families believe that there are services that their child needs that we don't agree with. And sometimes those services we believe are out of scope. And there has been a lot of requests for private services outside of the district that we believe that are not aligned to a student's least restrictive environment. And I think those are scenarios that we have to work through. And in many cases, they withdraw, we mediate, and sometimes there is a decision made that says, no, a private service is not necessary, but maybe the child would benefit from this service.
Well, I'm sympathetic to that argument until I look at the hearing officer determinations and you're losing.
Well, you say losing, but in many cases, there are adjustments being made. So it could have been millions of dollars in private services in Utah, and now those services are being provided directly here
But
in the district.
it shouldn't be a litigative process to do that.
But Chairman,
Mediation.
there are always going to be families who believe that the least restrictive environment looks like this, and we believe that it looks like this, right? And so there's never going to be a scenario where there's going to be 100% agreement around those issues in terms of how a student is being served.
Yeah, I feel like we're talking past each other.
Yeah, but the
The
reality is
issues that
we're
you're
open to.
describing are not new from when the advisory committee did its report. And there should not be litigation to resolve these issues. So you said, well, a lot of these cases result in working out a compromise. You didn't use the word compromise, working out instead of Utah, something closer. It shouldn't require litigation to do that. And other systems don't have as much litigation going on.
A party's not interested in mediate, which we're open to.
That's not evident from the data.
Yeah, well, we are. We're open, but the other party involved also has to be interested in mediation. Both have to agree to go that path. And we're open to it. We're supportive of mediation. But I also think, as you think about the numbers, if we don't go this route and we would just agree to all the demands, especially for private services, again, I repeat, many times outside of the district.
Explain to me why that's unique to DC, because our numbers are very different than other jurisdictions. In other jurisdictions, none of the parents ask for private services? It's only here in DC?
We talked about our processes are a little bit different in terms of how people go through the process. In some jurisdictions, you're required to mediate.
Well, then why don't we require it if other jurisdictions require it?
Well, we've had conversations with OSCE about potential legislative changes. I think there's some points of agreement and disagreement about that, but that's something that we would certainly be open to.
I think the fair way for me to put it is to say I'm not feeling it.
Again,
When I looked at this,
we're talking about less than 2% of
I
our population.
haven't read this in a year. Should have read it before today's hearing. But my recollection from this hearing, and there was testimony today that echoed it, is that we are we require too much litigation compared to other jurisdictions. Now, you're saying something different, that the rules around our system are different, so we don't require mediation, which other systems do. I didn't see that in this report last year. All I know is that there's an injunction. We haven't solved that injunction. I listened to a hearing with 5 hours of testimony of complaints about the system. There was one witness who got me choked up when I read his testimony this morning. But other than that, it was all negative. It's another lawsuit which doesn't involve you, it involves OSSI. The system is not successful. Is not succeeding acceptably.
Understanding the concern that
Your
you raised.
answer is that, well, the number of court cases is only 2% or something
Less than 2%. So over 98% of our students being served are not in this process.
I guess what I will say is this. We've had a hearing, 5 hours of public testimony. Virtually everybody had complaints about what was going wrong with special education. DCPS is the largest provider of special education. This is not feeling like a successful program to me right now in terms of the implementation. Evidence, there's an injunction, there's a court case, an ongoing court case. A lot of parents are unhappy. To me, to say that it's just a very small number of the total number of special education cases just is like deflecting from the fact that there's still a couple hundred kids who are negatively affected. We're struggling in the classrooms, the turnover because caseloads are too high. We're just not doing this well. And not every problem is being litigated. I'm talking to you about litigation, well, it's only 2%, less than 2%. Well, that's just it's still a problem. We don't see this in the charter sector. The data that I'm talking about is on the DCPS side, not on the charter sector.
Which data?
And the number of due process complaints. So I don't know that I have another question here because I'm just asked a question and give an answer. I'm not satisfied. And I don't think anybody else is satisfied. And so I appreciate that there are a lot of efforts. I'm thinking of the testimony from Ms. Colgan. There's a lot that's going on. But the hearing today shouldn't be very similar to the hearing a year ago. And I have no reason to think that when we do the hearing next December, that it will be substantially better than this year. But it should be. I don't think that's unfair, that it should be substantially better. Mr. Gluckman should not be testifying next year because things will be so much better. The due process data will be much, much better. The turnover rate will be much, much lower. Just each one of these metrics will be different. And so I think I'll leave it there without a question. There's some things that you're going to follow up on. I think mostly the follow-up is from you, not from Masi. Did we have any follow-up from Masi? Well, if you think of something, follow up. I think I'll just kind of end it on this note. So thank you all for your testimony. This has been a hearing on oversight of education for students with special needs. The record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 24th. The time is 9:10 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.